A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to Winton Motor Raceway for round 3 of the Trophy Tour Victoria. Massive day yesterday. It was great to see AU4 start their season here at the Victorian Trophy Tour, and they had a terrific race. They've got a couple more races here today as well. We'll open up with the 944 Challenge. Those Porsches doing a fantastic job. Absolutely frenetic racing there with the Porsches yesterday. Saloon cars straight off the back of their nationals at Bathurst, where we saw Brad Vaughan take that one, and Scotty Dornan's racing here with us this weekend. In fact, the car that Brad Vaughan won the Nationals with has got Sean Jamieson at the wheel, and he won the race yesterday. Formula V, they've got their national round here as well, so lots of categories choosing the Trophy Tour Victoria to get their Nationals well and truly underway. So the Formula V's got another couple of rounds, of course, coming up at Sydney Motorsport Park as well. AU4 will be the next category on the program today. The big bangers, the sports sedans are here in 3 fashions. We've got the Nationals here. We've got the Vic State Series here, and we've got the New South Wales State Series here, and they're all mixed up on track together. Great day yesterday. We saw a little pocket rocket, the Fiat 124 of Joe Said Racing, being driven by Brad. And Brad did a terrific job yesterday in the little red rocket. Sadly, we haven't got the John Gourlay Audi driven by Darren Hossack. That's been retired for the weekend. Improved production, bring a massive field. Yesterday, Dean Lilly won in the Adam Poole White Monaro, and Luke Gretsch-Gumbo followed him home. I caught up with Luke just quickly last night. He's ready to take on the challenge up to that big white Monaro today as well. Historic touring cars. It was a field of V8s with one Charger in there, and we hope Glenn Miles can get that Charger up to the front in these damp conditions today. Talking about damp conditions, we're expecting rain on and off here today, but there's plenty of places you can keep out of the rain and watch the action here trackside. If not, stay with us on the live streaming. Please don't forget our next round is at Sandown on August 7th and 8th, and the grand final will be at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. No more appropriate venue to finish off our championship year. 3rd and 4th of October. Stay with us right throughout today and the next couple of rounds. This is Trophy Tour Victoria.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith. You'd better get off the track quickly because you're about to get cleaned up by a field of Porsche 944s. Nah, just kidding, folks. Through the magic of television, he's sitting nice and safe and dry in the comms box next to us. My name is Matt Dunlop. I've got Tony Westaway alongside me, and we're going to get the day started immediately with Porsche 944 action. Tony, great to have you alongside us. Let's quickly run through the grid. Jamie Westaway will be starting from pole position with Adam Brewer next to him. Then it's Chris Lewis-Williams and Cameron Bella on the second row. Lyndon Watson, Josh Brisbane, Michael Westaway and Mark Torbitz are ahead of Sam Rofe, Manny Metzasama, Mark Verdino and Andrew Goldman. The 12-car field of Porsche 944s are ready to go on a damp Winton Motor Raceway here for round 3 of the 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour. We've got a massive day of Sunday action waiting to come for you folks, and it's about to get started with the red lights on for the Porsche 944s. Revs are going to be building soon for a 20-minute race coming up, and we're underway. Very, very hesitant off the line. A lot of these cars, especially on the left-hand side of the track where there's so much rubber being laid down. Very, very towy start, and you can just see how much the weather is affecting all of these cars there as they all stream into turn 1 for the first time here on this Sunday. Can everyone get through unscathed? You'd really, really hope so, and it's looking very neat and tidy. Mark Verdino, you can see in this battle pack, having had a fuel pump issue yesterday, is back up and running today in that number 44 car. Andrew Goldman is behind there as well, having been able to make the start again. So all 12 cars make the start as they filter through turn 3. Great to have you in the box, Tony Westaway.
Yeah, great to see everyone get across the start there in the wet. You know, I have seen people actually spin it on the warm-up lap out here at Winton, but no, all very good. And I suspect probably half the field's on new tyres out there at the moment.
There has been a spin on the first lap, as a matter of fact, and it's Cameron Bell. We just saw him throw past in that shot there, and we'll pick him up later on. So he's gone right to the back of the field. Not a great start for the reigning champion, Cameron Bella.
Well, he's the one who actually spun in the warm-up lap last time around.
Oh, there you go.
The wall. So Cam's doing a different car this year.
He certainly is. Normally he's seeming to... Oh, another spin for Mark Verdino. Really treacherous here. Everyone just getting used to these new conditions here. Verdino takes a lot of curve there, trying to get back on track, does a bit more rally crossing across turn 7 there, but he's underway once more. Probably might have dragged a little bit on the track. So here's a replay. There's Cameron Bella just looping it. That's really uncharacteristic, isn't it?
That is. He's gone out there, a little bit wide onto the ripple strip there.
really, really treacherous stuff on those painted curves. You want to avoid them as much as you can in conditions like this because they're just so slippery. And these tyres that they're running in the 944 Challenge do have some tread. They're an all-weather Yokohama Advent AO50, but you still got to be really, really careful.
That's right. And, most people will save a good set for today for the wet. Unfortunately, we haven't with Jamie. He's had to use my old tyres, but Michael's got a brand new set on, so that's why he's going quite well out there.
Michael in the orange number 45 you see in that shot there, just behind Lyndon Watson as they round turn 12 for the first time to cross the stripe. So as they come across the line, it is Adam Brewer who has taken the lead and opened up a huge gap over Jamie Westaway. Chris Lewis-Williams in third, and then Cameron Bella has been dropping like a stone. So it's Lyndon Watson who has made his way up to fourth. This on screen is the battle for fourth with Michael Westaway, Manny Metzasama. Cameron Bella has made his way back up to seventh position here, and then behind it's Andrew Goldman, Sam Rowe, Mark Torberts, Mark Ladino, and Josh Brisbane. So Cameron Bella, the number one red machine there, has got a lot of work to do. Manny Metzasama as well does not want to let Michael Westaway go too far ahead of him. He's trying to make a move done, but it's tricky to try and balance. Do you want to be aggressive? Do you want to defend? But you've also got to learn the conditions and really figure it out on the fly.
Look, I think it's just a matter of survival out there at the moment for them. They'll be able to try to work out what the track's actually doing. The first race out on a Sunday morning, it's always quite difficult.
Cameron Bella's trying to go around the outside, take the karting line to the sweeper, and it looks to have worked quite well for him. Looks really, really stable there, and it's set him up nicely for a move into turn 7, which he will get done, maybe? No. Manny Metzasama's returned serve with the karting line in turn 7, so really chopping and changing here. You don't know how it's going to go from corner to corner. Just the outside line through this top of the circuit here is looking way faster today.
It's very hard out through the curves up there in 8 and 9 to actually maintain the go-kart line, people in the line there.
You can just see how much standing water there is on the exit of 9 there as well. So these cars are pioneers for the weekend, just trying to wick as much of that water off the surface as they possibly can for the rest of the categories coming through. Not a whole lot of sunlight today, not a whole lot of wind, which means the track is barely going to be having a chance to dry at all.
That's right. It's going to stay damp pretty much all the time. And there is a slight drizzle out there at the moment as well, so it's not going to get dry.
So every single one of the drivers here for round 3 of Victorian Trophy Tour all have their work cut out for them today. We look back at the front, and Jamie Westaway has actually clawed back an insane amount of time. That gap has been brought right down to 0.8 of a second. It's basically academic here. Ranged right up on the back of Adam Brewer, and now we have a fantastic scrap for the lead. Filtering into turn 3 now does Adam Brewer here in that number 81 ABI technology machine, who's been looking really, really solid all season long. Currently sits second in the championship with a gap of 30 points behind Jamie Westaway, currently sitting in second place. So Jamie's looking to keep the good times rolling here, wants to keep us consistent and get those results on the board as much as possibly can. So as you mentioned, it may be in Jamie's benefit to not push it too hard at the front, because if Adam's going to be pushing that pace of the number 81 as well, it might be good to just, stay there and not make too many risks and bring it home in second, which is still a great result.
Yeah, I like the way you're thinking, but, you get a driver out there and, yes, that's exactly what happened.
Oh, that is such a shame for Jamie Westaway. Spun off at turn 8. Really unfortunate for Jamie there in the number 50 car. He's going to lose a lot of time. He does have the benefit of huge gaps being opened up between all the cars behind him, so I don't think he's lost a huge amount of position. We'll confirm that once a few more cars come through shot and cross the line. He's actually dropped down to 4th position, so having lost oodles of time there, with the gaps that he's got behind there to Chris Lewis-Williams and then to Lyndon Watson, he's only lost a couple of spots, so he'll be counting his lucky stars there, I think. So let's take a look at what happened. They're filtering through turn 7 here. That's Adam Brewer in front. Jamie Westaway just looks to just get on the throttle a little bit too early, maybe touch the paint, maybe there's a bit of standing water on the outside, but in any case, it's just picked the car up and shipped it off express to the infield.
Exciting little battle pack there now with Michael being passed by Ladino, and he's got Goldman there in front of him as well.
Certainly does. So this is a bit further back here for, it's actually hard to say what position this is for. This is behind Mark Torberts. They've shuffled around a lot more than the timing totem would suggest, so we'll see where they all land as they cross the line. We can see Jamie Westaway out there in 4th. 5th is Cameron Bella still. 4th is Cameron Bella. Jamie Westaway's up to 3rd position, as a matter of fact. So, not a bad result there from Jamie Westaway, having lost all that time. So, still on the podium at the moment, but with a 15-second gap to Adam Brewer with all that time that he's lost. So it'll be a very, very hard battle to make that up. But back here, we've got the battle on for 8th position. So Andrew Goldman really, really toey under brakes there into turn 3. Mark Pedino gets that move done.
I think you might not have seen Mark Pedino coming through there in the last minute.
I don't necessarily think so. I think he just backed out of it at the last moment, let Mark through for 8th. So now he'll be chasing down Manny Metasama for 7th position as they go through the sweeper. But he's looking red hot in that number 44 machine. Wasn't able to finish yesterday's race due to a fuel pump issue. Had limited running on Friday. Only brought the car out, qualified it. Had the issue in race 1, but car is looking really, really good here in race 2. He's all over the back of Manny Metasama as they go across the top of the circuit through 7 and turn 8. Really exploring that outside line just a little bit to see if he can get a bit more pace. Oh, he's got a little bit of understeer there, so he's had to sort of back it out and straighten it up to sort of stabilise the car again. So that's lost him a little bit of momentum.
Got to be very careful balancing the car around those corners up the top of the circuit.
Whoa, with Lyndon Watson, massive lock up on the run into turn 10. He's looped it there, got it all crossed up into the dirt. He's just kept on the tarmac, but geez, really, really nervy moment there for Lyndon Watson. Just a little bit further out onto the right-hand side of the circuit than he would have expected. That has let Cameron Bella and Mark Torbitz, well, Cameron Bella was already ahead. Mark Torbitz is now up into 5th position as a result of that. So it really is a race of survival, as you mentioned earlier, Tony.
That's right. It's very difficult in these conditions, and you know, you look at the TV screen, looks great. Those drivers probably can't see out the windscreen because it will have all fogged up by now. There'll be steam coming up from the floor of the car. You know, some of them do have demisters, but they don't necessarily work that well. So it is difficult to actually even see outside to see where the other cars are.
You've also got to contend with the spray as well. There's not a massive amount, like compared to Formula 1 where it's just a wall of water in front of you. Not as bad in these Porsche 944s, but it's still going to be detrimental to your visibility. And that's dropped Lyndon Watson down to 9th place as a matter of fact. So a huge drop for him because of this really close midfield battle. So many cars are so close on track here that you really can't afford to make any mistakes in that region of the race. So we're now looking at Tony, your brother Michael, circulating 11th position in the number 45. Not having the race he would have hoped for, unfortunately, on the back of Josh Brisbane at the moment. Just
he
trying
looks
to
like he's
recover
taking it quite gingerly round there at the moment. You know, and Josh has got back past him. Josh must have had missed earlier on because he was running around down the back there for a while, but now he's working his way back forward again.
He certainly was after finishing yesterday's race in 6th position as well. So not a great start to Sunday's proceeding for the number 56 machine there on screen. But yeah, Michael Westaway, I reckon, just keeping the nose straight and bringing the car home in one piece is the name of the game. Now, mentioning Lyndon Watson earlier, let's have a quick look at what happened. So here he is racing with Mark Torbitz, and he just gets on the brakes, finds himself in the dirt there, and just, when you've got no place to go, you're just a passenger at that point. I think it's just locked
the front right a little bit, it's dragged him out onto the dirt, and you know, that's actually turned him around. Had to apply more brake to try and stop him from the corner.
And once you're in that position, you're almost a passenger in these conditions, aren't you, Tony?
That's right. You know, there's just no grip at all, particularly out there in the grass.
100%, yeah, there's definitely no traction out there. Mark Torbitz in the number 22 Pipecraft machine. Stablemates with Cameron Bella, racing for 4th and 5th on the track. Really looking good in that number 22 car is Mark Torbitz. Had a spin, unfortunately, yesterday. Speaking of a spin, there's Jamie Westaway out in 3rd position. He's lost it again in turn 1. We'll see if we can see where he can recover on the track. We're looking at the cars going up the main straight. Cameron Bella there is in 4th. Westaway just rejoins ahead of the old pit lane, and he hasn't lost a single position. Still in 3rd position, but Cameron Bella has seen that. His eyes have lit up. Jamie Westaway is going to have to defend for his life here to keep that podium position, but Cameron Bella already giving him some Morse code on the rear bumper. Take it easy. Look at the amount of standing water on the entry to turn 4 as well. Really got to be careful not to aquaplane in these conditions.
That's right. Well, you do make sure you know where that standing water is. You also look for the better parts of the track that the courser actually finish on the track. So, you know, when you're racing like that, it's a little hard though because you do have to position your car accordingly, but that's what everyone looks for, those coarser parts of the track where there's no standing water.
And when you've just recovered from a spin and you're trying to get your head back in the game and recover, you've got your mind bouncing all over the place and you're trying to juggle, where am I positioning the car, who am I defending, just pulling the gears at the same time as well. So it's a lot to juggle when you're trying to get your head back in the game.
It'll be like filling the mirrors here with Cam in behind there, and Jamie with Cam in behind, and Cam and Jamie have raced a lot before, and they're very fair to each other. What they actually do, they give each other plenty of room.
So we see at the front of the shot there, he'd lost it on the way in. So I almost would hazard a guess and say it's hard to check from not having seen it at the start of the shot, but whether he's gotten on the brakes and just on the rears potentially on the way in.
I think he's just pushing a little bit hard at the moment. He does enjoy driving in the wet. And, this is what happens if you drive hard in the wet. You actually have incidents.
And you mentioned earlier that he hasn't got green tyres on the car. Those newer tyres, the AO50s, do benefit a bit in the wet conditions, purely because they've got more tread on them as well. But he's having to run a relatively scrubbed set of tyres. So I think whether he's pushing a little bit harder than normal to just compensate for that. But he has opened up a few more car lengths over Cameron Bella. So got the day saved just for now, has Jamie Westaway. Still has it circulating in the podium spots. Adam Brewer does still lead the way comfortably with Chris Lewis-Williams in a very lonely second position up ahead of him. So Westaway won't be able to improve his position. So the name of the game is just keeping it planted right there. Just saw a great side-by-side battle here with that's Lyndon Watson, the other blue and white car, trying to go around the outside of Andrew Goldman. It's really hard to make that work in turn one, but he's almost got it done. Andrew Goldman's just tucked back in front in turn two. Great racing here in the mid-pack with Josh Brisbane and Michael Westaway all over the back of them for this four-car battle for 8th position now. Yeah,
that's a great battle in there. They really have to be careful, because I can see Lyndon's quite loose in there through the middle, and I think Josh will be keeping an eye on what's happening in front of him there. But also he's got Michael behind. Josh won't know where to look, actually.
He certainly won't. And as we mentioned earlier, you've really got to keep your wits about you on the track. And the beauty of this 944 category is all these drivers have raced together for such a long time, and they know everyone else's, I guess, how they drive inside and out. And it's hard racing, but it's also fair and respectful racing. And they're all mates in the paddock after the day's done.
Look, they're all quite respectful of each other, all the drivers, because most of the drivers actually have to repair their own cars and things, so they're all quite careful out there. But things do happen, and someone spins in front of you, you just can't miss them.
So they're on the run down to turn 10 now. We've seen in the dry, this is a great overtaking opportunity, but I reckon a lot of these drivers are not really going to want to give it a chance in these conditions, because we've seen just how treacherous it can be if you get a little bit offline. But Goldman hasn't got a great run out of turn 10 there, so Lyndon Watson on the inside there has really parked on the apex, put the hammer down, and is really about to streak away. Is he going to be able to get up ahead around the outside into turn 11? He is. Yeah. That's a great move from Lyndon Watson down the back straight.
A nice move from Lyndon there around there. Well, coming down through the inside of 10 and then being able to hold off Goldman through there. And I think Josh will be a little bit more circumspect, I think, coming down here. But Josh might have a go, I think, not here, but probably at turn 3.
Let's have a look. He might spend turn 1 and 2 setting it up.
Well, Adam Brewer's had a little off there.
He has. Adam Brewer has indeed lost a little bit of time there. But he's still out there in the lead. But Chris Lewis-Williams is quite a bit closer to him now, as we can see him going through the shot there at turn 7 and 8 into turn 9. So we've only got a couple of laps to go. It'll be 1 lap to go next time by, as per the clock, which is just ticked down to 0. We'll keep an eye on the flag stand to see if they throw the last lap forward this time around. But let's have a look in the meantime. So we just saw Adam Brewer here. Yeah, just losing it a little bit. Almost slid the car, caught it, pointed the wheel straight, had to take a little bit of an excursion off there as he converted it into a bit of an understeer, but really, really good recovery there.
Yeah, good recovery there by Adam, because plenty of cars have actually turned it around there and ended up in the wall backwards, so it's very good that he was able to get control of that and retain his lead.
Really, really good heads-up driving there, and just the reflexes kicking in exactly as they needed to do in these treacherous conditions. Adam Brewer rounds turn 12. The last lap forward is indeed showing for the field. Look at this battle that Matty Metsasama is heading off. Michael Westaway trying to find a lot of pace and slingshot around the outside at 8 into 9. Gets the move done on Josh Brisbane, and now he'll be charging down into turn 10. You can see just that dry line, or dry in relative terms. It's still very damp. But the opposite, the alternative, if you get offline, is that it's soaking wet because of the standing water.
There's a slight dry line starting in there. And look, some of these guys, their tyres might begin to start overheating a little bit, because they will have gone up out on 28, 30 pound pressure, so which is the upper limit of our tyres anyway. So at the moment, you know, they might have a little issue there. Oh, there's Josh having another go at Michael, coming back on Michael.
Up the inside at turn 11. Has the move done for now. Michael's trying to get the nose ahead, but he's around the outside, so he'll have to tuck it back inside into turn 12. Josh Brisbane returns serve and makes his way back up into 10th position there. So this battle, it's now a battle for 6th position. They're starting to catch up to Mark Medino as well on this last lap of the race. So Josh Brisbane carrying a lot more pace. He's almost going to have a look into turn 1. It's a really risky place to get it done, but it's an awesome move there from Josh Brisbane with authority. Michael Westaway saw him coming and just let him have it because it's probably the safest thing to do.
Well, actually, that was Michael actually passing him down the straight, and then Josh has actually come back at the end of the straight.
Andrew Goldman, big lose into turn 3, loops it around, has to park the car in the middle of the track, and Josh Brisbane will be kicking himself.
Well
Couldn't
done,
get out of
Josh.
the way. Well done to keep out of the contact, but he's lost a lot of time there.
Yeah, he has indeed, yeah. That's what happens. Someone spins in front of you. You've got to try and avoid them. Michael was lucky enough that he was able to get round poor old Josh. And Josh has had quite a few of those incidents where people have spun in front of him and they've had a collision. So.
Brilliant job to recover there from Josh Brisbane. But out in front, Adam Brewer is going to bring it home. An almost faultless drive to take the checkered flag for a wet race 2 here at Winton Motor Raceway. Adam Brewer flashes the lights as he crosses the line. He will win race 2 ahead of Chris Lewis-Williams. Great showing so far from these two drivers. And there's a massive gap back to Cameron Bella and Mark Torbitz, which I believe is a battle for 4th position. So Jamie Westaway should be crossing the stripe in 3rd in not too much time. There he goes in front of our shot. So Jamie Westaway, assuming he rounds the last corner safely, will be across the stripe on the podium in 3rd position. So great recovery from Westaway, who takes the stripe. And Cameron Bella, with a couple of car lengths behind him, will cross the line in 4th ahead of Mark Torbitz. So great job to bring it home. A lot of adversity faced by a lot of these drivers, a lot of spins, recoveries, moments. It's so hard to keep the car on the black stuff, pointing in the right direction for the whole race distance here in these conditions, especially when you're the first car out on track of the day. But they've done a great job, and all the drivers, touch wood, are going to bring it home in one piece, ready to go again later today.
And they'll all be happy to see that checkered flag after that scored him. So good racing.
Absolutely. Fantastic racing. Great opportunity for the drivers to pull into the pits, just grab a coffee and relax for a little bit before the next one. So confirmation, Adam Brewer gets the job done by just under 3 seconds ahead of Chris Lewis-Williams. Jamie Westaway, almost 30 seconds adrift of the lead, still gets the job done in 3rd position to stay on the podium. And Cameron Bella and Mark Torbitz in 4th and 5th. Mark Verdino finishes in 6th position. Great recovery from the back of the grid. Emmanuel Mensah-Sama and Lyndon Watson in 7th and 8th. And then we see 9th and 10th, Michael Westaway, Josh Brisbane ahead of... we've actually had a couple of spots change around there, sorry. Michael Westaway, Josh Brisbane, Andrew Goldman, Sam Rofe. There's the confirmation of your final results there. We will see 944s back on track at around 1 o'clock today, but times are subject to change. They can move around a little bit, so the safest bet, if you don't want to miss it, is just to stay tuned to Blendline TV all day and not miss a moment of it, folks, because we're going to have some awesome racing coming up. Tony, looking forward to seeing you in the commentary box later today.
Thanks very much, and the midday race is going to be fantastic because there's a lot of rain forecast for around midday, so it's going to be quite exciting.
It's looking very, very soggy on the radar for sure. Next up, we've got Saloon Cars. Darren Smith is going to jump on the microphone, and you will not want to miss a moment of that, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back here to Winton Motor Raceway. It's not sunny, but it's not raining right now. And I've got to say, this will create for exceptionally greasy conditions as we see these saloon cars making their way out on track. Really looking forward to seeing how this one unfolds today. We've got the car that has just won the national championship with Brad Vaughan on pole position, but with Sean Jamieson at the wheel. And we're looking forward to seeing how he does. Kieran Pridmore starts right alongside there. Adam Lowndes, then Kane Baxter-Smith in the solar car there as well. Not solar powered, but solar sponsored car there as well. Jacob Prestopino will be starting out of position number 5 with Scott Dornan. Won't be taking to the grid. Now here's a bit of news, Matt. Overnight, suspension damage to the Scott Dornan car. Now Scott came second in the Nationals at Mount Panorama only a couple of weeks ago in the Commodore VT, beating home Jackson Callow in third, Brandon Madden and Kane Baxter-Smith rounding out the 5 there. So that's some hot off the press news. Kelly from Saloon Cars has just texted that through to me. So there's an update. Scott Dornan, number 2 in the country, was to start out of 6, won't be taking the start. David Lyons will be out of position number 7s with Kerry Bright, and we'll see these cars taking off from sort of that mid-pack. And when the conditions are like this, Matt, this is where the action will be busting loose.
It certainly will. Jason Cruz, Justin Shembry, Chris Hanley and William Harris round out the 5th and 6th rows. And then we go Jason Cartledge, Chris Jackson, Ryan Ridgway and Brett Tate in 15th and 16th position. Matt Yeager, George Papagiorgio, Jeff Flegg, Robert Knight, Cody Cartledge and Alex Handley rounding out the grid there. Also a shame to not see Kevin Stoopman on the grid here, having done a couple of gearboxes so far this weekend. Qualified the car in 4th position for race 1, couldn't make the start and then had to put the car back on the trailer as the number 147 of Cody Cartledge gets us a little bit worried in the comms box.
The race hasn't started, and well, any heat that he might have got out of that in the tyres is just gone by driving through the wet outfield there. But gathering it all back up on the exit of turn number 9, and around he goes. Gets out on the track, heading back into the new part of the circuit, albeit over 20 years old. It's still the new part of the circuit, and their last edition. So this car number 9, great to see this one back out on the track, making presence felt, because Mark Sutherland didn't take to the grid yesterday. So the SRT car will be joining on down the back of the field. So plenty happening. Kevin Stoopman out, Scott Dornan. That's the big news for me, I would say, at this point in time. The guys, number 2 at Mount Panorama a couple of weeks ago over the 6-hour event weekend. The Fair Dinkum Builds Saloon Car Nationals is what it was, as we are here at the Trophy Tour Victoria. Round number 3, Winton Motor Raceway. Yesterday was beautiful. Friday was even better. Lights ablaze and wipers on. Let's get set to get wet as we go racing in the saloon cars. Got your life jacket on, Matt?
Certainly do. I'm going to need it. Going to need my recovery raft to get out of here as well once the day's actually done.
I've got my wetsuit pants on. About to slip the top on here. Sounds like we're going for a surf or a ski or something, doesn't it? But we're about to go saloon car racing. And away we go. Bit of wheel spin off the line. The 2 Commodores, 3 Commodores all get away with each other, and the field moves off nicely. George Papagiorgio gets underway nicely. Lowndes, this is where the track starts to funnel in. Lowndes sticks the nose in there, up on the painted ripple strip. That's brave in itself to start off any race, let alone in the wet here. A little bit of a hip and shoulder. Nice work, Sean Jamieson. Pridmore sticks the nose in. Where's Prestopino? There he is, the 99, the excitement factor. Tucks in behind Baxter-Smith. Baxter-Smith in nicely, and Lowndes just goes back from race lead back into P4 down at turn 4.
Really good start from Adam Lowndes at the front, and good to see a clean start through turn 1 and 2 there today. I'm sure Steph, our camera operator, at the exit of turn 1. No, Adam Lowndes shot right off the track at turn 4, and he's going to watch the whole field go by as he waits to get back on track in the number 19 car.
That is not what was in the script for Adam Lowndes for this weekend. So Sean Jamieson now under fire. Kieran Pridmore started off right next to him. That's how they've ended up down at the sweeper. They've all come through. This part of the track years gone by was known as rollover corner because he had changed direction fairly abruptly off the sweeper with good head of speed, 4th gear, wide open throttle. and try and gather it all back up again. Here's the guy that looped it on the warm-up lap. Looking pretty solid right now is the 147. It even says it on the side of the car.
Big lunge up the inside of the number 2, trying to make a move there into turn 9, but can't get it done. Has to tuck in behind Ryan Ridgway and try to get grip wherever he possibly can on this treacherously sodden Winton Motor Raceway. We were looking in the 944 races just how hard it is to find a grippy line. Side by side go Jamison and Pridmore into turn 11. Jamison's going to hold on there and really has to slow it down as he parks the car right on the inside, lights it up on the exit there and loses a bit of traction, but he's been able to keep the number 66 car and Pridmore behind him. Pridmore currently leading the championship, and if he can keep it up at the front here, he'll be able to extend his lead. But it's a long race, it's a wet track, anything could happen, and as Murray Walker often said, it usually does.
I'm really glad that Sean Jamison and Kieran Pridmore have decided to run with the exact same colour VY Commodores to make it easy to pick them out in these grey conditions. Grey cars in grey conditions, and they're 1 and 2 on the track here. There's Mark Dublin here charging his way through the field. Started rear of the grid, coming around on the first lap. We've got a slow car as well, just picked up off the back of camera there. The fire vehicle was chasing the field, and there was a black car, not too sure who it was. We'll try and pick up that. Maybe that car ends up in the pits at some point, but Lowndes certainly, what a troubled start. Oh, lots of sliding there. This is Sutherland in the number 9, and then the number 97 there is Chris Jackson. So Sutherland's come from rear of the grid. He's made his way essentially to halfway through the field, and car 9 up the inside of the sweeper there. That's a bit of experience to be able to position the SRT red Commodore right there like that as they make their way around off the sweeper, coming in up to tank corner 6-7.
Really good move there from Sutherland into turn 5 there. As he goes through the exit of 4 into 5, you can see how much spray he was kicking up from the rears. As we go down to the battle for the lead once more, the lead has changed hands once again. Kieran Pridmore currently leading the way into turn 10 with Jamison right on the back of him there, just trying to find any grip that you possibly can, because if you get a little bit offline, there's so much standing water on this track at the moment. And we saw how much spray was being kicked up by Sutherland earlier. It's coming up from all the cars, no matter where they are on the track. But Kieran Pridmore is looking pretty solid out there for the time being in the number 66 car, getting the hammer down and just trying to be really gentle with the throttle, throwing some blue smoke out of the exhaust a little bit more today, same as he was yesterday, but he was able to bring the car home. So currently leads the way as they cross the stripe to start lap number 3.
Kane Baxter-Smith, he's made his way into P3 as well, and he's dragged Jacob Prestopino through with him because Adam Lowndes has gone right down through the back of this field, and that's given these guys a little bit of a jump up. So Baxter-Smith, the first of the Fords, Jacob Prestopino. Here's a massive battle pack streaming across the line now to be Harris, Bright, Jackson, Cartledge, all in that group there as they finish lap number 2. And back down through the gearbox into turn 1 we go with Chris Jackson, the 97 car.
Got caught up in an incident yesterday, spun it on the exit of turn 9 and had a little bit of contact there, so had to repair the front of the car. As you can see, it's a different front bumper on there, so but Chris Jackson is out in force, currently sitting in 10th position with the number 22 car right behind him of Will Harris. That's a spin for Papa Georgiou, I believe, in the number 88 car.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that is too. Papa Georgiou returning to the game only about 6 months ago after quite a big break away from racing. He's got that European time race driver's hair, nice and long, and ties it back, puts the helmet on and spins it around down there at turn 1. So that'll see him disappear from 19th down to 21st, I would suggest, battling it out down through there. Oh, Chris Jackson getting lots of airtime here, getting lots of sideways, gathering it up. As you said, Matt, the telltale is the black front bumper, not in colour tone with the car, so the spare bumper's gone on for this morning's race. Will Harris in the 22 there as well.
It was that corner there, turn 9, where Chris Jackson had the spin yesterday in dry conditions, so he's playing it very, very safe here in wet conditions. The number 76 car we're seeing of Jason Cartledge actually had a pretty big moment through turn 12 last time. I just caught it in the back of shot, looped the back end as he must have touched a bit of curb on the exit of 12, pulled it in right in time to keep the car on the straight and narrow, but would have scared the daylights out of a lot of the cars who were circulating behind him at the time. He goes through turns 11 and 12 with the 147 of Cody Cartledge right behind him. Both of these solid machines here.
Cartledges could be said to be having a solid performance here today, Matt.
Certainly
You see what I did there?
I do see what he did. You've done very, very well there, Darren Smith. We cross the stripe.
Years of experience taught me that.
It shines through in your commentary, I must assure you. Into turn one, which has been a little bit of a tricky one. A lot of drivers not really knowing how to compose themselves into turn one, whether you make a move, you keep it line of stern. How much curve do you use? How much do you go around the do you drift out to the outside on the exit of two as well? Really is an exercise of just learning for the first few laps in conditions like this when you haven't had any wet running all weekend. As the number 22 looks a little bit shaky there of Harris, lost a lot of time there from his battle with Jackson in the 97, so he's fallen right back into the clutches of the two solid machines here, making a 3-car battle for 11th spot.
Car 9, Sunderland, has made his way from the rear of the grid up to 8th now. Fastest car on track by quite a margin is Kieran Pridmore, a 155.0 last time round. Sean Jamieson out of pole position and relegated back to P2 on the opening lap of 158.0, so 3 seconds astern of Kieran Pridmore as far as lap time is concerned. 158.4 for Kane Baxter Smith. Preston Pino on 157, so Preston Pino on the charge in position 4. Sutherland is definitely on the charge but hasn't been able to get under a 2-minute lap, being that he's dispensing with traffic at this point in time.
Geez, Cody Cartledge really trying everything to try and make as many spots up as he can. Tried to get the pass done on the fellow solid car into turn 7, but had to lock the front and back out of it, but was able to get that move done through the cleavage section of the circuit. We go back to the front now, or rather the battle for third position, which Jacob Prestipino is now all over the back of Kane Baxter Smith, trying to get himself back on the podium. He was in the wars immediately in race 1, got a little bit sideways here and got sandwiched into the turn 2 wall, just avoided it today. Meanwhile, a little bit further up, Sean Jamieson has opened up a gap of almost 4 seconds to these cars. Bit of a lonely second place for him at the moment as he tries to keep in touch with Kieran Pridmore, but Kieran is looking really, really solid in the number 66 based on the timesheet.
I feel as though we've had this battle of the tradies before, Matty D. The Swift Solar Racing and the guys Glass and Glazing, the tradies on a Sunday out in the rain. I'll just pull the boots on and get out there and get the job done. Bit of a replay here. Coming onto the straight. Look at that! The National Championship winning car with Sean Jamieson at the wheel, number 15. He's trying very, very hard, as are these guys. And what that's done is it's given Kane Baxter Smith a bit of a clearer look at the back of Sean Jamieson, because that's now from the leader back to Jamo in that car there, number 15. That's 5.7 seconds, and it's now under 2 seconds between him and Kane Baxter Smith, the first of the Fords in this battle.
Massive puff of blue smoke there sitting in the middle of turn 9, whether that's come off the tyres of Sean Jamieson or whether it's been thrown out of the side of Kieran Pridmore's car and still lingering there.
I'm not sure in this sort of weather you get much tyre smoke, but certainly you expect that's coming out of the tailpipe or the exhaust pipe of Pridmore, because we have seen that, haven't we?
We certainly have. Could also be possibly a bit of tyre rub, but I would doubt it in these conditions. Prestipino is just dancing all over the track, trying to find a little bit of space there to make it past Kane Baxter Smith, but he is making that Falcon as wide as he possibly can. Number 56 machine still looking rock solid as they go through turn 12 here. Let's have a look at a replay. So this is another shot of further back in the field. So this is the number 55 car of Jeff Flegg, and behind them the 28, as a matter of fact, of Robert Knight, just bypassing turn 1 entirely with a big moment there. Speaking of turn 1, another moment for Jacob Prestipino, who has to take avoiding action. Didn't get the line right that he would have wanted, throws it sideways as he gets back on the track. I don't think he spent a minute of that camera shot with the car pointing with all 4 wheels in the same direction.
I think he was almost in the lead of the race there, and maybe just that the way the track funnels into turn 1 here, that may have just sort of called foul of him there, because Kane Baxter Smith held his line, and albeit that at least the 99 was at least alongside Rob Knight again off, so he's obviously got some sort of drama that if he's heading off twice sort of in the matter of a couple of corners, gathers it all back up at turn 10 and heads off. Jackson in the 97. This is an action-packed race for Chris. Gathers it up at turn number 1, rejoins, hopefully no harm, no foul with these guys coming through. a little bit sensible. You've got to be able to rejoin and be under control. Does exactly that. So Chris Jackson heads back off on his way. So he'll now actually just drop outside the top 10. Mark Sutherland up to position number 7. It'll be David Lyons who is next in his line of fire, and the gap there is just under 1.2 seconds. So he will continue on his merry way. Shembry back to Bright. And these guys are just inside the 10. Shembry 8th and Bright there in 9th. And Chris Jackson was off the back of that, but has disappeared out of vision. Different lines being explored in different categories around this weekend. Here's the replay with Rob Knight and also Chris Jackson. Which one do you watch, the foreground or the background there? But, he doesn't sit still for too long. He selects first gear and re-engages. Here comes Mark Sutherland now, and he is up onto the back of the 24. Now, plenty of time to go. Still 2 minutes remaining in this one.
That front right wheel was not turning at all for Mark Sutherland. He was a little bit too late on his marker and was just putting both feet on the brake pedal to get the car pulled up. Massive understeer to return 11. That's cost him a bit of time, but he has kept the car on the track, which in these conditions is basically all you can ask for. It almost feels like the chaos has been turned up just to 11. We haven't seen any more rain falling as of late, so whether it's the tyres heating up or that's starting to change the complexion of how these cars are behaving. We saw that in the 944 race earlier with their Yokohamas, but these are Bridgestones that we have on these Saloon cars are a bit of a different beast.
How do you like your amplifier? Up to 11. That's what we like, and that is where we're at.
We're going to be up
bit
to
of
11.
Spinal Tap there. I like the reference.
Up to 11 all day, I reckon, in this really wet Winton Motor Raceway. David Lyons trying to get as far out to the curb as he possibly can, but he's got to be so careful. So, this is the number 55 of Jeff Flegg earlier, all over the shop.
Trying to cross in front of Brett Tate there. He was already out of it, just letting that all happen. Here we go. The Cartledges are having a family affair here. This is like the Partridge family, but it's the Cartledge family out singing their songs at Winton Motor Raceway. Oh, there's mayhem all over the place here. Brett Tate is just getting it all unfold in front of him like he's watching a movie at the moment with all these cars spearing off. As Skyhook said, horror movies on the 6:30 news.
Right there on my TV. They go through turn 3. Brett Tate keeps the car on the straight and narrow now, and we see the number 55 of Jeff Flegg is back in the action as well. Can't stay out of it. None of these cars can stay out of the action. It's really an achievement if you can keep the car straight and narrow for this whole race. It's about to tick down to 0 seconds, so we will only have this lap plus one more once the leader crosses the line. So the Karen Pridmore in the lead has already crossed the line, so we'll get 2 more laps of running here, and I think a lot of these drivers will be pretty keen for those 2 laps to wrap up as soon as they possibly can, because geez, it's tricky out there today.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is a good lesson for these guys. If they haven't raced at Winton before, it does become, well, it's a technical track at the very best of times, but it's all about getting the power down. You don't have to have bomb power, it helps, but it's about getting that power down, and there it is, the 99 getting that power down in sideways fashion, whatever way you do it, as we see Jacob Prestopino, who has made his way up into position number 4. I would suggest at this point in time, the gap now between himself and Kane Baxter-Smith, just out to 1 second, that Jacob Prestopino probably wants to concentrate on keeping it a little bit straighter than that, because Kane Baxter-Smith is doing it, but certainly the dynamics and the differences between the way these cars, the Falcons and the Commodores react in greasy conditions are what they're trying to play to their advantage. And at the moment, Jacob Prestopino is giving it as much throttle as he can, and I've got to be with him on that. You just want to try and keep the car with forward momentum, even if it is slightly sideways.
I was about to say, surely you're not expecting Jacob Prestopino to keep the car straight without sliding it through every corner, right? That is unheard of.
He doesn't need it to be wet to show us how much he can get it sideways, does he?
Absolutely not. He loves drifting around any chance he gets there. And I almost reckon he was just lapped Papa Giorgio earlier in turn 4. He must have been terrified looking in his rearview mirror and seeing the side panel, both doors of a Holden Commodore approaching him at a rate of knots in the rearview mirror, getting that lap traffic move done there. So there's an actual moment there from the number 2 of Ryan Ridgway, who just had it off on the run into 11, so locked up, or whether he's touched a little bit of the dirt there on the exit. But in any case, the last lap board is showing for these cars circulating around. There's Sean Jamieson in set position. The battle for third is raging once again. Kane Baxter-Smith really doing a solid job here, keeping that car pointed in the right direction, keeping the nose clean. Really a tale of two different driving styles here. Baxter-Smith, nice and neat and tidy. Jacob Prestipino using every single inch with the 4 different tyres and 4 different parts of tarmac at the same time.
He certainly is. The Falcon driver there, Kane Baxter-Smith, just hanging on. He needs to hang on for championship points. Prestipino is also, they're both very much in the same part of the points table here this weekend for the title hunt. But have a look at this car here. This is being driven with great skill here today. And Baxter-Smith's been sent the wide way. Wide way?
Oh! Contact there. They've tangled wheels at Prestipino and Knight. Prestipino keeps going, but the number 28 car of Robert Knight has been turned around. He has been in the thick of it all day. That is really, really unfortunate there. Not what you want to see when traffic's being navigated. It's a really tricky place to do it at turn 5 as well.
I didn't see that, Matt. I was actually looking at the timing screen. All I saw was that car there landing. So it got a fair chunk of air underneath it. Scott Dornan suffered suspension failure yesterday, and he's gone home for the weekend. Let's hope that Prestipino is all good at the moment, but he has got his eyes only for one. Here comes a guy that has driven the race of his life today, Kieran Pridmore. He's kept it straight. He's raced it hard. He's dispensed with Sean Jamieson, which is tough in any conditions. And there it is. Kieran Pridmore sees the checkered flag first in race number 2. He saw it second place yesterday, but top step for race number 2 for Kieran Pridmore and the number 66. Great drive there. In fact, that is a commanding performance over 9 laps. His winning margin is going to be sizable. It will be at the end of the day out at 12.8 seconds. That's amazing. Back to Kane Baxter-Smith, who held on very, very nicely indeed. 4 seconds and then 1.7 back to Prestipino.
Have a look at this, Daz. Let's have a look. Really just got a little bit too tight on the inside there and clipped Knight, spun him around 180 degrees. Prestipino was able to keep going, and Knight is still on track as well, having he's in the clutches of Cruz, the number 55 of Jeff Flegg as well. These guys have been raging it out all day long in this rear of field battle. This is for actually 5th position, that is, for Jason Cruz crossing the stripe there. So the number 28 car, Robert Knight, finding himself being lapped by a few more drivers there. But Cruz crosses the line in 5th. Awesome recovery from Sutherland in the number 8 car to cross the stripe in 6th position from the rear of the grid, Daz.
Well, Saloon cars never cease to entertain and amaze, and they continue on with the entertainment package that they bring to us right across the Trophy Tour Victoria in season 2026 and for 20 years prior, whether it be the Dial Before You Dig Old National Series or all the different state series that these cars run around the country. It's the only remaining true Aussie Ford versus Holden battle in the country as far as circuit racing is concerned, and these guys do a very, very good job now. As cars still coming to the line, it's Jaeger and Flegg. Flegg had a little bit of a rough time there. Interesting enough, Matt, coming home in 9th position is Matt Sutherland from rear of the grid. You just have to wonder if it was dry and the skill and the daring, I'm going to say, that he showed in the wet. In the dry might have been a little bit better of a different question. He might have been just sort of challenging for that podium spot.
Tell you what, he's got my driver of the day vote today, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Yep.
So here's a bit of a replay of this. Must be the cool-down lap here as Prestipino is just using up as much of those rear tyres as he possibly can. I think I saw a little bit of a witness mark actually on the left rear, possibly from the contact, but that car still looks to be well and truly in control. So confirmation, Kieran Pridmore gets the job done convincingly over Sean Jamieson and Kane Baxter-Smith. Jacob Prestipino brings it home in 4th position with Jason Cruz in 5th. Mark Sutherland crosses the stripe in 6th from the rear of the grid. Awesome recovery. David Lyons, Kerry Bright, Justin Shembry and Jason Cartledge round out your top 10. We move down into the 11 through 20. Chris Hanley, Cody Cartledge and Chris Jackson. And then Will Harris, Matt Jaeger, Jeff Flegg. Those last two we saw battling for 15th and 16th across the line there. Ahead of Brett Tate, George Papageorgiou, and a few more of cars who are just down in the lap traffic sort of areas there. And a few non-finish as well there, unfortunately. But we will see Saloon cars back out on the track later this afternoon. One more look here at Jacob Prestipino's antics as he goes through turn 10. Full sand, no qualms at all, easy as you like. He just really likes throwing a car sideways. Has he given rally driving as a genuine question?
Well, there you go. No, I don't think he has. So Saloon cars are on track at 1:25 this afternoon. Great entertainment as always, great racing, importantly, by the Saloon cars. Formula V's will be on track next. This is a national title hunt. So stay with us here at the Trophy Tour Victoria across the Blendline TV networks. Back in a moment.
Welcome back to round 3 of the Victorian Trophy Tour here at Winton Motor Raceway. We've had 2 races so far this morning. Up next we have Formula V with their 20-minute affair. And it was quite a chaotic race yesterday afternoon for their first race of the weekend. Hopefully we can see a little bit more clean driving in race number 2. I'm joined alongside by long-time Formula V commentator Steve DeFries. Steve, welcome to day 2 of racing action here at Winton.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, and I think a lot of people would have looked out their curtains this morning, seen the rain on the ground and thought, great, this is going to be a good day, but you can see the track is drying. Let's have a look at this grid because there's been a few changes from overnight. So your winner yesterday, Michael Kinsella, starts off of pole. He won by about 5 seconds over Simon Pace. Ash Clifford has now been promoted to 3rd. That was originally where Andre Curran finished yesterday, but we've had some word come through in the last few minutes that there was that contact between himself and Blake Purvis yesterday morning, or yesterday afternoon rather, and that has given him a 10-second penalty from the start of that race. So that drops him to 5th. So Clifford and Windsor elevated to 3rd and 4th. Curran now starts 5th next door to Grant Kelly, and Ash Quiddington and Blake Purvis starting on row 4 there, 7th and 8th. So that's just breaking news as we go to air this morning. Over the page to Brock Hamilton and Jason Kay out of 9th and 10th. Then the returnee, Mitch Quiddington. Good to have him back in the saddle after a decade away. Nathan Jones in 12th, ahead of his stablemate Declan Collison out of the Sabre Racing Team group of cars. Matt Harriott from Queensland, they're starting 14th. Charlie Richardson, she'll be one of the ones that would have been praying for rain overnight. She might get her wish a little bit later on this afternoon. And then 16th is Mick Fisher. As we saw in the background there was Nathan Jones having a little moment out there on track, looping his car. Darren Power, David Temmie, Cameron Bell, Corey Horder, Matt Ganji, the only 1200 class car out there this weekend in 21st, Ken Morrison and Ivan Vitti. And then the 2 non-finishers from yesterday's race. We saw that contact between Daniel Reynolds and Alex Bezic up here at turn number 11. It eliminated Alex Bezic on the spot, broke the front steering arm clean away from the front part of the left wheel hub, and they've repaired that car. And Daniel Reynolds soldiered on, but with a damaged suspension, which eventually gave way about a lap or two from home, and they had to bring that car back to the paddock on the flatbed. They're a little bit worried that they may have actually punctured the fuel tank in that car, because when it came back, it was leaking a little bit of fluid. It turned out it was just one of the fuel filter with one of the threads had gotten a bit damaged, I think, in the whole process of unloading and unloading the car from the truck. So they've been able to fix that up. So car 78 right to go there on your right of screen, and the other car, number 26, Alex Bezic, right to go there out of 25th. So watch out for those two coming through from the rear. They'll be quick.
Clear visors on for the race this morning. Wet conditions and dark, gloomy clouds looming over Winton Motor Raceway. We're set to get a green flag at the back. There it is. We have car 35 lining off from pole position with Simon Pace alongside, and we are set for a start here for the second race of the Formula Vs.
And away we go, and a very timid start. You can see there was actually a really good start for Ash Clifford off of third position, right behind Michael Kinsella. Is he going to have a bit of a shot down the inside here at turn number 1? He does. He actually picks up the second spot. Kinsella with a poor getaway from position number 1. Goes all the way back to fourth behind Malachi Windsor. He might yet lose another spot on the run down the hill here into turn number 3, with Blake Purvis challenging, but ultimately just withdraws for a moment. And when the gap opens up, he fills that gap very briefly as number 93, Grant Kelly, had to catch a fistful of oversteer there, as it's very, very difficult in the early going here at turns 3 and 4. Some parts of the track are dry, some parts of the track are wet. Was that Kinsella spun around on the exit of turn 4? There was a stationary car. There's two stationary cars. One of them's Alex Bezic, who's come to a stop on the old pit straight between turns 2 and 3. And which car is it coming back onto the third? Yes, it's Malachi Windsor. Sorry, miscalled that car. It was a dark-coloured car. It went very, very quickly. Thought for a moment it might have been Kinsella. It was actually Windsor out of position number 3. The 88 machine out of the Acura Motorsports stable with a great start. Unfortunately, come to turn 4's exit, he's around the wrong way.
So unfortunate there for Alex Beswick. Pulled up on the short run between turns 2 and 3. Perhaps some lingering issues after yesterday's race. And also Ivan Vitti, I believe, hasn't gone anywhere from the grid. So we've got 3 cars with early dramas. Unfortunately, Malachi Windsor has pretty much lost out the most of this group after running P3 and then ran off the road at the exit of turn 4, so drops all the way towards the tail of the field. Blake Purvis here under attack from car 35.
He's gotten past Michael Kinsella in that opening skirmish, so he's done well there. Opened up a couple of car lengths margin. There's some local yellow flags out. That's just for the recovery crews trying to get that car off the circuit. We've now gone safety car. So the recovery teams, we do thank them for all the work that they do. They were very hastily trying to use the recovery vehicles to try and clear these cars before the field came around. Unsuccessfully, though, a little bit too delayed. There's the Windsor incident. Oh, hard to tell. He's spinning like a top. He's done, I don't know, it's probably a 1080 there on the exit of turn number 4. Very unusual. Couldn't quite see whether there was another car involved or whether it was self-inflicted, but that's what happened to the number 88 Jacer. He's gone around on turn number 4. You're right, Ivan Vitti didn't get away from the grid. Looks like the car may have stalled. And Alex Bezic did get away from the rear of the grid, but then just got a very, very slow drive out of turn number 2 and very quickly realised something wasn't right, pulled over to the grass on the driver's right there as they came up towards turn number 3, which is where the recovery vehicles are stationed, so that's why they were trying to recover pretty quickly and get him out of harm's way, but then the Ivan Vitti machine that needed to be recovered out of off the front straight unfortunately meant that for safety's sake, the racer industry's safety car had to be deployed.
Super start there from Daniel Reynolds. I was just counting how many cars he had passed on the opening lap and a half there, and it was at least 10 cars, not factoring the stricken Alexander Beswick and Ivan Vitti, which came to a halt before reaching turn 1. There is Beswick on the old pit straight, just pulled in there. So that recovery is all done, and I reckon there is a chance we go racing this lap, a short, sharp safety car. Here's another replay. That is Beswick. Way off the road.
Yeah, so because we didn't, that would have been going straight on at turn number 1. So because we didn't see too far back in the field, that's a great angle to show us what happened there. That's almost a signal of no brakes.
And here we go, lights out on the safety car. Yeah, it did look like no brakes. He just went straight on. There is a slight rise just before you get to turn 1 at the 100-metre board, so perhaps he just danced on the rear brakes ever so slightly too much, and that car went off at a huge amount of pace.
Timing's just a little bit up the creek at the moment here. You can see Ivan Vitti at the top of the leaderboard, but unfortunately he has been pulled in to the pit lane complex from what we understand. So that will change once we get up and going again. Simon Pace, it's had a couple of moments just to wipe the visor there before we get underway again, and he goes and goes early. Right before turn number 12, he puts the hammer down with Clifford right behind him, and Purvis now under assault from the number 35 and yesterday's race winner Kinsella. Right in his wheel tracks though, he's got to be careful because the reigning number 1 from the last year, Kieran. Oh, big moment for Collison in the number 30.
Wow.
Oh, somehow found the gap.
Off the road. Charlie Richardson off the road. It's all going on here down at turn 1. Charlie was under big pressure there from Daniel Reynolds storming through the field, but at least 3 cars have gone off at turn 1 in these wet conditions.
Tricky conditions. Somehow the number 30 of Jones found the gap between the 2 cars. That was Kinsella and the number 6 of Purvis that had just opened up, and another car stricken on the outside of turn number 3 as we went past. It's Mitch Whittington. That's buried up to its axles. That's not going anywhere. This will be another safety car.
So, too much red cordial, very similar to yesterday's racing here. All drivers making mistakes in these tricky, wet, greasy conditions. If you're going to make a move, it's got to come now. The safety car has already been deployed, so car 12 there will have to relinquish that spot back to Andre Kieran.
Yeah, they had their hands up to let them know that they'd seen the yellow flags, and that usually means you need to stay where you are. So that's, I think, the signal there to say, yep, the engine's cut out. And Mitch Whittington, been out of the saddle for a decade, has unfortunately going nowhere. Have a look at this. How on earth did this car find the gap? That's actually, I think that's just good presence of mind from Michael Kinsella. He saw something was not right, and he was able just to drag the brake a little bit and just create that gap and avoid the contact. That could have been disastrous.
Could have been absolutely disastrous there. Grant Kelly and also Charlie Richardson following him off in sympathy there. A little bit of a wide moment through the puddles under safety car conditions there.
That's a 1200. That's a 1200 of Matt Ganji. That's just got a little bit wide there ahead of Malachi Windsor. Down to turn number 11 and 12 now for the rookie this year. As you said, I think just a little bit too much red cordial. We talked about this yesterday, but it is very tricky at the moment, these conditions. I look out there and you can see parts of the circuit, like look here, it looks dry in certain parts, but
it's
there's a little bit wet.
It's very greasy.
Absolutely deceiving how dry it actually is. It's actually still quite greasy. It's very wet offline. You can see the evidence there from a few drivers that have gone off to the sides of the circuit. You can see even just around the edges of the circuit, it's still very, very wet. So you'd be very much mistaken if you didn't treat these conditions with some respect. There's Reynolds in the 78. He's made some great progress from the rear of the grid. He's now up to position 9. So starting 24th, he has made light work of the field, but it gets a little bit tougher from here, I think. And the longer this goes on under safety car, he's going to be anxious to get going. He wants to pick up some of those points. He needs to probably get another couple of positions. He'll be targeting somewhere, I would say, around Andre Kieran, Ash Whittington. If he could get to there by the end of the race, maybe in front of those guys, I think he will be pretty happy with his morning's work.
There's been a lot of drivers towards the front of the grid that had lost out during the start of the race, notably Malachi Windsor and Grant Kelly, who have fallen outside the top 10 after starting 4th for Malachi. Yeah, that massive spin on the exit of turn 4, and Grant Kelly also running off at turn 1. Grant's running in 13th position in car 93 there, the Stinger, and further down the order is the recovering Malachi Windsor.
Look at them using the outside line here as well. Typically the karting line, they call that. They're trying to avoid any water that may have pooled toward the inside of that curb at turn 9. Just trying to keep their powder dry here for a little bit. And just avoiding all those curbs. That's the big key thing in conditions like this. You don't want to get too far up on these curbs. They will be quite slippery. There's some elevated curbs, there's some flat curbs, but there's also the nature of these ripple strip curbs. They literally hold some of the water in them, so you don't want to spend too much time using them up because they will spin you around at a moment's notice.
Lights are out on the safety car, so car 50 of Simon Pace from Queensland has control over the field from Ashley Clifford. he has seen a green flag, so he's put the right foot to the firewall, and he has bolted, and he's opened up a couple of car links there over Clifford. Under attack there from Purvis, who was still weaving when the safety car lights went out, so perhaps something race control might look at later. He's actually going to go for a move here down the inside of the 17 at turn 1, a little earlier on the brakes though, and thinks better of that.
Yeah, I think they've realised now that it's too tricky to go too hard too early into turn number 1, so bide your time. That's a great exit from Blake Purvis. That's very, very good driving. Just waited, got the car nice and square out of turn number 2, put the foot down a little bit earlier than Clifford did, and he was able to drive on by at turn number 3. So that's position number 2 for the youngster, and his first year in the Joust Raceway, number 6, and he now tries to set off after the number 50 of Simon Pace. That'll be interesting to see whether he's got anything for the much more experienced New South Welshman.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job there is Blake in position number 2 now, fighting the wheel.
Here comes Quiddington down the inside. He had a little bit of a half-hearted look at the 35 of Kinsella. Wasn't close enough to make a move there. Round the Gumtree section we go. Kinsella right glued to the gearbox here of the number 17 of Clifford. He is under some heat though from the 12 of Ash Quiddington, who himself is in front of his title rival in the Victorian Trophy Tour Championship, Andre Kieran.
Blake Purvis absolutely using his karting experience to run around the outside of the circuit, predominantly staying off the apexes where there is slightly less grip in these wetter conditions. Of course, the rubber lying on the outside of the circuit gives you a little bit more grip in these wet, greasy conditions that the drivers are finding pretty challenging this morning. It's not raining at the moment, but it has left the track in some pretty tricky, greasy conditions, like you can see there on the exit curve, flicking up a lot of spray there.
It's the white lines that are holding the water. They're not going onto the curb, but it's that painted white line that's still very, very slippery, so you be very careful when you apply the power. It's a similar situation to places like Phillip Island, where it gets very, very wet offline, and if you start to get on those painted white lines and put too much power down, it does inevitably turn the car around. Pace with a healthy advantage at the moment, 3.4 seconds last time around. Where's Daniel Reynolds in all of this? Here he is, looking at the back of the number 30 of Nathan Jones. He'll probably slip on by here down to turn number 4. No, thinks better of it. Could see all that water on the inside there at the curb, and very, very wisely thought better of it. I think the move might be coming at turn number 7. Through this big, long technical corner, this multi-apex corner. Got to tuck it down technically. Oh, bit of a moment for Jones there.
Spin up Purvis and Kieran.
Yep, there's something that's gone on just ahead of here. And yes, Kieran off the road at turn number 7, waiting for a gap to try and feed back off behind Grant Kelly.
And another car off in the background there, so it's all going on, just trying to see if that was Blake Purvis that has spun, and I believe it has, because Clifford in car 17 has gone through to position number 2. Just behind him there is the 12.
Yeah, he has. So there you go. So Purvis must have had a moment, and then Kieran followed in sympathy, waiting to see where the number 6 happens to be. That elevates Clifford up to P2. After yesterday's results were changed overnight this morning, he believes that was his first podium finish in about 2 years or so, going all the way back to Sandown in 2024, so he was very happy with that. He could actually now get a podium potentially on his own merit here if he can hang on to either P2 or P3, but he's going to be under some serious heat now down the front straight from the number 12, Ash Quiddington, who is really making hay while his title rival is down for the count further down the order, slipping down the order on the timing on your left-hand side of the screen there, as you can see, now down to position number 10 as the times continue to tumble for him. There goes the number 12. He gets through. Reynolds is making a little bit of progress here. He's still tucked up behind Jones, though. Kinsella looking left, looking right, no way through. And Hamilton's now on his gearbox as well. There's Purvis, who you said had that spin there. And Reynolds has not been able to find a way past Jones, so that surprises me.
Yeah, it's surprising that he hasn't been able to claw through any more positions after starting off the rear of the field. In fact, position 24. He's made his way up to 9th. Grant Kelly, that's Jason Kay in car 81, just ahead of that group.
Certainly is. So Clifford down to P3, Quiddington up to P2 at the start of this lap. Kinsella has got the lead at the moment in the point standings for the Australian Series, but he is going to lose a little bit of that advantage as they stand right now position-wise. It'll be very, very close. The point scheme is very, very different. You get 100 points if you attempt qualifying, which of course every driver bar one did yesterday, and then the point score was actually updated this year compared to last year for the Australian Series to cater for a better split when it comes to more than 3 races in a round, because sometimes there are 4 or 5 races. The typical 3-race round, you get now 150 points for a win. You get a maximum 150, 40
that was
points.
brewing.
That was brewing.
Watch out for the rejoin.
Right there. Thankfully, the soft, soggy infield has been able to arrest those cars. A bit difficult to see from that angle what was going on, but all we do know is there was some contact between Kinsella and the 17 of Clifford on the run between turn 10 and turn 11. You're right. Michael was probably going to look to get a little bit of overlap there and maybe force a move at some point, but it's a bit difficult to see from that angle who was really responsible for the contact.
Yep, hard to tell, and we'll definitely leave that up to the stewards. Here comes Brock Hamilton trying to go around the outside of Whittington. This is for
Position
the second
2
spot on the podium, and he's going to try and go the long way around. That's going to put him on the slippery painted curb, and that's a no-go around the exit of turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, that was always going to be a brave decision to go right around the outside there of the number 12 and turn 3 and 4, because you're right, you have to run out onto that ripple strip, so you're taking a huge risk in the wet because it holds all the water. What about down the inside here at turn number 7? Covered. Whittington realised that was an opportunity that he needed to head off quickly, and he did. Switch back though. Hamilton got a little bit of overlap here. Can he go the long way around at the Gumtree and be in position to take the spot at turn number 9? Again, a brave move sideways for the number 11. Unfortunately, that little sideways moment just cost him having the nose of the Sabre 02 up alongside the number 12.
Super race from both these boys. Whittington started out of position number 7. Brock Hamilton out of position number 11. So both made their way through the field, and they're on the podium as it stands. At the front, though, it is Simon Pace with a 10-second margin, just in control of this race.
Yeah, he's unchallenged at the moment. He's not even in the shot. He's actually well and truly onto the front straight. We believe the checkered flag is waving, and it is. There he goes. So Simon Pace with a victory. So 2 wins to New South Wales this weekend. There's Malachi Windsor, who'd come into pit lane and rejoined. And Hamilton, he's got the job done. Unsighted, we were busy looking at Simon Pace. Hamilton has got the chocolates over Whittington at the last 2 corners.
Purvis got back to position number 4 there. Clifford in 5th. Jason Kay and the nose cone off of car number 1 there of Andre Curran.
Andre Curran came across the line with a nose hanging off as well. So that's a bit of a surprise. So that may have been a result of being off the road up there at turn number 7. So that'll be an interesting story to see what happened there as they're all coming across the line. So healthy victory for Pace. Blake Purvis managing to get back to 4th after that off-track moment. Clifford down to 5th. Jason Kay be very happy with that result in 6th place there. Michael Kinsella in 7th after a very, very spirited battle there in that top 3 or 4 positions for most of the race, but just that contact with Ash Clifford sending him down the order. Nathan Jones has held off Daniel Reynolds. That's a great drive from him. A very inexperienced first season campaigner for him to hold off the much more seasoned Daniel Reynolds there for 8th and 9th. And then Cam Bell, he's actually driven very well from the back of the grid. He was down in 19th. He's managed to get back inside the top 10 after we saw him with that nose cone damage yesterday afternoon.
So confirmation of your results on screen there. Simon Pace with a commanding 12.5 second victory over Brock Hamilton, who started just outside of the top 10. So a great drive from him. Also Ashley Whittington, Blake Purvis recovered to P4. Ashley Clifford rounding outside your top 5.
Over the page we go. You can see here Andre Curran, after being promisingly well and truly entrenched inside the top 5 or 6 spots, he's now come home in 11th place ahead of Grant Kelly there. Matt Harriott picked up 1 or 2 spots. David Temmie there in 14th. The other factory sabre car, Declan Collison, in 15th. Charlie Richardson lost a spot from where she started. She started 15th and finished there in 16th. Mick Fisher ahead of Darren Power. Matt Ganji in the 1200. Ken Morrison rounding out the 20. Mitch Whittington, I think he got going again after his car became beached in the gravel trap at turn number 3, and likewise Malachi Windsor, he got going again as well, but they were quite some considerable margin down on the rest of the field, and the other 3 either did not finish the race or did not take the start. Well, that is the second race of Formula V run and won for this, the third round of the Victorian Trophy Tour. We'll see them just before 2 o'clock this afternoon for the final race of the weekend. We're going to take a short break here because coming up next, it's a 25-minute plus 1 lap affair for the AU4 Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to round 3 of the Victorian Trophy Tour. This is round 1 also of the Motorsport Australia AU4 Championship. We are set to go for the second race of the weekend. It will be a 25-minute race plus 1 lap added on to the end of it. And there's a bit of tyre talk going into this, whether some cars are running a dry or a slick in these drying conditions. I'm joined alongside by series commentator Lindsay Muddle. Lindsay, welcome back to Sunday morning here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting race here, Tom, because we've got the potential for mixed tyres here at the moment, and this is going to create quite an interesting start to the race. We won't really know who's on slicks and who's on wets until we really get into the nitty-gritty of the race start, and it's going to mean such carnage and chaos potentially ahead of us.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to this one. We have the Gen 2 and the Gen 1 category. Of course, the Gen 1 car being the Miguel M114, constructed in 2014, powered by a Ford EcoBoost 1.6 litre turbo, making about 160 horsepower and only weighing 585 kilos, including driver. Then we go to the current generation car, the Tatus T421, built in 2021, first race in 2022, an engine inside that car is a Fiat Abarth 1.4 litre turbo, 172 horsepower. So a little bit more power under the right foot of these drivers, and they weigh an extra 15 kilos, so 600 kilos including driver. 350 of those cars have been produced around the world. So the dominant Formula 4 chassis in the world, a carbon fibre monocoque structure there.
Yeah, they are quite, well, they're really fast machines, as we've seen over this weekend, but now these drivers have got the challenge of tackling them in the rain, which is just a completely different story altogether. I think that a few of these drivers are really going to struggle. I mean, you've got, say, the likes of Lewis Scott, who got P2 in Gen 1 last race yesterday. He has never driven in the in AU4 before, as we've got cars going into the pit lane now.
Some have made it to the grid, some have elected to go to the pit lane. I wonder if these guys going to the pit lane are rolling around on wets and they've thought better of that and want to move to a dry compound. We have a drying line on the circuit, as you can see there, and that is by far the trickiest conditions to drive a race car in, because if you step outside of those tram tracks, you are going to go off in a big way with the proximity of the wall here, close at turn number 2, a very tricky section of the course. A few more cars rolling back out onto the track. It's a bit hard to see from this camera angle. That's a wet tyre definitely on that car that just rolled past. I think that's one of the FR4 cars there. Yeah, definitely wet tyres there on the Tim Macro cars as they roll past our commentary box window here on the exit of turn number 2. So the track being declared wet, I believe, means you have to start on a wet tyre for this race.
Yeah, I'm under the same understanding as well, but I think that this is just drivers taking a second out lap. I don't think anyone changed tyres, but they are allowed to go through the pit lane to take a second out lap, which would explain the drivers coming through the pit lane to go around the grid, because at the moment we've got cars forming up on the grid getting ready to go, and some drivers will just want to get a better feel for the circuit. You can see Diago Stewart's on wets, Brock Burton's on wets, and Angus Bales all on wets. So that's 3 Tim Macro cars. Anton's due as well, and that is Jack Culver on wet tyres as well in the Gen 1 class. So I think that most drivers are going to be on wets, as we know they should have to be.
This extra reconnaissance lap also helps to build a little bit of tyre temperature and brake temperature. When you heat the brakes up, it heats the carcass of the tyre, which ultimately gives you more temperature and more grip. It will also raise the pressures, so that'll be something that the teams will be checking when they form back up onto the grid. They'll be dropping those pressures, I assume, down to the minimum, the wet tyre compound pressure there, which would be probably around 20 psi. We can only speculate what they run in the wet. I know it's around 20 psi on their dry compound tyres, so that's something for the teams to focus on. Perhaps a little bit more wing angle for this race and a softer rear bar to help the rear of the car squat on corner exit and put that power back down to the road. Just having a look here at car 66. This is one of the Gen 1 cars. That's Lewis Gotch. And he is piloting one of the AGI Sport cars there.
Yep, so now they'll be coming up to the grid, and we'll see the cars getting positioned in their grid spots ahead of the formation lap. So this is now where the pressure rises for these drivers. Everybody's going through their last second checks, making sure the cars are all good, making sure they know what they're doing ahead of the race, and then we'll be underway for racing action. So this is going to be just a bit of a build-up now. They're on the grid. They're getting ready more than just in a mental way. As I said, they've got to get the cars all prepared, and then, yeah, it's go time. I think there's a few tyres out there at the front of the grid, so I'm not sure what that's about. I can't see what they're doing with them.
Perhaps just getting them ready if there is a slight change of rules here where they are able to start on a dry, but no, those teams pulling those tyres away. So we believe every car out there is starting on a wet with a drying line. So that means at some point during the race, they're either going to be hoping for a rain shower to help cool these tyres down, or they'll be driving down the part of the tracks which are still wet. You're pointing at the screen here, Lindsay. What have you seen on your pole sitter's car?
It looks like Jensen's on dries. I don't know if it looks like that to you. I can't see grooves.
I think you're right there, and we're having a look back at the second row there, or sorry, the second place car there of Marco Manson. He's definitely on a wet tyre compound, as well as Boris Lizen there, all the way from Poland, of course, racing here. First time in Australia. He is a Spanish Formula 4 sprint race winner, so a little bit of international flavour here, as well as Marco Manson. Sorry, Marco Manson starting off position number 2 there. So, yeah, a little bit of international flavour with some New Zealanders here and a Polish driver for the first round of the Australian Formula 4 Championship here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Yeah, and it's good to see such variety around the grid, as now they've been given the buzzer, the horn, and now all the engineers and mechanics will be making their way back over the pit wall and off of the grid so the formation lap can get underway. So it all starts to rise now. And you saw yesterday's race. If you had to make a prediction, who do you think is going to do really well here?
Well, I saw Jensen Merrill pretty much control all of the race yesterday. Marco Manson was able to be within that sort of second range, but it didn't seem like he had that extra go to run with your race leader of Jensen Merrill. So I'd say it's all Jensen Merrill's to lose at the moment, albeit he is on that slick compound. So that's going to be pretty tricky to fire those tyres up in these cooler conditions. He'll be absolutely scrubbing those tyres on the formation lap, which we are about to set off on in any moment. Marco Manson will also be trying to get his tyres fired up for that all-important run down to turn 1 in just a few moments' time. So I think it is Jensen Merrill's. He'd be the form guide for this race for sure.
Yeah, 100%, but a driver I don't want to count out is Boris Lizen, because he started at the back of the grid and then went even further back after going off at turn 3 yesterday during race 1, and then he managed to find himself finishing in 3rd position. And he's also a driver that we know is coming over from F4 Spain, and specifically as well the Formula Winter Series had almost every single race in that competition be a wet race. So he has so much wet driving seat time in a Formula 4 car, and you just can't discredit that experience in the slightest. It is such a major factor.
Absolutely. Experience will come to the forefront here for the second race of Formula 4. We did see him run off at turn 3 and had quite a nasty moment over the exit curb where the car got airborne through the gravel truck. He was able to rallycross style it out on the exit or entry of turn number 4 and recovered back to an impressive P3 there. So, of course, still learning this track, being an international driver, where these guys like Jensen Merrill and Marco Manson might have a little bit more experience on the simulator as well as real life. We were here Thursday for a test day where the drivers, I believe, got almost 6 hours of running time plus some practice starts at the end of the day, and then we had 3 sessions Friday, I believe. Yeah, 3 practice sessions, 2 30-minute encounters and a 15-minute session in the Arvo. So plenty of track time so far for these young and upcoming drivers in Formula 4.
Yeah, 100%, as now they have the 30-second warning before they get underway for the formation lap. So the timer is ticking and they'll be underway soon. But yeah, there's a lot to think about. Another thing is the race start. All of these drivers did their practice starts in the dry conditions. They did their starts yesterday in dry conditions, and now they have to get used to the fact that the track will not be as grippy. So we might see a couple of cars really wheel spin off the line, and maybe a couple of cars will bog down as well. It's just all factors to consider in this race. It is going to be so critical as the formation lap now gets underway.
So starting these cars will be just like driving it away from the traffic lights down here at Benalla after picking up your coffee early morning at McDonald's, and they'll be looking to get as little wheel spin as possible. This practice start for the formation lap will give them a little bit of a guide as to how much clutch and throttle input they will need. So here's a confirmation of your starting order for this race. It'll be Jensen Merrill starting from pole position in car 31, who dominated yesterday from Marco Manson. The international drive there of Boris Lizen lines out of position number 6, and then we move to Angus Bayliss in position number 4.
Yep, and then we have Brock Burton in 10th, Lana Flack in 11th, Diago Stewart in... Oh, sorry, these are all the positions are out because it's staggered. Then you have Diago Stewart, Kobe Wilson off of pole for the Gen 1s, Lewis Gottschalk of second for the Gen 1s, Rugby Mangan, Anton Du starting right in the thick of it in the Gen 2 car. Then Will Beck, Jackson Culver, Matteo Kazaglis and Martin Dudley rounds out the back.
Turning over the page there to Xavier Babbage Hockey, who had an incident down at turn number 10, almost found the outside wall there onto the back straight. There was a collision between he and another driver, and then rounding out the field there, I think that was Lucas Casolo in one of the Generation 2 Tatuses there, as the field cycles through up the top end of the circuit. Having a look here at turn 8 and the entry to turn 9. Turn 9 was a key point in yesterday's race. We were noticing a lot of drivers taking a different line. They were almost sort of, in a speedway term, diamonding the corner off, where they'd run high on the entry and shallow on the exit to avoid a nasty bump in the centre of the corner, which can unsettle the car. And it's a pretty critical exit, albeit not too long of a straight between turn 9 and 10, where you can set up a move ultimately into turn 10 or into turn 11, the penultimate corner. So it's a key traction zone around this short Winton Motor Raceway circuit, and a tricky corner to navigate there. Having a look at Anton Du, car 88, one of the Tim Macro cars. He's through the final corner, and we will be looking to take up his grid spot here shortly.
Yep, so they will now be gridding up very, very quickly, and then hoping that the temperature doesn't drop out of their tyres as they get ready to go racing. So you can see the final few cars. There is Dudley making his way out of the final corner as they'll get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend in the 2026 AU4 Championship. So everybody is gridded up now. It'll be Jensen Marold off of pole, and then Marco Manson, Boris Lizen then in behind that. So as they get ready to go racing, the 5 red lights have illuminated here in Winton Motor Raceway. And Jensen Marold has stalled off of the line. Race 1's winner has not gotten off the line. He stalled here in the wet conditions, and that is an absolute game changer here in the Gen 2 category, as now we have Marco Manson on the inside at turn 1 as they go racing. Angus Bales was able to move up as well. He's on the slide as they head out of turn 2. That's Diago Stewart as well on the slide. Xavier Babbage Hockey is now on the outside of Diago Stewart as they head in towards turn 3. Can't get it done. Here comes Kobe Wilson side by side with Culver as well. Now they head in towards turn 4. This is going to be really tricky between these two cars. They go back in single file. They could not hold 2 by 2 through that section of the racetrack with a slippery surface, and now they'll be head down here through the middle sector of the circuit. This is going to be critical. Bales on the slide, and that looks like Lana Flax on the inside of Luca Casolo as they head through turn 7, and he's been shoved out. Lana gets the move. Boris says thank you very much as well. Moves up past Luca Casolo, takes that place. Now he'll be on the back of his teammate here with Lana Flax. So a great start from Boris as he'll continue his charge up the grid.
Good move from the pair of F4 racing cars there of Lana Flack and the international driver of Boris Lizen. An absolutely appalling start there from your pole sitter, Jensen Marold. He'll be absolutely kicking himself. He's fallen all the way to the back of the field, but that car is on a slick tyre. So watch for that car crawling back through the order. Here's the battle for the race lead in the Gen 2 category.
So this is Kobe on the inside, and that is Culver on the outside. He slots back in behind, but this battle far from over. These two were not able to squabble on the track yesterday, but now Jack has been back with a vengeance And in the paddock, there's been a lot of talk about his wet weather ability, and Jack is really putting it to work. Kobe forced defensive as they head in towards turn 1. Kobe on the inside line. Will he be able to hold it now? Jack trying it around the outside, can't do it, but now he cuts out. Now gets a better exit as well. He cuts back underneath as they run towards turn 3. So here we go. Will they go? Oh, that is Kazaglis off the circuit. He's off into the grass.
An error out of the final corner, perhaps just putting the throttle down too early. Here is your pole sitter, though, in the Gen 2 class of Jensen Merrill, carving his way through the Gen 2 field there. So he will be looking to get through these guys as quickly as possible. A safety car would help Jensen massively to regain those that time lost to the head of the field there. Marco Manson still leading from Angus Bayliss, Burton and Laura Flack running in position number 4.
Yeah, as now we look at Rugby Mangan, who has Lewis Gotch behind him. So this is going to be a critical stage of just needing to keep his head down, as Jensen and Marrold also needs to keep his head down as he makes his way around the circuit. Will Beck is the next car in front of him in 11th overall, so he'll need to make quick work of Will Beck if he wants to continue his charge. He's almost got a Boris Lizen style drive from yesterday, where Boris was up the back and had to make his way through. So a lot of recovery drives. They seem to be the theme here in round 1 of the championship, as we look at Lana Flack on the slide on the exit curve, as Boris closing in to his teammate at the moment as they head towards turn 1. It could be close, but I don't think he'll go for it quite yet. It looks just a little bit far back.
Tight racing at the front of the group here. The top 6 separated by absolutely nothing through turn number 2. They go. Flack looking at the back of the Fitness First Tim Macro car there of Brock Burton, who's made a great start up to P3 after starting in position number 6. She's also got to watch her mirror here and be a little bit careful, as Boris Lizen is right on the gearbox of that F4 Racing Tatus Formula 4 car through turn number 5 and 6. This is where he can set up a move. Does he send it down the inside of his teammate? Job's done there for Boris Lizen. Good move.
Yeah, great move from Boris. Just shades of what we saw yesterday when he was on the hunt, and now he's on the back of Brock Burton, who we saw him overtake yesterday. And here we go. He's going quickly. Oh no, he's got tangled up with Brock Burton. They've collided. They managed to keep going, but a bit of a poor moment there. He just locked up into the side of Burton, and that was really, really poor. Just poor judgment. I think a bit of a lock-up involved in that as well, as now we see Lana Flack on the inside of Brock Burton as they head through turn 10. And oh, Brock's off again. Here comes Luca Casolo underneath both of them, and I think he's been able to get that done. Casolo does get it done past 3 cars in just a couple of corners as they all swabble. Lana now forced to stare at the back of Casolo's AGI Sport car. Lizard was able to get past Brock after he went sliding off, but just absolute scenes here with 17 minutes to go.
It's absolutely all going on here for the battle for the final podium spot. That is the move that Lizen tried on car 30 there of Brock Burton, but couldn't quite get that job done. That is one of the key spots we were talking about, where drivers try and open their run up onto the short back straight out of turn number 9. There's just a little bit of a clumsy error there, but it looks to me that the cars are actually straight, which is quite remarkable for an open wheel car to bounce off each other like that.
Yeah, it was surprisingly light contact. I mean, they kind of just blended into each other and then got off. I imagine there's probably a bit of floor damage on Brock Burton's car, but you can only speculate, of course, until post-race. And Boris still on the charge. He did get past Lana Flack, and now he's staring at the back of Luca Casolo, so he's making quick work of any sort of mistakes he's making. We saw that yesterday when he made his charge through. He made a mistake on the outside of Diago and then just quickly cut back. He's a very resilient driver, as we've been seeing over the course of race 1 and now race 2, as we look at Will Beck as well. There's Jensen Marrold closing up to the back. Jensen just driving pretty safely, it seems, at the moment, as they close up to the back of a few of the Gen 1 cars. That is Jack Culver that Will Beck's on the inside, so that's P2 in the Gen 1 category they're having to overtake. Then Kobe will be just up the road. They've just gotten a little bit caught up there wide on the exit was Culver, as Will Beck will now go past. Here comes Jensen Marrold as well, not wanting to lose any time to Will Beck, and he'll sweep through at the penultimate corner of the circuit, and that is move done, and he's right on the back of Will Beck now.
Just having a look at the timing screen here, there doesn't seem to be a huge game between a slick and a wet tyre compound. If anything, I think the wet tyre is performing slightly better at the early stages of the race. Jensen Marrold last time by, setting at 27.9, and the car in position number 4 of Boris Lizen, the international driver from Poland. He's set at 1 minute 27.3, but here is a move from Jensen Merrill on car 28. They've got a little bit of a slower car to navigate there, but job done for Merrill. He is inside the top 10 in the Gen 2 class.
Yeah, he is the current championship leader, so he won't want to have any sort of damage coming into the race 3 in his championship lead, because holding it is going to be so important over the course of these 5 rounds. But you just want to, it's a good note to go out with the championship lead out of the first round. It gives you a bit of confidence, so that'll be what he's looking to do, just claim more points. As you can see, Boris Lizen closing up to the back of Casolo at the moment as they make their way around the circuit. But yeah, we've seen a lot of good racing so far, and now they're settling into the rhythm. The track is slippery, so now they're understanding where the grip is, and they'll continue to just lap around and see what they can do.
Just noticing the behaviour there of Boris Lizen's car as it tended to slide on the entry to corner number 9 off the road there. I believe that is Beck.
I think it's Diago Stewart who went off the circuit there, actually, as that was Jensen Marald. Yeah, it was Marald getting past, because that is Beck behind Jensen at the moment. It was one of the Tim Macro cars that was overtaken and off the circuit by the both of them, so he's dropped back behind Kobe Wilson. Yeah, it was Diago Stewart there, as you can see it reflected on the timing tower. So just a small mistake, really easy to do. Turn 10 has been a bit of a talking point between the drivers over the course of the day. I've even seen some entertaining conversations about turn 10, because it is just so slick for these F4 cars at the moment.
Yep, an over 90-degree corner there for these cars to navigate onto the back straight. The critical exit out of turn 10 can set up a move into turn 11, which is even harder in these conditions as you want to stay on the dry line and minimise the lack of traction in the wet parts of the circuit. So here's a move from Jensen Marald over car 28. Job done at turn 3. We saw this live a few moments ago, so he was able to get past the also recovering William Beck, who ran off in yesterday's race. Here is car 40 of Lana Flack. She is trying to apply the pressure. She's 1.7 seconds last time behind Angus Bayliss there, running in position number 4. Big move up the inside, though, from car 90. This is the battle for the race lead, I believe. So a big change here as Solo goes through there on Manson.
Yep, so critical move there for Luca Casolo as he moves up into the race lead in the AGI Sport Machinery, but Marco Manson will not be far behind, and here comes Boris Lizen as well, just prowling in the background, closing up to the back of Marco Manson. So I tipped him before this race saying he's really good in the wet. He's done a lot of seat time in the wet. Now here he is arriving on the scene despite incident as well, so he is now on a charge. He wants to try and claim further places on the podium. He finished up 3rd yesterday. He'll want to go at least one better. He's on the hunt. He is absolutely right there.
Nicely done by the lap car to get out of the way and let the front 3 press on. A little bit of entry oversteer there for Marco Manson, hustling car number 69, the Manson Limited car there, run by Tim Macro Racing, doing a fantastic job here. And he's trying to hustle the back of Gasolo, not letting him get too far away, keep that pressure applied. Same can be said here from Lizen, the Polish driver. He is on the charge here, trying to go after Marco Manson for the 2nd spot on the podium.
Yeah, as now we cut back to Diago Stewart and Xavier Babichocki, who are currently jockeying over 11th and 12th position overall in this race. And Xavier, bit of an incident yesterday, and he's got a bit of an injured finger, actually. He had to go to the hospital after his crash with Will Beck, but he's back out there racing as there's a bit of action here, as this is Angus Bales side by side with Jensen Marald as they head through the final corner. That's Lana Flack just there as well in this fight as they make their way through the final 2 corners of the circuit. Now they're going to be drag racing down towards turn 1, so Bales forced to be on the defence here. Here comes Jensen Marald and Lana Flack as well as they head towards turn 1. Jensen showing the nose, can't quite do anything about it just yet though, and now as they head through the exit, what has he got here as they head up the hill towards turn 3? He is right on the back now of Angus Bales as they head into turn 3, late on the brakes. He's now in front. Angus trying to get the better exit, but Jensen Marald is now through, and here comes Lana Flack as well at turn 4. Oh, so close between the 2 of them, but managed to keep it out of each other. Great move there from Jensen Marald. Lana Flack tried it, just couldn't do anything though.
So Jensen Marald on the charge. He's up to position number 4, but it's a long way for him to get to Boris Lizen. At the back of this group here is car 28 there, I believe, of Will Beck. He is another guy on a slick compound tyre. So 2 cars that we can confirm on a slick starting this race, and these guys are making their way through the field trying to get past Lana Flack there, who's on the back of Angus Bayliss. Angus also races in a Formula Ford up in Queensland, so doing a lot of miles this year in his early racing career. Out of turn number 10 we go onto the back straight. There is the slick tyre compound car of Will Beck applying the power. Can he go for a move into the penultimate corner? That's going to be a no. Bayliss pulls it up nicely, but Will Beck will have to find another way through. We have 9 minutes remaining on the clock, so still plenty of time for these guys to catch up to the top 3.
Yeah, and the slick tyre seems to be the vastly superior tyre at the moment. I mean, look at Jensen Marald. He's gapped Will Beck 5.4 seconds since getting the move done on Angus Bales, and you could see Will as well just drove past Lana Flack on the exit of turn 10 and then drove off of turn 12 as well and got the move done quite comfortably on Angus Bales. And now Bales and Flack will be heading toe-to-toe towards turn 4, just in a little bit of a fight here, but not side by side at the moment. But yeah, really close stuff, really interesting stuff to see how the dries have sort of gotten better over the course of this race distance. And Luca Casolo as well, leading by 5.7 seconds. Is he on a slick?
Not sure if Luca Casolo is on a slick. Big moment there from Bayliss as the car swaps ends on him into turn number 7. An incredibly tricky corner as the car is shifting weight from a double right-hander there, and he's hustling this car to try and not let Lana Flack past him here. This is the battle for position number 6, and last time by I noticed Lana Flack driving down the far left-hand side, the right-hand side if you look at it on shot, just trying to cool down these wet tyres, trying not to let them overheat. You want as little tyre temperature. You don't want to exceed the tyre temperature too much with these wet compounds. They can overheat pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that is why we'll see the extra chopping and changing and sliding.
Lots of understeer there as well.
Yeah,
from these two.
Yeah, a lot of understeering as well. As now we look at Marco Manson and Boris.
Speaking of understeer,
really close. Speaking of understeer, as you say, here's Jensen Marald absolutely flying at the moment on the back of Boris Lizen as they head through turn 3. Absolutely fantastic pace from Jensen to be up the back of them already, and Boris a little bit wide off of turn 4 as well. Will Jensen go for the move through the sweeper?
That's
surely
a risky
not.
spot.
He's showing the nose, but he can't quite get there. Really risky, but Boris is sliding all over the place. He's having a big struggle at the moment. He is on the wet tyre, so that's what we're seeing. The dry tyres have come into their own, and now he's absolutely flying as they head through turn 8. The dry tyres are absolutely so grippy in this track state as now they head in towards turn 9. Marald on the inside of Boris Lizen is going to get the move done. Now he has Marco Manson in front of him, but fantastic driving from Jensen Marald.
Super move from Jensen Marald to go around the outside of turn number 8. Here is a replay. That's a huge off there. I think that's Lana Flack who's toured the turn 1 exit road there, and she's dropped a position there in that battle with Bayliss there. But back on shot, having a look at Marco Manson. These guys on the wet tyres are absolutely struggling to keep them underneath them, and that's just going to mean Jensen Marald can drive by. He's up to position number 2 already.
Yeah, and you've got to imagine that AGI Sport must have put a lot of their cars on the dry tyres, because that would explain why Luca Casolo is so fast. We can only speculate if we'll find out post-race as well, but Jensen Marald, unless he does that same sort of closing to Luca Casolo, you've got to imagine that is the case, because Casolo got by, but he was with them. He was the same pace as them at the start, and then the track started to dry more and he started to absolutely fly around. And yeah, he is on the slick tyre, so AGI Sport, with their 2 front-running cars, put the cars on slicks. They were similar pace at the start, and now they're just so fast.
Yep, they rolled the dice, and it has paid off. That's a big gamble in car racing when you want to start on a wet or a dry tyre. And these 2 guys at the front of the field, in fact, Jensen Marald's the only driver in the 1 minute 23 bracket. Just ahead of him, Casolo setting a 1 minute 24.5. That's his personal best of the race so far. A little wide moment there from Lana Flack as she gathers it up through turn number 7, hustling the back here of the Petronas cool drive car there of Angus Bales.
Yeah, and now Lana's really putting the pressure on as they come through this twisty section of the racetrack, and now they head out of the exit and towards turn 10. Lana seems to be just a little bit more comfortable in these conditions at this current moment compared to Angus Bales, but you just never know what's going on. Maybe Bales is just trying to cool his tyres back down so he can try and push again. That is something we'll see over the next 5.5 minutes of this race, but at the moment Lana's putting on superb pressure for 6th position and just taking different lines. Angus is being forced to go so tight, just being a little bit defensive, and Lana is just using all of the racetrack, really opening up the exits, and that is putting Angus Bale under even more pressure.
A little bit of exit oversteer from Lana Flack as she hustles the back of the Petronas car just up ahead, and behind these guys, I believe that is car 30 there of Brock Burton, the Fitness First Tim Macro Motorsport car. Big wide moment there from Bales on the exit of 2. Does this give Lana Flack a sniff into turn number 3? The answer is no. She's having her own moment. A little bit of entry oversteer for car number 40 there.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the way they slide through turn 4 as well. These cars with the wet tyres are on the absolute raggedy edge at the moment. They have such little grip. They must be so overheated at this point with 4.5 minutes to go. They've been circulating for so long on these tyres, as here they go into the hairpin. Lana really opening up the corner compared to Angus, who's feeling all sorts of pressure at the moment. Surely a mistake is bound to creep in at the moment, as Lana's just putting on an absolutely offensive masterclass at the moment as they head in towards turn 9. And again, the line difference between these two drivers is so stark.
Yep, absolutely. It is a big difference between the line taken for these guys. Of course, opening your entry up does invite the car behind to potentially set a move into turn number 9, and if you can get that done, that would be a terrific job there for Lana Flack. She's trying to go around the outside into the penultimate corner, but Angus Bales is just doing everything right at the moment. I think a slight touch up there. No harm, no foul. Play on. Having a look back here at car 28 there of Will Beck, hustling the back of the Polish driver. Car 28, of course, on the slick. And the Polish driver just ahead there of Boris Lizen on the wet. Probably those tyres crying for help at this point of the race.
Yeah, and I think that this battle will resume for the next 3.5 minutes as well. I think it won't end because Boris is really putting on the defensive anchors at the moment, but Will Beck putting all sorts of pressure as they head in towards turn 7. So these are the things that have to be considered over the next 3 minutes, because Boris won't want to over-defend, because that's how you end up in an incident, especially against a car that has the grippier compounded tyre, and you can see the grip advantage that the slick has as Jensen Merrill pumps in at 1 minute 22.3, absolutely flying at the moment, as here comes Will Beck on the outside line as they head in towards turn 10 here. Boris Lizen just on the defence. He's able to hold on. Will Beck drive through on the exit like we saw him do against Lana? No, not quite so. Boris getting good exits off the corners despite the lack of grip, as Marrold absolutely flying. That gap between the leaders has dropped from 12 seconds to 3.6, as here's Will Beck on the inside. There's Anton as well, so they've got a bit of lap traffic to be communicating around, and that is now Will Beck ahead of Boris Lizen with a little bit of traffic. Anton Du just in the wrong place at the wrong time for these two cars. Well, depending if you're Will Beck, it's probably the right time.
So let's see if Will Beck can get to the back of car 69 just up the road. Marco Manson there, currently running on the final podium spot, and you can see Lizen just doing anything he can to get some some standing water into those tyres to help cool them down. The car sliding through turn number 4, right on the edge of grip there. Those Hankook wet tyres absolutely crying out through the long loaded left-hander of turn number 5. But you touched on that gap at the lead. It is coming down in a quick way.
Yeah, it really is, and I'm excited to see how the end of this race goes. If Marrold can keep up that pace, it all depends on his tyres. As here's Will Beck on the outside of Marco Manson. Now he cuts back underneath, takes the outside line through turn 9, and he's driving around the hairpin with so much more grip than Marco Manson as they go dragging now towards turn 10. Who's going to be last on the break? Surely it's got to be Will Beck, but he waits behind at the moment, as here's a bit of a replay from earlier on. So this is Angus Bales with Lana Flack. Oh, that was just when he got on the slide out of turn 2 and nearly found the wall on the outside. And that's Brock Burton off the circuit. He's rejoined back onto the track with cars just behind him. That's Kobe Wilson and Jack Culver just close together at the moment. But yeah, really, really close stuff there, and an excursion off the circuit for Brock Burton, as there's Xavier as well, making his way past Martin Dudley through the final couple of corners. But yeah, really close stuff here. 54 seconds left on the clock. The lead gap, 1.6 seconds. And Manson and Beck close together as well, as this is Casolo and Marrow now for the race lead. And Jensen Marrow has gotten the move done, and that is sensational pace. And he's come from absolutely nowhere, stalling off the line. Now he's in the lead of the race. That is sublime driving from Jensen Marrow.
Absolutely well done from Jensen Marrow. He stalled at the start, went all the way back to P last, and he's clawed his way through the field on a slick tyre, gotten past his teammate there of Lucas Casolo, and now he's got clean air ahead of him. The ultimate dream for a driver here on a slick tyre. He's pumping in quick lap time after quick lap time. The fastest lap, of course, being set by Jensen at 22.1. The next fastest driver in the field at 24.4. That's Will Beck in position number 4 at the moment. So, yep, a dominant performance there from Jensen Marrow in car 31. He'd be absolutely ecstatic. He's got probably 2 more laps to navigate here as the clock's just ticked down to 0. So as long as he can keep it on the island, he should be all good from here. Marco Manson's having to defend here from another driver on a slick tyre. That is Will Beck, and these guys are battling for the final podium position. I'm actually surprised Marco's been able to fend off Will for this long, but Will's got a great exit onto the start-finish straight. Does he have an overlap where he can position himself on the outside of turn number 1? That's going to be a tricky move to pull off. Does he send it round the outside? Thinks better of it. Manson drives it in deep, but that's going to compromise his run through 2. And Will Beck will drive down the inside into turn number 3. These guys side by side. I think Will Beck's got this move done.
Yeah, I think he has there. Great move. He just set it up. He backed off. Marco Manson went too deep in. And I think Will knew that he was going to do that, trying to defend so hard, and then cut underneath it too. Got a great exit. Simply done there. Just absolutely textbook driving from Will Beck, currently in 4th position with now ahead of Marco Manson. Casolo up the road, but there's not a lot of time, so you would imagine that that's not going to come to fruition. As here is Jensen Marrow as he makes his way through the final corner. Last lap board's now being shown, so he has 1 more lap to get around this circuit, and then he'll be victorious. He's just got to drive it home.
Absolutely, he does. Car 31 in control here. Jensen Marrow almost setting another fastest lap last time by, so he's absolutely in the groove here in the AGI Sport car. Position number 2 so far, going the way of Lucas Casolo. Almost wide moment there on the exit of turn number 2, but the 2 AGI Sport cars absolutely taking control of the race. Manson just hanging on here, it seems, last time round on the timing loop, but I think Will Beck has definitely got that move done.
Yeah, I think so. As Jensen Marrow now just has a victory lap remaining as he heads through turn 7. So Luca Casolo and Jensen Marrow will be very happy with themselves, but this man especially, as he makes his way through turn 9, he's only got a couple of corners left. He won yesterday in a very, very nicely mannered fashion, and now he stalled off the grid. It looked like a comeback charge was going to be really, really difficult for Jensen Marrow, but he made it work anyway. Gambled with the dry compound tyres, quickly cut his way through the field with absolutely sensational racecraft, and he's proving why. He went 12 for 12 last year in the Gen 1s. He's 13 for 13 after race 1. Now he makes his way out of the final corner to make it 14 for 14 here for Jensen Marrow as he crosses the line to win in race 2 from the back of the grid.
Absolutely fantastic job there from Jensen Marrow. Same can be said from Lucas Casolo. Luca Casolo there coming home in position number 2 after starting 4th on the grid. Will Beck got that move done from Marco Manson there, and he will come home in position number 3. One of the Gen 1 cars there going wide at the penultimate corner there. So those guys will be coming across the line shortly. And having a look here, here is your race leader, Culver, in car number 12 for the Gen 1 category.
Yeah, so Jackson Culver, really good driver in the wet. There was a lot of Gen 1 talk about that around the garages, and he's now come out and proven that. He got past Kobe Wilson after a little bit of a scrap, and now he's just got a couple of corners to go before he takes the win. So Kobe took out race 1, but Jack Culver did get pole in quali 2 as well, so he was able to get pole for race 3, which we'll see later today. So we knew he had pace underneath him, but it just didn't work in race 1. Now, here in the wet conditions, he's been able to negotiate the tricky weather here in the Gen 1 category, and he makes his way through the final 2 corners now. He's done absolutely spectacularly here in the Gen 1s to top Kobe Wilson, to top Lewis Gotch to top Rugby Mangan. He rises to the top here, and he's going to cross the line to win in Gen 1s. A great drive by Jackson Culver to take the win in Gen 1s. That is absolutely stellar from him.
Yep, fantastic job there from Jackson Culver there. Started in position 2 in class there. Kobe Wilson coming across the line there to finish 2nd in class. So good job from the AGI Sport cars there. Of course, the AGI Sport, the only team running the older Gen 1 car this weekend. They have 6 of those Miguel's running this weekend, and here is a confirmation of your results. Jensen Merrill picking up the race win.
Yep, so Merrill takes out the top spot, then Luca Casolo just not able to hold on from Jensen Merrill's absolutely staggering pace. Then you have Will Beck rounding out the podium, a great drive from him with the slicks to get that done, making an AGI Sport 1, 2, 3. Then Marco Manson in the Tim Macro entry, Boris Lizen in 5th position, Lana Flack again with P6, absolutely great driving from her in these tricky conditions. Angus Bales gets home in 7th after a couple of close calls, especially on the exit of turn 2. Then Jackson Culver rounds out the Gen 1 win and P8 overall. Then Brock Burton, who we saw take an excursion off the racetrack earlier on in the race at turn 7, able to recover and hold on to P9. Then Kobe Wilson gets 10th overall and 2nd in the Gen 1 class.
Absolutely, Xavier Babbage Hockey there in position 11. That will be inside the top 10 in class there. Diago Stewart in 12th, Lewis Gotch, Rugby Mangan there, I think in position 4 for class. Anton Du going a lap down like we saw, Martin Dudley and Matteo Kazaglis. That result has put Jensen Merrill in the lead for the weekend. A comfortable margin from Jensen to Marco Manson there. So 52 points to Jensen Merrill and 30 points there to Marco Manson in car 69 for the moment. So that's been race 2 for AU4, their first round of the series, and that was a cracking race. It was a battle between the dry tyre and the wet tyre. Ultimately, the dry tyre coming out on top there with a Winton Motor Raceway, which is almost bone dry at this point, which we wouldn't have expected with the forecast today, sitting at a nice 20 degrees. Lindsay, thanks so much for calling race number 2 of AU4. We will be back a little bit later on for their final race of the weekend. Again, it will be a 25-minute plus 1 lap race, approximately at 2:15. So stay tuned to Blend Line TV for that. Up next, though, we will have the sports sedans, improved production, historic touring cars, Formula Ford, and then we do it all over again in the afternoon. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to Blend Line TV.
Welcome back trackside here. We've got a full day of racing here for the 2026 Trophy Tour Victoria. We are at round 3. We've had a ripping couple of opening rounds at Sandown. The Wolfchester Sandown Challenge went off with a bang. It was a great weekend in February to start off the Victorian motorsport season. We went out to Calder Park, historic Calder Park. The bumps are as historic as the venue is out there. Everyone had a ripping old time, and coming up to northeast Victoria here makes sense when you are the Trophy Tour Victoria to tour all the circuits that are available to go racing on. Here is our program. We've already done up to AU4. It's starting at 10:30. 11:10 is now, and that is the scheduled start time for the Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedans to make their way out on track. Very, very fortunate here this weekend to have a couple of national categories. Of course, AU4 starting their series here this weekend. They'll go to Sydney Motorsport Park at the end of this month, and their very tight calendar will all be done and dusted by September, I think it is. So they'll be having 5 rounds, pretty much all banked up on the back of each other. Sports Sedans for the National Series, first round as well. Brad Shields just streaming through turn number 1, and he is on wet tyres, whether he likes it or not. We've just had a brief shower sweep over the venue after the AU4 cars left the circuit, so that will certainly help Brad's state of mind. But as we've seen on track, there is a definitive dry line. Let me tell you, Brad will be praying for a whole lot more than just a sweeping shower across the venue. Let's have a look at the grid. There is certainly plenty more rain on the way. Thank you, Tom Reed, who's just showing me the radar as it is making its way across the Benalla region. Brad Shields won the race yesterday. He will start out of pole position in the 999. Joe said Fiat out of pole position. Stephen Lacey, the New South Wales racer, will take up position number 2. Had his first ever National Series pole yesterday, but couldn't make his way to the finish line first. Brad Shields had that absolutely covered off. Tim Leithhead, great to see the number 67 there as well. And Jeremy Davison, the first of the Victorians who absolutely took it at Calder at round 2 of Trophy Tour Victoria. Kevin Gilbert is next in the Mustang from New South Wales. Corey Gillett in the Nissan Silvia in position number 6 there. Dean Cam, the big Corvette. Big Mean Dean in the number 66. Can't wait to see what Dean has got to bring in these changing conditions. Simon Copping in the old supercar, loving his time here at Winton in car number 11. He's bringing that to us, and there goes Mike Rowell just off on the warm-up lap off the grid. Mike's a bit further down the grid. In fact, he's next out of position number 9. Nathan Baines, great to see Nathan pushing his way through the field here on a national weekend. A very strong Victorian-based racer. Glenn Pro is next out of position number 11. Jamie Marshall, Tegan Collins in the 4-litre Toyota V8 RX-7 in all black. Darden Brown into 14th spot in the old Gallant there as well. Daniel Nolan in the RX-7 from New South Wales. Aidan Munger, who broke 2 drive shafts when he got airborne at turn 1 yesterday, so he's back out there. Matt Sims in the white BMW. Hoping Matt's out there. I haven't seen the white BMW. Yes, thumbs up that he's out there. Damien Johnson, now he's travelled back down to Melbourne overnight for a new gearbox for that Tirana in the number 19. Great to see him there. And Nick Smith in that bright yellow RX-7. There he is, and I can see Matt Sims as well just coming down the straight. 2 warm-up laps, and the responsibility goes over to the very experienced Brad Shields. He's an experienced GT racer, radical racer, and here is Nick Smith.
Beautiful
Fantastic
car
to see this car back out on the track. It is an absolute weapon of a machine. It is a 4-cylinder turbocharged car. So fragile would be the way to describe it at the best of times. And Nick is in it for all the right reasons. A jockey-sized racer that just loves coming to the racetrack. His father, a very experienced sports sedaner. And Nick, you'll watch this car. You'll be able to see it in this dark sky. The bright yellow RX-7 will stand out like the proverbial. So we will be able to find him in the field. Just looking for that Matt Sims BMW. There's the V8 powered Subaru WRX bodied sports sedan. Nothing four-wheel drive about that. It is strictly mid-mounted V8 rear-wheel drive. Tegan Collins in that RX-7. Darden Brown, great to see Darden out there. Nolan, Munger, there's Matt Sims, definitely he's there. And Damien Johnson in the world's nicest Tirana.
Absolutely beautiful car there in one of those Marlboro throwback liveries. So if it is true that Brad Shields is on a wet tyre, he will be hoping this rain arrives at Winton Motor Raceway in a hurry, because If you look at the track there, it is bone dry, certainly on line, and you don't really want to go offline on a sports sedan, so he'll be hoping that the rain arrives very quickly. In that feat, we have a spinner on the warm-up lap car, 1:21 there down at turn number 10. That's Glenn Pro, and word that he has just pulled off to a stop there. So perhaps an aborted start coming our way, but we'll press on like we are about to take a start here for race 2 of the sports sedans.
Brad Shields has got everybody running at the pace that suits that 13B, and he will be just holding it off. He'll be high in the rev range and the wet tyres. He has to get on with it. Dean Cam just pops out. He wants some clean air to look down to the run down to turn 1. The rotary-powered RX Fiat, let's call it, for this one. Gets down into turn 1 the first time nicely. Dean Cam, he's in a bit of a hurry as well. He knows this track in any sort of condition. He's got a couple of New South Welshmen filling up the track in front of him. He looks to the inside on Corey Gillett. They swing through the corner, and there is Nick Smith. He'll be feeling his way around. Hasn't had any running here this weekend. Every time he's rolled out on track, he's had something else that he's needed to fix in the Ramsey RX-7 there, the Ramsey Surveyors, car number 69. Great to see Nick out on track, and he's got his 2 boys' names on the rear wing and the rear flanks of that car.
There's Matt Sims just on shot there, already making up a boatload of positions. He pops a late move down the inside of car 42, but thinks better of it, and then just up ahead is the ex-supercar there up the road of Simon Copping around the outside. Look at the grip there that the BMW has, just thundering past the 42 of Nathan Baines.
Nathan Baines now got the mirrors full of Nolan as well, and here comes Damien Johnson. It's a straight inline 6-cylinder. It's a Ford head on backwards on a Holden block. You want to make life difficult for yourself? There it is. You engineer how to do that.
How do you figure that out?
Just get on with it, and they do. Him and his dad, they love going racing, and it's always a good day when Damien Johnson brings a race car to the track, whether it's this or his Celica that he runs in Group U in historic sports sedans as well. So we go back and have a look at this field. There goes Dean Cam. Thumping past, leading the Victorian Championship hunt at the moment. Up the road, though, is his main protagonist, Jeremy Davison. He's up there in 4th place and running with the national guys. Here comes Matt Sims. He looks up the inside as well. He is on a charge. He's got this car hooked up, wants to go wheel to wheel with Dean Cam. Dean holds his line. He will give you racing room if it is warranted. He holds his line and just allows the race continue there. Matt Sims gets out of it. The BMW 111 gets the power down now, but have a look at that Corvette. Just eases another gear into that thing, and it slips on through the right round the sweeper and up to rollover.
Matty will have a great look up the inside here of turn number 7, but wasn't close enough through the sweeper to capitalise on a move there. He's chomping at the bit to get past car 66, the big thundering V8 NASCAR motor of Dean Cam, a big lick of flames out of that car as he rolls off the throttle, and Dean too is trying to get past one of the cars ahead of him there. I believe that is a Gillett in that white and yellow machine. It goes right round the outside. Job done for Dean Cam.
Corey Gillett, the number 27 there, just letting him through. Now Sims stamps his authority, gets the power down nicely. Dean Cam is, as I said, he'll hold his line. You want to be able to get through, and he looks up the inside as well. There was room left by Sims. Sims now, he's going to have to get the sledgehammer out here at some point just to hammer home his authority, and does it well. Covers off Dean Cam. Dean holds the centre of the road now, looks left, looks right. This is sports sedan racing coming alive here at Winton, and we're just inside the top 10. Brad Shields is on the wet tyre. It is a dry track. He's got a lead of 8.8 seconds, which can go away very, very quickly once that wet tyre starts to tear apart. There goes Copping in the number 11, running the very famous Larry Perkins number there on this ex-supercar. So he's hoping that all the Larry gods are going to be helping him here today in these drying conditions. There's our last round winner of the Victorian Championship, Jeremy Davison, running a Honda turbocharged engine. What do we say about this category, Tom? You can run what you've run. Best you make a good decision with it, because you want to make sure you got a good package. And hasn't Jeremy got a good package as he takes on Stephen Lacey, a very experienced, multiple New South Wales champion, pole sitter yesterday, and a long-time national championship competitor. Have a look at the 6 litre now. Just get it up into third gear and drive away from the turbocharged Bandit Security Mazda RX-7. Mike Rao, who had a little bit of misdemeanor on the outlap, gathered it all back up, and the Mustang is back in the running here. We have a look at the back end of Davison's car, the Mongrel. That's what it is. It doesn't mean mongrel boots, the best Aussie-made work boots that you can put on your feet. That's what he calls the car. It's a Mongrel. And Mike Rao gets through on him too.
So a big move there from Mike Rao to get past the RX-7 of Jeremy Davison, and now he sets his sights on the fellow IRC car of Lacey, running in position number 3. The 67, the older Mark Carr, running in position 2 behind Brad Shields, who's opened that gap up to 8.6 seconds. His fastest lap of the race at 28.2, some fair way off the qualifying time yesterday morning.
How good do these sports sedans sound on your speakers at home, booming through there? Great atmospheric noise coming from the Australian, New South Wales and Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. And that turbocharged Honda has been absolutely awesome. And, well, like the number on the side of Copping's car, Jeremy Davison is leaving number 11s on the track there. He is absolutely lighting up the rear tyres on this car. Probably not wise, considering we've still got 6 minutes left in this adventure. But here's a couple of Victorians getting together. This is Nathan Baines and Aidan Munger. Aidan Munger, who qualified so well yesterday in this field. He qualified in 10th place. Came from rear of grid in this one because he he was airborne when he landed. Both drive shafts snapped in that car. So he spent some time on the side yesterday. He is returning, so we're just watching Aidan now. He's up into 13th place. These are two protagonists in the Victorian Championship hunt. Last time the Victorian Championship raced here, it was Dean Cam that won over Kevy Stoopman in this particular race, and later that day, Kevy Stoopman in his Evo 7 won the race. It was an amazing day. Kev's supposed to be running in Saloon cars here this weekend, but have a look at this. Leith Head in the old original Mark car, the Focus there, has got two Mustangs absolutely breathing down his neck. The IRC cars are out there and they are having a go.
No. Copping, he spun on the exit of turn number 3, and that infield's going to be a very wet and tricky section to get out of, but he seems to have done a pretty good job there, driving the ex-supercar out onto the track just before the sweeper at turn number 5. But that battle between Leithhead, Lacey and Rao, a pair of New South Welshmen. Here's the spin for Copping, and that just seemed to go on forever.
It did, didn't it? He very, very skillfully kept the car moving, even in a backwards motion, and that is what you have to do with this slippery outfield at the moment. We haven't had rain for about the last 5 minutes, and at the moment Brad Shields is still disappearing off. A 10-second gap is what Brad has got out there, and doing a tremendous job. Matt Sims is getting it all crossed up there as well. I think we can pretty easily speculate the information intelligence we got. Oh no, Nathan Baines has gone down the runoff down there. That's heading back onto the through turn 2 and turn 3. Turn 2, and he gathers it all back up again and heads off. In fact, yeah, it was turn 10. It was turn 2 in the background of that shot. And there is Stephen Lacey for Ladera and the Real Dairy Company.
So Leithhead went from 2nd all the way back to 4th in the space of 1 lap, and it allowed the 2 IRC cars of Lacey from New South Wales to get through, as well as Michael Rao from Queensland. And then Leithhead's under big pressure in the background there from Jeremy Davison in the RX-7. Dean Cam with the problem at pit exit. He's got the door up on the 66 Trans Am Corvette.
No, that is not what we wanted to see with Dean. He had some steering issues. Here is the Munger and Baines outfits coming onto the straight there. It was, well, it was actually Aidan Munger that was getting all sort of, and straight on at bizarre. 10. Straight on for that one. So both those guys out of 10 and into, out of 9 and into 10 having issues there. Now Leithhead, he's coming under control. The returning, the charging Sims in that BMW. Have a look at this. The Coyote Power 67. They've got yellows to contend with there, so had to pull out of that because there's the cam car. So that part of the track is nullified. They get back on with it. So hostilities resume.
That is Sims round the outside of turn 3. That's going to be a mega move if he can pull that off, but it's all greasy and wet out there. We're still waiting for the rain to come. It hasn't turned up yet for your race leader, Brad Shields.
But he is still, well, actually, he's just easy out of it now. He's the last time round at 29. The gap is back to 7.2 seconds. He's managing it. There's Darden Brown. He is just seeing some of these faster cars come through on him. Great to see Darden out there. A big representative of the Victorian Championship and doing a ripping job, just letting these faster cars through. Sims trying to get through on Leithhead, the 67. The old Mark car doing a massive job. I wonder if he's done that for the kids at home, Tom.
I think so, as Raul goes down the inside, the battle for the IRC cars. And now this is a pretty critical move because they are taking some time away from your race leader, Brad Shields. You can see just up the road there in the Fiat. So these two are about to go past the timing screen. They've had a little battle this lap, so expect the timing to be roughly the same, but they've taken the gap down to 6.5 seconds. So these guys are on it with a minute to go.
They certainly are. In fact, they're coming out of turn 2. Brad Shields is just at 3 to give you a physical presence of where they are. These two V8, boy, don't they sound good. The Blendline TV, Atmos mics picking up all the categories beautifully today in your lounge room, thumping it through the Bose system or whatever it might be you've got at home. Doesn't matter. You're getting this live and free. Victorian Trophy Tour in 2026. This is where it's at. 2 IRC cars going at it, and they are absolutely into it. There's no team orders here at all. And in fact, Jeff Taunton's in the pits. He'll be watching this on and going, come on, boys, bring these cars home alive. Go for it, but please bring them back home nice and tidy. In fact, I spoke to Jeff very briefly yesterday. He's hoping to return to the track after a nasty crash at Sandown. He's hoping to return later on this year. Coming up onto the back now of that Subaru, and that is Jamie Marshall, and that is not any ordinary Subaru. That one has got a V8 well and truly mounted underneath the dashboard there as they go through on, I think that's Tegan Collins there as well. Tegan continuing on her merry way, currently in 15th spot. She's got Nathan Baines and Damien Johnson just up the road. Here is our race leader. The struggle is real for the 999. Brad Shields charges up the straight. It's down to 4.8 seconds. We've gone ground zero on race time at the moment. I'm not sure whether he got the last lap board. He did. Thank you, Tom. He got the last lap board, so he is absolutely banging it now. He is absolutely giving the 999 what it's worth. I'm surprised we're not seeing little black pebbles shooting out from under this car. Those wet tyres will be absolutely hammered. And have a look at this guy. What a racing car driver to watch. Whether it's a Huracan GT3 car in the Australian GT Championship, a Porsche at Suzuka, or a Fiat. 124 with a rotary engine, and this is Brad Shields showing the Australian Sports Sedan Championship here this weekend for Advanced Car Carriers what it is all about. Advanced Car Carriers emblazoned across the front windscreen of his car, and Joe and the crew will definitely be watching on here for the 999 to get to the checkered flag. Mike Rowell's gone off in the background there as well, so Lacey manages to get through. And that is for second on the road, so that is important. More important is the checkered flag drops on Brad Shields. If you want to hear Brad Shields' story, Grassroots Racing Podcast is where you can catch up with it as he takes race number 2 for the weekend. Mike Rowell just beats home the Ladera Group real dairy car of Stephen Lacey. Matt Sims, what a drive, gets Davison in that rapid RX-7 on the line, as that is the way they finish. Shields, Rowell, Lacey, Sims, Davison and Leithhead getting the Mark car home behind Jeremy Davison. So Leithhead right up in the contention there for the mid part of the race. And here is a welcome return. Congratulations, Nick Smith, for bringing this magnificent bright yellow car. You've got to be pretty brave to paint your car that colour, because everyone's going to look at it, and Nick does it. Here's that replay. Oh, the two IRC GT cars were off. Wow. Well, there you go. Steve Lacey's probably just done one more rallycross than Mike Rowell, and that was the experience in the end, wasn't it?
Well, Rowell actually dived up the inside here at the final corner and got the move done back to position number 2 over the fellow IRC car. Darden Brown crossing the line there, and around the outside of him was the ex-supercar there of Simon Copping, who we saw spinning on the outside of turn 4, but a confirmation of results. Car 999, the feet of Brad Shields, in the end dominates that race. He came under a little bit of pressure towards the end, but those cars in second and third ran off on the final lap. Michael Rowell coming home in P2, first of the IRC cars from Steve Lacey. Matty Sims doing a fantastic job in his high horsepower BMW, starting rear of field to come home inside the top 5. Jeremy Davison, in fact, rounding out the top 5 in his RX-7. Then we go to Leithhead. Then we turn the page to Aidan Munger, who had that big battle earlier on in the race there with Baines. Simon Copping in the supercar. Damien Johnson in that beautiful Tirana in 13th. Nathan Baines 14th. Tegan Collins, car 87, coming home in 15th. Jamie Marshall 16th. Darden Brown and Dean Cam, who we saw pulling off to the side at pit exit. So hopefully we get to see the big Corvette out for the final race this afternoon.
Fantastic there. The Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedans for the National Series, the Vic Series and the New South Wales Series. At the moment, it's the New South Wales cars dominating the point score. Brad Shields, 75. Stephen Lacey, 67th. Jeremy Davison with 57. Another New South Wales racer, Mike Rowell. And then Leithhead, Gilbert, Gillett and Sims and Copping rounding out the top 10. So they are dominating the New South Wales competitors here this weekend. Plenty of racing to go, Tom. Thank you very much for joining me in that one. That's Sports Sedans race number 2. Improved production cars up on track in just a couple of moments. We'll take a quick break. You're here at Trophy Tour Victoria on Blendline TV Networks. Welcome back trackside here at Winton Motor Raceway. A big thanks to all of our officials around the track. And there's only one way to do it. To become a motorsport official, visit motorsport.org.au/officials or get in touch with your local car club or car club of choice. I know at Phillip Island, PIARC, the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club, do a great job of trying to recruit officials across the Mini Car Club, the MG Car Club. They do a terrific job as well, as does the Sports Sedans, all the clubs involved with this particular series. But you can get a really good link to all of those people via motorsport.org.au/officials. There's a great shot here at Winton Motor Raceway. The rain has held off. We had a little spattering just before the Sports Sedans, which was probably what might have helped Brad Shields just a little bit. There's an official that's just had a quick break in between races, making his way back over, I would suggest, to a recovery vehicle or flag point somewhere trackside. And there we go, getting these great shots all around the track of the officials and the volunteers that make it up. It's not just trackside. There's roles in the pit and paddock area, in pit lane, paddock area, in the control tower. We can get great shots of the Hyundai N control tower there, that office right at the very top. That's race control, the Motorsport Australia race control here for the Trophy Tour Victoria here this weekend. Big crew of people up there, all volunteers, generously giving of their time. Great shots of the pit lane, the Trophy Tour Victoria flags taking pride of place down there. And, we have got the improved production cars taking pride of place in pit lane. I'm Darren Smith. Steve DeVries is the man that has been bringing us all of the fantastic details for improved production for many seasons now. Steve, welcome to Winton. This is a pretty short out warm-up lap. Get under with race 2.
Certainly will be, and a good split this weekend between the overs and the unders cars, as the overs are led out here by Dean Lilly in the Adam Poole Monaro, which we've seen over the course of many of the last few seasons. It's a record-breaking car from yesterday's opening race, setting a brand new track record here in the outright category, and for 3 litre to 6 litre. It's also the record holder at Phillip Island. It's lowered that mark several times over the last couple of seasons, and very, very handy in the hands of Dean Lilly, as well as its owner in Adam Poole, who's watching on from Switzerland. We believe he's on holiday at the moment. Good to have you on board, Adam, if you're watching there. The grid, that's not the grid that we're looking at there. That's the Sports Sedans that we just saw just a few moments ago. But we will run you through the order as they're running around the circuit at the moment, with Dean Lilly off of pole position. Alongside him will be Luke Grech-Cumbo, so the 2 generals men off of the front row. Andrew Butcher's BMW. He wouldn't have minded looking out the window this morning and feeling that this could be a nice day for that BMW. The much nimbler package there showed its strengths yesterday. He was ranging up onto the back of Luke Grech-Cumbo until late in the piece. And you've got Brad Verica, the first of the under 2 litre cars there, in that immense Datsun, prepared there by Simon Phillips out of position number 4. Jamie Augustine and Kane Verica next on the list there on row 3, and Ian McLennan, the defending champion from last year, position 7, alongside him Craig Caspers in the RX-7, which is one of 5 of them here in the field this weekend. Bruce Henley starting the RX-8 out of 9th. Callum Jensen in the Peugeot there in 10th. He's another one praying for rain. In fact, he was asking me to do a rain dance earlier, which I politely declined. Josh Perkins in the under 2 litre RX-7, the 12A engine, number 42 there in 11th. Wayne Twist in 12th. Blair Cool in the Nissan Pulsar starts 13th, next to Chris Bodale's Falcon in 14th. Taylor Allen in the Civic out of 15, and Lee Seelenmeyer in the XL there in 16th. And rounding out our field, we have Travis Mitchie in the XL in 17th. Wayne Decker, he was another one with the four-wheel drive Audi that would have been liking what he saw this morning, although it is dried off quite substantially. But if it gets a bit wet later on, he'll definitely be in quite a handy package there in the Audi. Noah Ellsworthy in 19th. And then a couple off the back, Brett Porter and Danny Timewell had some dramas yesterday, as did Robert Baird and Royce Lyon. There is the time well spent, number 11 on the screen there. And a little bit of a change of package, I guess you can call it, for Danny. They've just made a couple of small tweaks, anticipating that today was going to be wetter than it is. They may very well have switched back to their original configuration of tyre and rim, considering what they see on the circuit right now. It is not very wet, but it is still still deceivingly a little bit greasy.
It certainly is offline at the moment. Still got that greasy Winton effect about it at this point in time. It's all about getting off the line here very, very nicely indeed. Watch from the back, two very fast cars, Royce Lyon and Daniel Timewell. Rob Bed could really weigh in it as well. They get away nicely from the line. Jamie Augustine goes straight out into that greasy stuff. He's followed there by the champion from last year, Danny Timewell, away, and there's Royce Lyon as well. Into P3 goes the little Datsun. It is being monstered by some behemoths of Australian motorsport up the road and behind, as Augustine is all over the place. He's like a flipper out of a pinball machine at the moment. Have a look at Catsmith in the RX-7, Vereca in the RX-7. The rotaries have dropped from the trees as we come to Winton Motor Raceway. Danny Timewell already up into the top 10.
He has had a massive launch from the back there. He's right on the back of Bruce Henley's RX-8 here. He'll round him up right around the outside as Wayne Twisters backwards, exiting turn number 4. That's a similar situation to what we saw with Simon Copping in the previous race, but he's a long way from the safety of the tarmac there on the inside of turn number 4. Casper's had a good launch. He started 8. He's now up to P6 in there behind Jamie Augustine, leading the Vereca brothers. Smash Repairs number 46 of the returnee, Kane Vereca.
Vereca now got the champion behind him. There's two previous champions of the category running inside the top 10 right there. Vereca, McClellan, previous champions of the category, and you can tell by looking at the cars, two previous eras of the previous era with the RX-7 and the current era with the Monaro there. And boy, the Monaro's a bigger rig than an RX-7, isn't it? As they come down the straight, it packs a whole lot more horsepower too as well. I would go so far as to say it's probably got easy 250 more horsepower on board than what the 13B Bridgeport normally aspirated rotaries would have these dealing with in front of him at the moment. But Kane Vereca has not lost the fire, not one little bit. Gotta love the aggressive style up on the wheel of the Vereca family. You cannot discount them ever. Always entertaining, and you do not want to take your eye off them for an instant because they'll be all over you.
Absolutely. Very well executed pass there from a mistake from Caspers. They torched that front left-hand tyre going into turn number 11. Vereca was through in a flash. Likewise, Monaro of Ian McLennan was through in a flash as well. Here's this little BMW of Royce Lyon. Oh, big moment. Got sideways. Got too much of the curve there on the approach to turn number 4. Shot to the left-hand side at a vast rate of knots. Brett Porter almost did something similar, but he managed to round up.
He almost went
4.
off in sympathy then. I think he was watching it unfold.
That was a major, major moment for Royce Lyon, wringing the neck of this little E30. It's had some fuel dramas over the course of the weekend so far. Every time they went round a right-hand bend, the fuel was cutting out. It wasn't getting delivery to the engine the way they wanted it. They thought that there might have been some fouled spark plugs or something going on there. In fact, his father was busy changing them out before the race yesterday, and by the time he got a chance to finish, he's like, I changed 4 of them, and then the one that I didn't change was cylinder number 5, and that's the one that they believe was fouled. Check this out. Into turn number 3, gets a little bit wild, turns in from that nasty little bit of green.
The painted surface there, yeah. And Brett Porter just was almost in sympathy there. This is good to watch this. Robert Baird with Josh Perkins. Now, I reckon Robert Baird would have raced his old man. So he's racing the next generation of RX-7 racer. A very smartly put together car, the car of Josh Perkins. The way they've decapacitised the 12A to run it as an under 2 litre. Did an amazing job on debut at Phillip Island in the Nationals. And I'm going to say Josh Perkins, the world is your oyster. Just like Taylor Allen in this one. Taylor is inside the top 15 now, almost inside the top 15, but this is a ripping battle. This is almost a little bit of a portal into the past here, Steve, with 3 RX-7s line astern with each other.
Certainly is, and of course you've got Tom Baird spannering the Baird machine there, the 777 for his father this weekend. Tom actually said to me that he was looking at his own data from his own car that's not here this weekend the other day instead of his father's car when he should have been doing the spanners. What's happened there? The bonnet pins on the Royce Lyon machine have come adrift. Now, I think Motorsport Race Control will probably be looking very closely at that because they wouldn't want to see that bonnet fly up and smack the windscreen as he goes around to stricken Danny Timewell as well.
No, that's the last thing we wanted to see was the number 11 going slow. Danny has had so much energy for motorsport over the last 6 or 7 or 8 seasons indeed, and it has been a cruel one here this weekend. The tail light popped out. There goes the Caspers 83.
And I'm wondering, there's a Caspers went around there at turn 10. And I'm just looking, before we saw that replay, I could see the rear left tail light hanging out the back of the Brett Porter Honda Civic. So I'm wondering maybe if there's been a little bit of nose-to-tail contact between the Royce line number 4 and the 52 of Brett Porter. Perhaps that might be the reason why the bonnet pins have given way. Oh, bit of a moment
there we go. One expiring there.
That's Blair Cool's Pulsar that's expiring on the run out of turn 11. Sorry, turn 10 towards turn 11. It's left something on there too. There's bits of, I'm not sure if that's rubber, but possibly bits of engine maybe on the surface of the circuit there as well.
I hope that's not bits of engine, because that'll make a whole lot of oil on the track there. So that's certainly the way that smoke went up, and let's hope that's not chunks of very hot metal there as well. Danny Timewell parked up.
Not sure where he is. That's over the backside of the circuit somewhere, I think.
Well, at least we know where Kevin Stoopman's saloon car is now too. It's up on the trailer.
Here's Taylor Allen, who you were talking about. She was just outside the top 15. You were saying she was actually right behind Blair Cool when that all happened. It's starting to get some rain on the commentary box window here. We can physically see it. We can also start to see it out there. It's darkened off quite substantially. So perhaps
she's 16th at the moment.
Yeah, this might be why some of the drivers are starting to come to a little bit of grief. Maybe it's why Caspers had his spin a lap or two ago, and it's definitely why the pace is substantially backed off at the moment, and wipers are starting to be used. You can see there on the Chris Bodale Falcon, he's reached for the wiper column stalk on the left-hand side of his Falcon. I wouldn't be surprised to see Taylor Allen doing suit in the next few seconds.
She's driving very, very well. This is an impressive young lady. Her mum and dad have been around motorsport pretty much since they left high school, and they know all about it. But she is taking that next generation driver's sort of approach to things about trying to learn it, listening to all of the advice, and let me tell you, it's coming to her from all angles, including me. So she's very mature and taking it all on board. There's that tail light we're talking about on the Porter car, and there's that bonnet on Royce Lyon's car as well. So I wonder if that's as a result of some contact between the two of those, Steve.
Yeah, that's what I said a few seconds ago. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. And in fact, I think that tail light's actually becoming quite precarious at the moment. It's dangling away there. Oh, as Royce Lyon almost puts it in a fence exiting turn 2. That's quite a sideways moment. He's pushing very, very hard in these conditions. One of the lighter cars that's in the field here, and in wet conditions, that would be quite the package to have, but you've got to be able to manage it. You've got to be able to realise where the grip is and where you can take the advantage. This is something that Jamie Augustine would definitely not have wanted to see. The turbo number 5 there, the Nissan Silvia, is at a disadvantage because it can't apply its power as efficiently as he wants to coming out of some of these corners as that turbo spools up. He's got to manage that throttle super, super carefully. Consequently, for Vereca, he doesn't have any worries. He's got no turbo under there, so he can go a little bit harder and try and push a little bit on Jamie to try and force the error.
Here's a car that's got a good, strong engine on board. We know that. Been down at the Melbourne Performance Centre Autosport dyno, making sure that it is producing the horsepower at the right revs and continuing to do so. Dean Lilly has punched out a fastest lap of a 1:30. I would suggest that's before this latest downpour. In fact, it was on lap 2. We're on lap 5 now, and they've eased out now to mid-40s, so they're well and truly taking the impotence out of this improved production rate with this weather. Let's see if this guy on screen, the 169, your reigning under 2 litre improved production national champion. Great to see him making his way to a state grid here at the Victorian Trophy Tour in season 2026 here. Brad Vereca and the owner of this car, Simon, really do bring a very large amount of energy, passion and enthusiasm with this little Datsun to the series.
Certainly do. And keeping an eye on the lap times, as you said, Darren, the highs of Dean Lilly's fastest lap on lap 2, we've gone into the 1 minute 39s on lap 4, and then on lap 5 we're now into the mid 1 minute 47s and 45s for some of these front runners. So it's about now who can manage these conditions the best. The fastest of the leading 4 cars was actually Luke Grechcumbo with a mid 145. Vereca was only 0.2 of a second slower than him. And then on the other side of the equation, Lilly in first and Butcher in fourth. They were in the 47s. So this car here just starting to struggle a touch. You can start to see that the gap is starting to shrink between first and second. The gap between second and third staying relatively as it is. Butcher, I expect maybe to come on in the next lap or two. If he can hook that BMW up, he'll be starting to hone in on the back of both Vereca and Gretsch-Gumbo.
I tell you what, though, 2 Verecas in the top 5. This is very, very ominous. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo is just pegging that gap back now to Dean Lilly. Steve, I've got to say Dean Lilly is an immensely respectful guy. It's not his car. He's got it out to a healthy lead. I would suggest that Dean is just driving well within himself right now to make sure that Adam Poole's car goes back on the trailer and back to Ravage Raceworks as clean and as tidy as it arrived here. Ensuring a race win, of course. He'll respond when that gap needs to be responded to. But Brad Vereca at the moment, have a look at this. Down to 1.3 seconds to the Senator of Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. The Luke Gretsch-Gumbo electrical entry. And the 169 entry here, Bill Stein shock absorbers. I'm sure that's why this car is so well poised on the track.
Yeah, certainly. I believe that's the case. This gap between second, third and fourth has closed up. Dean Lilly responded last time around, so he's maintaining that just over 5-second margin to Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. He's now going to start to see this red Datsun emerge in his rear-view mirrors. Will be getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Likewise, Butcher, he was the quickest of the three of them. He was into the 44, so he's starting to come on strong in the latter stages of this race. The same way that he did yesterday when he was getting quicker as the race dragged on in the dry conditions. And if that race had gone on for an extra lap or two, he would have given Luke a run for his money for P2.
Yeah, I reckon Butch, he's a very poised driver, a deliberate driver. There's no inputs that aren't required. He doesn't overdrive the car. We're not seeing him really get it out sideways and slide. And that's what you need to do in these sort of changing, greasy conditions. Be very deliberate. Commit to your move. Commit to the corner. Set the car up and drive it through the corner. Often even just grabbing a gear up, short shifting and getting that sort of thing done so you're not creating bulk wheel spin. I've always been impressed with the way Butch goes about it, and it's in these sort of conditions on a track like this, which is notoriously greasy in changing conditions, because it's not pouring down rain and it's not dry, it's greasy.
That's exactly right. These two under 2 litre cars here, Callum Jensen in the Peugeot and Brett Porter in the 52, they're starting to hone in on the back of Ian McLennan's Monaro in the closing stages here too. Callum has got his wish, he got a little bit of a downpour. It hasn't continued though. It looks like it might have just abated very, very slightly, or it might have just backed off a little bit. Oh, just as we were talking about Butcher, he throws it away. Is that down at turn number 4, I believe, and he's beached. So he's not going anywhere, and they won't be content, I think, to leave that car there like they have done with the Danny Timewell Commodore and the Blair Cool Pulsar. I think this one is going to be yellow flags and a safety car making an appearance, because that is right in the firing line of everyone coming around turn 4. What a shame.
Turn it off, Butch. You're not going to get out of that one, mate. We're going to need to pick you up and rescue from that one as we see vehicles starting to move in the old pit lane to get over there and do that. Let's watch this. Lights ablaze, wipers ablaze. He's moving onto the back of the Datsun.
He's done,
just touches that paint.
He's done what Royce Lyon did earlier in the race, just got that nasty little bit of green curb. You've got the ripple strip part of the curb as you're coming out of turn 3, and then it becomes that green, really slick. It's almost like AstroTurf. But what's going on here for Brad Vereca? Is there an issue with the Datsun?
Out of P3 on the road, this is not what we wanted to see. So Butch out of 4, Brad out of 3. And what that does is that
elevates
Kane Vereca.
Yep, elevates.
So replace one Vereca with another.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. The two under 2 litre cars are right on the hammer here of Ian McLennan's Monaro exiting turn 10. Now this will be, there's yellow flags here, so they've just got to button it off for a touch to make sure they don't make a passing move. Brett thinks that this might be an opportunity here when I go back to green flag to pounce. But Ian McLennan, just the power in a straight line for the Monaro, holds them off. He might not be able to hold them off for too much longer though. There'll be some yellow flags down, I'd imagine, at turn number 4. And here comes Royce Lyon. He's starting to join this fray too. Not only is that rear tail light of the Brett Porter machine starting to come away, the bumper's starting to be a parachute on the rear of that D&D Radiators number 52. He coughs up a spot here to Royce Lyon in the number 4.
I love Royce Lyon
soaring at the wheel.
You can see everything he's doing inside that BMW, and he is working very hard. An exceptionally talented young racing car driver. Yellow flags there as well. Gee, Royce, that was Questionable, mate. Sorry about that, but that was where one BMW went off. He went off there himself, but you have to be well aware. That's Brad Vereker.
Yeah, he's out of the car. So
it's a big, tall guy to squeeze up into a Datsun, isn't it?
Just in the background of that shot, just seeing Roy Sloan go full send right around the outside of Callum Jensen, and he got Ian McLennan at the same time as well. That's made McLennan vulnerable to Callum Jensen's Peugeot at turn 7, and he pounces. Now, what about Porter? Right around the outside of the yellow nugget. Can he hold on? We saw this trick tried in Formula V earlier in the day, and it didn't come off, but it comes off for Porter this time.
Wow, this is a lesson in having less power, and Bruce Henley even weighs in on this in the 67. He comes up on Ian McLennan. He was running as high as 5th. McLennan's going to find himself just easing out to the bottom end of the top 10 this time round. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo will have to have a word to him. Oh, Jensen's gone off.
Oh, no.
Callum Jensen off in the Peugeot.
That's a mistake at the braking zone at turn 10. He's just gone sailing deep there off the end of the little short chute between 9 and 10 and hasn't been able to get it turned to the left-hand side.
Have a look at this lead now. It's down to 2.6 seconds. Dean Lilly back to the senator of Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. Jensen Callum is back on track, but all of those great moves he made over the previous lap have come to naught. Here is Dean Lilly, car number 1, leading the way in race number 2 for the weekend. Car owner Adam Poole, multiple Nationals champion. Oh no, there's Taylor Allen. She's gone round 2 in the custom-built gazebo Civic. All those great laps she's been doing. Can't take anything away from her though, Steve. This is going to happen as we just watch a couple of the XL guys. There goes Noah Ellsworthy. Great to see car 40 on your screens. This young racer still in high school. In fact, still got a couple of years of high school. And making his way to the track with his dad, a vastly experienced motorsport head, is his dad, James Ellsworthy. A lot of people will remember that name, rotary engine builder extraordinaire, and a ripping fella too, and it hasn't missed a generation. Here is our race leader. Have a look at this.
Down to the last couple of corners. You get the feeling he may have just backed it off in the final couple of laps just to make sure he could actually get home. He's going to have a healthy margin at the end of the day. It was massive yesterday. It's comfortable today for Dean Lilly. So 2 from 2 for the weekend ahead of Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. So 2 second places for him. And welcome onto the podium, Kane Vereker in the green RX-7. Just coming around the final couple of corners, we believe, at the moment. Just saw in the back a shot there as they went across the line. Oh, Josh Perkins dropped it ahead of Robert Baird on the run into turn number 1 and did a full 360 and shot out the other side. So here's Callum Jensen. He hasn't been able to get back past the Monaro of Ian McLennan. You can see that Bruce Henley's managed to find his way past the big number 115 Pro Cut Tree Services Monaro. And Henley's actually going to go on to finish in position number 7. So outstanding for Bruce to get across the line there. The conditions very, very favourable for him. McLennan in 8th there ahead of Jensen, and Josh Perkins inside the 10 if he can manage to get going there. Butch furiously trying to dig himself out of the gravel there at turn number 4. I think he's just better off waiting for the flat toe recovery vehicle at this point. There's confirmation of your finishing order. At the end of the day, it says it's a 7-second margin for Dean Lilly. It actually looked a lot closer than that toward the end of that race, but he's got home quite comfortably. Kane Vereker in 3rd behind Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. Jamie Augustine 4th. He saw off numerous challenges in that one in the higher turbo car there. Royce Lyon from the back of the grid up to 5th, despite all the challenges, the spin that we saw at turn number 4, and having to fight his way past Jensen and Porter and McLennan to get there. It's a great drive from him. We'll see what he can do this afternoon if the conditions are like this. Brett Porter in 6th, Henley, McLennan, Jensen and Perkins the top 10.
Great result there as well. There is plenty going on around the track, even though the race has finished. We'll roll through there. So Dean Lilly has certainly taken the points. He's got 60 points out of here. Worth chatting about. Let's have a look at the outside the top 10. Robert Bradkey, Chris Bradale, Lee Sellemeyer, Wayne Decker, Wayne Twist after a spin on the opening lap there. Travis Mitchie, Noah Ellsworthy into 17th there. Good drive by the young fella. just in the background, that's Danny Timewell exiting the time well spent Commodore. Taylor Allen, who spun it there, was on for a good result there, and Brad Vereka didn't finish after an amazing drive in that little Datsun, held on to third place in this race against two absolute behemoths of the category in front of him. So looking forward to seeing Brad a whole lot more in that particular Datsun. Coming into this round was something to talk about was Luke Gumbo leading the series, and I guess with an interloper like Dean Lilly in here, taking really only 4 points now away from him, Luke Gumbo with 56 points is going to put him miles ahead of, sadly, against Danny Timewell, because he was second coming into this weekend, and he's had 2 DNFs so far, Steve.
Yeah, he has, and he's not had the best runs through the opening 2 rounds as well, but he was Luke's nearest challenger. Even in the Club Championship, he was the nearest challenger, as well as the Victorian Trophy Tour Championship. So this one's a bit of a sad sight to see, that the Winton officials there just recovering that vehicle, along with the 3 or 4 others that they're going to have to pick up. Important work that the officials do. We can't go racing without them. We want to say a big thank you to all of them. And it's a timely bit of knowledge on your screen here, because you can see the Victorian flag marshalling team trailer there at the back of the Blair Coolness and Pulsar. Victorian flag marshalling team's actually celebrating 40 years of that association this year, which is a mega achievement. I know a lot of the drivers going around in the categories at the cool down lap, they always like to give them a wave and say thank you, because it's the least that they can do from the car. They don't get a chance to go up and actually physically shake their hands and say thank you, but it's worth acknowledging 40 years of that organisation is incredible.
Yeah, it is, and it used to be the VADC, the Victorian Amateur Drivers Club, that looked after the flaggies, but it became such an important position, and was a very specialised role. And I got to say, over the years, there's been some flaggies that you just got the sense of urgency for, the way they posture with the flag towards you. You know, there is a held yellow flag, a waved yellow flag, and double waved yellow. That's sort of the hierarchy of command. But when you've got someone with 2 waved yellows and they're hanging out with their foot over the rail and waving 2 yellow flags at you, you get that around the next bend is not looking well. Best get out of it and be ready to take evasive action, because double wave yellows means that the track ahead is substantially blocked.
Absolutely.
So we got to remind ourselves of that, and the drivers do too. Good to see Andrew Butcher returning under his own steam after being rescued. He'll be kicking himself, but as we touched on, a guy that is an exceptionally talented race car driver, but it's his poise behind the wheel that he's famous for, isn't it?
Yeah, and that was just probably a 1 in 100 moment for Butch there when he dropped it going into turn number 4. You mentioned that poise. That's that one exception, that 1% of the time that you don't get to see all that often from Butch. He's very composed, and very much a racer in his own right. Very fierce competitor, knows how to handle the car, very good steerer, but we all make mistakes every now and again, and that was that 1 in 100 moment from him. You can see there the rest of your schedule on the right hand side of your screen. We've got 2 more categories to round out this morning's second group of races, with historic touring cars coming up next in a couple of minutes' time, then Formula Ford, and then we repeat all over again from the top of the order with the Porsche 944 Challenge, right through to Formula Ford again later this afternoon.
Great to see the officials getting all those cars. Nice to see they're all on their wheels, so they're at a simple flat toe back into the paddock area. I'm going to take a quick break because we've got historic touring cars coming on track next. Phil Membry will be joining me. We'll be back in a couple of moments here at Trophy Tour Victoria. The 2026 season is at its halfway mark. Can't wait to see you all at Sandown in the first week of September, then the grand final in the last week of October at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We'll be back in just one moment. Welcome back trackside here at Winton Motor Raceway. Round 3, Trophy Tour Victoria. Of course, round 4, Sandown, 7th and 8th. Get yourself trackside for that one's going to be a ripping round. Round 5, the final round, the grand final, will be October 3 and 4. You can celebrate all those other aerial ping pong games of grand finals and stuff in the weeks before, but the real grand final will be at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit on October 3 and 4. Looking forward to seeing you all down there. Phil Membry, mate, welcome to the broadcast. And, well, this is only 20 minutes from home for you, isn't it?
Nice,
we all say
easy.
Coming up to Winton, you say going down.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, or just heading across. Yeah, going down to Winton is the terminology from Wangaratta. Of course, if you're in Benalla, I guess you're going up.
Is this going over or heading to the track, I think I was told this
Heading
morning.
to the track.
Yeah.
And it's a tad damp out there today. But in pole position, Ben Wilkinson sitting there in pole. Good run. Scott Pearce in 2. Peter Muleman in 3. Glenn Miles in 4. Jeff Munday in 5. John Clark in 6. Darren Collins in 7. And Darren Jones in position 8, bringing up the rear of the grid.
Certainly is a tale of V8s here this weekend. 1 6-cylinder. Glenn Miles in his number 16 Charger out there. The championship coming into this round 1 for the historic touring cars as part of the Trophy Tour Victoria. Andrew Baird has a healthy margin of 8 points over Darren Collins. Andrew hasn't fronted up here this weekend. Darren has, and he was in pole yesterday. Rear of grid in this one, so had some difficulties, but he will certainly be featuring in the results as far as the championship is concerned. But it's Scott Pearce. He started out at P3, and those guys were all within 25 points of each other. I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of this one, Scott starting off the front row, if all things being equal, he comes home first or second. He'll leave this weekend with a lead in the championship. It's Jeff Munday, Glenn Miles, Ben Wilkinson and Peter Muleman. Sadly, Pete he had gearbox issues at Sandown. Was very fast at the Phillip Island Penrite 100 Classic, but that's not part of this series. It's a one-off historic event. Huge event again this year.
Massive event. That was a really good event to be at, Darren.
Well, there's another one coming up here, the Winton Festival of Speed at the end of July as well. Get yourself trackside for the Winton Festival of Speed. It is a ripping event here at this track. It's probably the biggest event of the year, I would suggest now, at this track. The starters are in the hand of the starter. A couple of cars just a little bit of an inch away there. I'm not going to draw too much attention to it. It's 8 cars, so it's a compact field. Have a look at Darren Collins now in that orange Mustang. Ranges up on the menacing black number 43. I say menacing, got nothing to do with the driver. He's absolute joyous bloke to be around. But Scotty Pearce up the hill, and he has got the Charger right in behind him.
The Charger in position 2, and in fact in position 1. So he's obviously got the grip level right up, and with the 6 cylinders, maybe not quite as much power, able to control the right foot, gets it down to the track, and is in the lead of the race from what wasn't on the lead at the start.
I tell you what, though, he's not only in the lead of the race, he's got 5 or 6 car lengths on the rest of the field there at the moment. Maybe the power of the V8s in these greasy conditions are just making it a little bit tricky. There is the all-black bitchin' Mustang it's entered under. That is what he calls it.
Okay.
Not sure what that means, but there you go. He's into it, all black.
The Camaro getting a big tail out there. Gathered it back up as they come around the old gum tree, as I call it. No kookaburras down there today. They've all found a dry spot to be.
Headed north.
Yeah, headed north to get out of the rain. But the wandering machines up the back straight, that Charger is clearing out on everybody. Bit of a right front lock up there from the orange machine as he got to the end of the back straight. So the grip level on these cars, a little bit of a thing to worry about, as the track is a tad breezy out there, Darren.
Yeah, it's still greasy. It certainly is. We're just getting little tiny showers washing across the track. So there's no sheen to the surface. That's when you know it's really tricky. But what these little showers are doing is just topping up, just keeping the little bits of gravel and the water filling up in between them here. There's no spray coming off the cars, so really we're in a drying conditions. It's probably a little bit better than what it was for the previous couple of categories where we're still sort of talking about being greasy, but wow, have a listen to that six-cylinder. He has got a ripping lead, only one lap done, and it's 4.47 seconds.
Yeah,
and that is just immense. Darren Collins now up beside the only Camaro in the field. He's not going to let him through the number 68 of Jeff Monday.
Holds his line.
He's allowed to too.
Yeah, absolutely. Good driving there, and just heard a bit of a comment in the background, Darren, that the track might be as greasy as a steak on your barbecue.
Well, maybe. Yeah, that's true. Porterhouse, got to trim the fat off it though, Phil, before you eat it. That's for sure. Not healthy to do that. But these guys not trimming anything off. In fact, they are turning up the wick, trying to gather it all up, trying to control the power. It's in my memory banks here with Peter McNiven and the RX2 at the Winton Festival of Speed.
Yeah.
Last year, drove a massive race in the dry against these guys and had a win. I'm sort of surprised we're not seeing a couple of escorts and the RX2s back out there. Of course, Darren Hossack had a foray into Group N for a while and developed his RX2 to a massive level and was very, very strong there as well. But at this moment, it is just V8s of the Mustang variety, one Camaro and one six-cylinder. And Phil, it's only one six-cylinder you need to be leading this race.
Absolutely. What a great job he's doing. You know, the Chargers, they've sort of struggled a bit at Bathurst, and six cylinders up against the V8s, and no power assisted on the brakes.
Yeah, that's right.
Three-speed transmissions against four-speed transmissions.
Yeah, here we go. Peter Muellerman got his hands full now. He goes, holds on to P3 on the road. Scotty Pearce is just a little bit up the road in the green car. There is the car that started on pole. Ben Wilkinson didn't transfer really and didn't even transfer down to turn one. He was gazumped off the start. Muellerman back down through the gearbox. The round thumping Group N V8s all getting back to second gear for turn three, and then just applying the power. This is the bit down here you don't want to get on the ripple strip, and we are now. Well, it's raining pretty hard now, Phil. We can hear it on the tin roof here.
We can.
So it is just topping up, and it's sweeping across the circuit. It is a downpour for about 10 seconds. Not raining here on this part of the track.
Should we say it's streaming down?
Well, we're doing live streaming. We're always streaming.
Quite literally live streaming with the rain coming down, and the guys doing a pretty good job. Here we go, makes a move, looking for the outside, and to try and come down the inside into the next one. Not going to be able to pull that off.
Nice work there. Scott Pearce is just coming back to these guys a little bit. In fact, no, Muellerman and Wilkinson have just applied a little bit more pressure over the last lap or so.
Wilkinson trying to come down the inside. Again, has to back out of it. Muellerman is keeping the door shut there. Wilkinson having a nice crack.
It's a bit of hold your breath.
Yeah. It's going to be the bravest will win this one. He who chickens out is going to come out second best. Coming around onto the start-finish straight. Getting down less than 9 minutes there, 8.5 minutes left to go. Plus one lap.
Yeah, and they're going for it. Here we go. A big look down the inside here. It's a dive bomb. The 189 puts the nose in there. Ben Wilkinson. Fair play. Play on, said the umpire. Let's get back on with this race. And Pete Muellerman says, righto, umpire, you can take the P out of your whistle and throw it away. Let's get on with it in the wet now here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Good one there, Darren. You're getting the umpire's whistle out there. That was a good job.
Well, when the umpire calls play on, fair move, hip and shoulder, let's get on with it. And Peter Muellerman will appreciate that. He'll be like, yeah, that was good. Well done, Ben, and I'll get you next lap.
I'm just interested as to where you hide that whistle, but back out on track, the Camaro coming around the dog leg. Oh, the car's slopping around a bit there on these wet, slippery conditions.
I'm surprised that Darren Collins hasn't been able to get through here. As I say that, looks right round the outside in the Mustang. A brave move. Jeff Monday says, wow, that's impressive there, mate. On you go. And he does. He's now out after Pete Muleman in a very like spec car. Very similar specification.
I guess, Darren, what happens with some of these guys too is they have wet weather tyres, but some of them may not necessarily be as new as some of the other guys.
Well, all the wet weather tyres. Oh, he goes through. Scott Pearson's slowing as well. Yeah. That's a turn up. Where is Glenn Miles? He is absolutely streaks out in front at the moment. Cannot even see him on track out there at the moment, but green conditions prevail with 6.5 minutes left in this one. There he is, down at turn 1, just tipping it in now. So he has got command of this race. If these Mustangs are going to be jiggy with it all race long, they are not going to close that margin down. Collins now, wow. Grabbing top gear and getting a little bit sideways. Working hard at the wheel there is Darren Collins. He's heard the plea to get on with it. And now Pete Muleman's having to deal with the orange car on a charge. The 97 and the 43 side by side down into turn 3. Muleman says, not this time, not this time. There's no way. You've got to do better than that. In fact, the 189 of Ben Wilkinson, he did it the right way.
He certainly
applied
did.
the pressure.
Yeah, applied the pressure and just pulled it off nicely as we come back. These guys are all staying nice and close together. There's a lot of racing action going on here at Winton Motor Raceway. These guys are super close. Coming out of the sweeper through the dog leg and down into Old Tank Corner. Ripping around.
Listen to those cars off cam in the wet. Just trying to pick up some revs, just trying to get some power down. Scotty Pearce is he's not exactly quick through this bit of the track. Now, there's Monday as well. And these two Mustangs behind are just bottled up a little bit because when Scotty opens up the tap here, watch the 21 just walk away from them. Not catching the six-pack up the road. In fact, he has gone. 13.3 seconds up the road for Glenn Miles. Got to say, I've been quietly cheering him on for a little while now. I don't think so quietly. People will probably pull me up on that.
Here we go. We've got a bit of action happened there.
Pearce has got an intermittent issue. He was second in this race. He's going to find himself back to fifth place now as both Pete Muleman and Darren Collins have streamed on through. Pete very carefully bringing his black Mustang onto the straight. Darren Collins says, I'll see you careful, Pete. I'm going to flick it out sideways here. And that is what Darren Collins does. A champion of this category in a Camaro. He's trying to do it now for the Blue Oval team and doing a nice job indeed. He coming into this weekend in second position behind Andrew Baird. He's going to waltz away with first, I would say, this weekend.
Just looking at that gap between Miles and Wilkinson of 12.38 on the last time through. Rick Reed, Brian Reed, if you remember him, he used to run the RT Chargers at Bathurst. He would be absolutely thrilled to see a Charger out in front in this race.
He also liked his Elfin Clubmans too, so he loved seeing them doing laps too.
And Cooper. And,
that's right.
He was a big-time racer, was young Brick Reed. Young boy from Camperdown, down in the Western District. There we go.
And
we brought Camperdown into the fold.
What a man with the rule book too, with Brick Reed. An absolute legend with the rule book as well. So here we go. Historic touring cars. We've got 3.5 minutes left in this, and we've got an absolute log jam of Mustangs with one Camaro here. Darren Collins onto the dirt, trying to get through on Pete Muleman. Pete will be absolutely giggling inside the car right now. He'll be, he'll have one eye on the mirror, one eye out in front. He's the gravity of a race is never lost on Pete. He's got a fairly good idea on keeping it. Monday.
That was close.
Nice evasive action. We didn't want to see any red paint on green paint there, but have a look at now. Lurking in the background comes Darren Jones, and he gets a bit sideways on the gear change in number 5.
Yeah, Darren getting the tail hanging out quite a bit there and had to back it out. as they come around again onto the start-finish straight. Camaro Mustang at the tail end of the field here.
Across the line, Pete Muleman leads with Darren Collins. Darren Collins just being shown the wide way around.
Oh, big slide there from 97.
He's trying hard, isn't he? Pete Muleman keeping it straight. He's keeping it pointed forward. Darren Collins is just trying everything now. And no problem about the man behind the wheel. He's just trying something different wherever he possibly can to stream on through here. They're keeping off those painted surfaces too. The experience of these races says no way do we get anywhere near those painted surfaces after a downpour at Winton Motor Raceway at the Trophy Tour Victoria for 2026.
I do wonder whether he deliberately showed him the side of the car and the mirrors to scare him.
Well, the lights will have gone flick across the mirrors, won't they, from left to right, the middle, and people. I can almost guarantee you, Pete's got a smile on his face and giggling at Darren at the moment. He'll probably grab him at some point because Darren, he's in it. He's in it to win it, as is Pete. But Pete loves the entertainment. It's not lost on him. There's the rain now. Have a look at that. We're starting to see spray coming off these tyres. We touched on before the fact that a wet set of tyres for these cars, it would only be a brand new set because they do run a historic treaded tyre pattern type of car. I think it was John Clark just slowing down there in the 96. He's just allowing the lead bunch or the battle pack get through there as well. So John not really enjoying these conditions. He's getting a lap put on him. But yeah, the nuance of tyres is only that a newer set will have a deeper groove in it, and that's really all there is to it. But certainly the one set of tyres in wet and dry, really all it does is it gives you an opportunity maybe to throw a softer set of springs at it, maybe disconnect an anti-roll bar or something like that on these older cars. There's not a huge amount of tech that can be done. You might take a couple of clicks out of your bump and rebound setup, and make sure you don't forget to set them back for the next dry race. But certainly there's a couple of little nuanced items that you can do in a historic touring car in a wet setup. Ben Wilkinson now feeling the pressure. Darren Collins has just eased off the back of Pete Muleman in the last 3/4 of a lap.
Yeah, you'd think that some of these guys have got... he just made a bit of risk there. I thought he put a couple of wheels on that painted surface that you were talking about, but seemed to work all right for him as he heads on into the sweeper there now. Coming down around out of that, we've got Wilkinson, Muleman and Collins.
Have a look at this. This is a great race. We know being watched by many people online for the big trophy tour for 2026. Thank you for joining us in this telecast. We welcome you. We welcome you to the track, but I hope that you're enjoying the broadcast. Certainly come and join us at the track at the next round at Sandown, August 7th and 8th. But people tuning in, we really appreciate your support, as do these cars and races on the track as well. Great to have people tuning in from right around the country and indeed around the world. There's been some great interest in AU4 internationally. There's always great interest in these cars out of the UK as well, because they're raced over there as well. But also all of our other categories, Formula V an international category, Formula Ford an international category. So lots of those cars and people attracting audiences from all over the world, and we thank you very much for joining in our humble little series. We like to talk it up, and for due reason. It is some of the best racing you will see, and of course this broadcast at a grassroots racing level is second to none around Australia. So we really enjoy your company, and these cars, Phil, are just turning it on. Have a look at this, a six-pack in the wet at Winton, Trophy Tour Victoria. That is what this is all about.
Yeah, he's driven a super clean race and just cleared out on everybody. Been able to back it off a bit for this last little bit, I think, as that gap is reducing. It's not because the other guys are going quicker. I think he's just sort of going, well, I won't risk it. I'll just keep paddling along, or paddling along perhaps out there with a little bit of dampness around. And he's got that Charger going really, really well. Miles around the old tin shed, then up to the gum tree, waves to the kookaburra.
He does too, yeah. The Kookaburra singing down there.
Yeah.
A little bit of saxophone in the background, and that is what is happening. Number 16, this is your lap. Glenn Miles, what a moment for the number 16. Fantastic. Not lost on us, is it, Phil, this one?
No, not at all. It's the Chargers, they sort of didn't really hit it off at the time. They were there, but they weren't quite good enough. And just really good to see one today come out and poke it across the line in first place.
Gee, I hope my old mate Gary O'Brien is watching on from Sydney, the Grassroots Racing Podcast co-host. He loves his Mopar. He's got one in the shed, and this one is about to win a race. I don't know how long it's been since one has won a historic touring car race, but exceptionally well done to Glenn Miles.
Yeah.
The Charger takes the win. People trackside in hoodies and raincoats and beanies giving him a round of applause. That is absolutely immense. And I am going to go so far as to say that the cars crossing the line now will be giving him a round of applause as well.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure of that. As we just flick back to a replay. Oh,
Darren Collins looping it down at Old Tank. And Pierce going through there. So Miles taking the win. He will be having a celebration in the driver's seat down there at the moment. Ben Wilkinson storming through to second place. Pete Muellerman held on to third place very, very nicely indeed. Scott Pearce had his battles right throughout that one. Started on the front row, ultimately home in fourth place. Darren Jones, nice drive from rear of grid to get into the top five. Jeff Munday had his hands full with all of the General's power he had on there. Darren Collins, wow, swings and roundabouts, Daz. He made his way up and down through the field. You got to hand it to him, kept on trying.
That's right. And look, the other thing from that race, Darren, is the wet grass. Nobody went out on the green accelerator.
No, that's right.
So, yeah, well done to all of those guys.
Well, what it does now is Ben Wilkinson takes 58 points away from this one, and that he needs that because he didn't have any out of round one. Glenn Miles is coming into this round in P5 with some 38 points behind. He's taking 54 so far. Pete Muellerman 52, Scotty Pearce 50. So, wow, it is going to all bunch them up at the top of the point score for the historic touring cars. Plenty of racing still to come trackside here at the Trophy Tour Victoria for 2026. Phil, thank you for your time in historic touring cars.
My pleasure.
You've got the afternoon to relax because you're back on with historic touring cars at 3:50 this afternoon. Mate, it's great to welcome you to the commentary team here this weekend. Always a joy to have you on air, and we will have you on air, of course, at the Winton Festival of Speed coming up at the end of July.
Yeah, 100%. Looking forward to that one. And, yeah, look, I'm just really pleased that we picked up on the that wet weather tyres stuff because I did know that. I was wondering how long it would take you to mention.
Yeah, I'll keep you. I've got you. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Thanks for joining us right around the country and indeed internationally. A big shout out if you've got a bit of insomnia and you're watching the Trophy Tour Victoria from little old Winton Motor Raceway. A big welcome to you, and we'd love to see you at our next couple of rounds. Come and join us trackside. It is the best place to be. Sandown, August 7th and 8th, and the grand final, October 3 and 4, will be well and truly worth getting down to Phillip Island for that one. Back in a couple of moments.
Welcome back to Winton Motor Raceway, where it is a great day to be a duck here. The rain has been coming down fairly consistently all day. Little bit of a gap in the clouds for the time being, but that could resume at any moment, and all these drivers are acutely aware. I've got a very threatening-looking radar image being shown to me by my co-commentator, Tom Reed. Matt Dunlop is my name, and we're getting ready to bring you another ripping race of Formula Ford action here at Winton Motor Raceway. For round three, I should say, my apologies, of the 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour. Tom, great to have you in the box.
Thanks, Matt. Yep, also round 3 of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. It is a Kent-only weekend with the National Series competing up in Queensland for this weekend. So we have 7 Kent cars here, 2 historic eligible cars, and that is shown on the grid. The historic eligible cars have the green nameplate there. Andrew Torty will line off pole in car 55 in his Spectrum there. That car is a Spectrum 06B built in 1998, an ex-Ashley Seaward car. Richard Davison will line off from position number 2 in car 40. That is a Van Diemen RF 95, a car built in 1995, of course. Then we go to Grant Walker, one of the older cars in the category. A Swift DB4 built in 1984. Mark Zellner alongside him in his Miguel. Malcolm Coleman in his Swift SC95K. Adrian Wilkinson in the more modern Spectrum there. That is car 47. And then on the final row of the grid is Keith Sharman in his Alphen 620B.
So, not a drastically large field, but 7 cars on the grid here, still more than enough to bring plenty of action here at a tight and twisty Winton Motor Raceway. And Andrew Torty, we can see they're trying to get every last degree of temperature into those rear tyres that he possibly can. It's such a tricky endeavour in these conditions, especially when you're starting on pole position or on the odd side of the grid on that left-hand side. There's a lot of rubber down there from a lot of practice starts, as well as it being, most of the racing line, I think, is at the point of this. I think this might be the transition period where it goes from left to right, but it is tricky to get off the line in wet conditions on the odd-numbered grid spots than it is on the even. So Richard Davison will be aware of that, and he'll be looking to capitalise on that and see if he can get a barnstorming start down to turn 1. He will have the outside line, though, so he's really going to have to push it hard if he wants to make a run. The green flag is waving at the back. 7 Formula Ford machines at the ready. The revs are building. The tension is rising. Red lights are on. We're underway here at Winton. It is a good start from the front by Richard Davison. Andrew Torty got away quite well as well. But look at Davison walking away there in the number 40 machine. The 36 car of Mark Zellner also having a look around the outside. Easily slots up into first position by the time to get to turn 1. Torty's had a rotten start, unfortunately. Down to 4th position. He has recovered that. Back to 3rd, though. Can he get the move done into turn 3? He's got the number 47 of Adrian Wilkinson around the outside. Torty recovers that position, but it's really treacherous stuff as they tiptoe around on this first lap.
A poor start there from, oh no, Mark Zellner's gone off from position number 2, and that car is running rough across that exit curve. Doesn't look to be any damage there, so I think he's just pinched the rear brake and gone off on the exit of turn 3, but a rough start from Andrew Torty there, as well as Grant Walker. Those guys went nowhere off the line. I think that's Andrew Torty, who's just spun through the sweeper. That is Andrew Torty in car 55. He's going to do the shortcut here and try and rejoin without losing too many positions. But your race leader, Richard Davison, will be loving this. He's got to claw back a few points here in the championship battle.
What a shame there for Andrew Torty. Lost a lot of ground. Has come back on track here as they round turn 9 for the first time here. But yeah, Richard Davison will be seeing what's happening in his mirrors and absolutely loving it as he streaks away in that beautifully presented Van Diemen RF95 out in the lead.
Andrew very lucky to get away with that and not get beached out in the mud in the short shoot between turn 6 and 9. They're having a look at Adrian Wilkinson, who's just been passed by Keith Sharman. That looked awfully tight with he and Malcolm Coleman on the exit, and that's going to leave him vulnerable to Mark Zellner. So Wilkinson going back a number of positions in that Spectrum.
Just on the brakes here into turn 11 for the first time. It's really, with the conditions having changed so much throughout the weekend, the first lap is always a bit of a learning experience because you do have the formation lap out of the pit lane, but you're not doing it at racing speed, so it's tricky to get a full idea of how the cars are going to handle. But they cross the stripe for the first time, and the running order is Davison leading ahead of Andrew Torty still on the road.
Walker! Zellner locks the rear brakes into turn one, somehow keeps it on the island, but loses a spot there to Malcolm Coleman in the red Swift SC95. He's going to look for a move here. Back past the Swift into turn 3. Malcolm sees him coming, opens the steering up and lets the Miguel and Mark Zellner back through there. So Mark's on the back of Keith Sharman now in the oldest car in the field. That is an Alpine 620B built in 1975. So Keith doing a fantastic job there from Mildura. He's only recently started his motor racing career. I think he raced karts back in the day. And there's another car off. It's Mark Zellner again, who's gone through for an excursion there off the back of the sweeper.
You can see him shaking his head in the cockpit. It's really not been a great start to this race for Mark Zellner. He's been all amongst the action in that Miguel machine, the number 36 there with Revolution race gear on the side. Back on track for the time being, but that thing has spent quite a bit of time out in the weeds or getting caught up there under the brakes here in turn one. That was a very, very nervy moment for Mark Zellner, but still pointing in the right direction, back on track, and now it's a job for recovery. So Adrian Wilkinson ahead. Let's have a look at that most recent moment. So this is through turn 5. Mark Zellner, the leader of these two red cars, just loses it off the edge there on the bumps.
Nothing he could do there. The car just swapped ends on it. Once it starts to go in the wet weather like that, it's a very hard job to save a car, which its momentum is already sending you off the track. Andrew Torty, I believe, has been passed by Grant Walker. It will update when these guys go past the line, and there you go. There was visual evidence of that up the road. So Walker in the Swift DB4 gets up to position number 2. It looks to me like Andrew Torty's thing is very nervous under brakes. Perhaps that brake bias needs a slight tweak in that spectrum.
As they come across the old pit straight here, the old control line, and down into turn 3. This has been a corner that's caught a lot of drivers by surprise, I would say, throughout the day here, this turn 3 in these wet conditions. And the curbs, you can see how slick they are. Adrian Wilkinson has had an excursion of his own off at turn 1, I imagine. Back rejoining on the old straight, so bypass turn 2. That's going to let Mark Zellner back through, and it's very, very hard for all these drivers to stay out of the action here. So I think the main thing is if you can get the car home in one piece at this stage, just bring it. No!
Grant Walker for a spin. He grinds the bottom of that car on the exit of the road, and he's lost that spot back to Andrew Torty. He's trying to get this car spun around. He's got to wait for Keith Sharman there and Malcolm Coleman to go through. So unfortunately, Grant Walker back to position number 5, but he has the pace to be able to get back past these guys as the rain is absolutely heaving down here at Winton Motor Raceway. Absolutely chucking it down, says Callum Brannigan in the van.
We can hear it in the comms box hitting the hot tin roof here. Oh, it's a pretty frigid cold tin roof at this stage, but it is teeming down, and you can see just how much more spray is getting kicked up on the straights here as they go into turn 10. You can see it. It's almost like a tidal wave coming from the sky at this point.
That's incredible. These guys are going to struggle big time to keep these cars on the road. They are an all-weather compound of tyre. The car on the right of your shot there, Malcolm Coleman, he is on a Yokohama, which is what we see the more modern Kent cars use. And then these two cars of Keith Sharman, car 21, and the 5 there of Grant Walker are using the Avons. Now, in historic racing, we have two manufacturers of tyre. We've got an Avon that has a soft compound, which is new for 2026, and a hard compound, which is the outdated tyre. You can elect to run what either compound you like. And then we also have another brand of Hoosier tyre, which is perhaps a better wet weather tyre. I'm just trying to figure out if Grant is running the Hoosier for this race. So yeah, two tyre manufacturers for the historic class and a Yokohama for the more modern Kent field. Richard Davison out to 11th, the second lead there out in front. Andrew Torty behind him. Richard will be looking to keep this car on the island and pick up his first race win since the opening round there at Sandown earlier on in the year in February.
Yeah, it's been a long time between drinks in relative terms for Richard Davison. We're used to seeing him dominating the Kent Championship here in the Victorian Formula Ford Series in that number 40 wins machine. And Andrew Torty has just been barnstorming throughout this season. Second place in the first race and has won everything else up to this point. Down to second at the moment as a result of those excursions we saw earlier. But in these conditions, we've still got just under 8 minutes to go on the clock. That doesn't sound like a long time, but look at that track. It's just how glassy smooth it is with the water, the light reflecting off the water there. Anything can happen, and you can see just how towy that number 5 car of Grant Walker is coming out of turn 9 as well.
And a car with only 110 horsepower, it still will burst into wheel spin, so you do need to be a little careful, especially running across the start-finish straight, touching those white lines. It can break traction and swap ends on you pretty quickly, so it's something for these drivers to be pretty wary of. You touched on Richard Davison and his history in Formula Ford. He is looking to get his 5th Vic State Formula Ford Championship in a row. He won it in 2022 in his beautiful RF95, 23, 24, 25, and now he's looking to add another in 2026. But he's got a tough order ahead of him with Andrew Torty and that points gap between he and car 55 there.
Yeah, when you're in conditions like this running, I can only imagine that racing for positions and points is the least of your concerns.
Look at the water.
Rather than actually keeping the thing on track, staying out of the standing water. That is insane on the inside of turn 1.
And there's a river that runs across just before the entry of turn 3, which the drivers have to modulate the brake pedal. And there's a little bit of water that sits on the exit curb here of 3 and on the apex of 4. So pretty much every corner at Winton. With the little bit of camber that they have, there's standing water. You'll show it here if Richard Davison clips the apex at turn 9, which I'm sure he'll be well aware to stay away from that. It'll kick up a bunch of water. You can see it on the inside there onto the back straight. Same can be said for turn number 10.
And that's part of the game here, is just finding that grip and just seeing how the track is behaving lap on lap. Those who have had experience here at Winton will sort of be able to keep that in the back of their mind, with previous experience from last year's. And it's often... rain is no stranger to the Winton Motor Raceway that we've, from my experience, but when the conditions are teeming down like this, you're almost still having to make adjustments on the fly. And just look how much water there is on the inside of 11 as well.
Well, you can see Richard's car, it's absolutely it's planted at the moment. I haven't seen a single bit of offset lock or twitching under braking zone. So Luke Ellery and Alice Piccolo down there, Ellery Motorsport doing a fantastic job to set that car up. Generally in the wet conditions, you either loosen you soften the front and rear anti-roll bars, or completely take off the rear to let the car squat down and get the traction out of zones like turn number 2 and coming up to turn 3, and you raise the tyre pressure as well.
Richard Davison avoiding the apex of turn 1 entirely there, just really giving it a wide berth to avoid that splashing through the standing water. Those tyres got to have enough work because there's to channel all the rest of the water on the racing surface. And there's those little puddles on the entry to turn 4 that you've got to be careful of as well. It's tricky to do much about those based on where they're positioned. But we go back now to Malcolm Coleman, who's found himself up in the 3rd position. So great running from him in the number 52 car.
Yep, he's got Grant Walker just behind him. You can see Malcolm locking the left front there. He just had to modulate the brake pedal a little bit to get that the unloaded side, or the loaded side I should say, going into a right-hander. He had to get that tyre rotating again to be able to turn the car into turn 3. He's got Grant Walker in his Swift DB4 breathing down his neck. Now that Swift DB4 was a car steeped in controversy back in the day. It was imported to Australia and then banned because of how dominant it was. Unfortunately, Keith Sharman has found the gravel at turn number 3, and that car is going nowhere. 40mm right height means that thing is beached up to its belly.
The sand is up to the wheel nuts there.
Look at the water.
Goodness, speaking of beach, it is really, really damp here at Winton, to say the least. Grant Walker doesn't even need to worry about tear-offs. That'll keep his visor nice and clean for him. He's all over the back of Coleman here as well. This race is still raging for 3rd position, but Walker's going to have a face full of spray at the moment.
I wonder if we're going to keep that as low as double wave yellows. Here is the replay. Just caught the end of that. Keith Sharman in his Alpine, I think, ran over that river on the 2, 3 and 4, and that's all it wrote. Unfortunately, Keith from Mildura doing his first few races of his short motorsport career. We've just gone safety car, had a look at the flag marshalling point where Richard Davidson's going through at the scene of the accident there at turn 3, and you can see it on your screen. So Grant Walker got close to Malcolm Coleman, but I don't think he's going to be able to get this move done with 3 minutes to go. I'm not sure if we... depends how quick this recovery is, if we get some more racing action, but... I don't think there will be any rush here.
The recovery vehicles are on their way, waiting for a break in the traffic to go out and retrieve the number 21 car of Keith Sharman. I think the drivers, the rest of the drivers at the very least, will be quite relieved to have a little bit of reprieve where they can pace around behind the safety car and just regather, get themselves back in the game. And any jitters from, having excursions on and off there, they can just sort of have a bit of a mental reset and before they go again, as we see Coleman and Walker going past the scene of the accident here. Massive shout out to the recovery crews here at Winton Motor Raceway and of all the racetracks that we race at around Victoria, as well as all of our flag marshals, our safety car drivers, medical car crew, our medics in general, the fireys, the towies, the official scrutineers, everyone who volunteers a lot of their time to help us go racing and not just help us go racing, if they weren't here, we just simply couldn't do it. So a massive shout out to everyone, all the officials and volunteers. And if you do want to get involved in motorsport as a volunteer or an official, we're more than welcome to have you here. It would be great to have you on board. motorsport.org.au/officials is the place to go. So with a minute and 45 on the clock at the moment, we don't know how much more running we will get in this race, but we'll keep our eyes peeled. Good time to take stock. So Davison leading ahead of Torty and Coleman in third position. Grant Walker in number 5 car currently sits fourth with Mark Zellner and Adrian Wilkinson 5th and 6th. Sharman a non-finisher owing to his beachment in the sand at turn 4, unfortunately. So we'll keep our eyes on that clock and we'll see how this one progresses.
Well, recovery crew doing a fantastic job there to get Keith Sharman's car out of the gravel. And the car's just circulating here. They might actually struggle to catch up to the safety car if they keep at this slow pace. Just looking at the cars that are about to cross the line there, I believe that was going to be Malcolm Coleman and Grant Walker. The Race Industries safety car has picked up your race leader, Richard Davison. There is Keith Sharman out of the gravel with Adrian Wilkinson behind. So where there's a slight chance here that we do get a one-lap dash, which is not what Richard Davison wanted, with his championship rival right behind him in Andrew Torty there. Jamie Lana swinging spanners on that car this weekend, a notable engine builder in Formula Ford racing, especially with the Kent motors, multiple race winning motors in the historic scene and the in the national scene.
One thing that always blows my mind, from more of a physics perspective, looking at the tyres and how much water they're throwing, even just pacing around at these school zone speeds or adjacent to, just how much water is being channeled out by these tyres, because it's a really fine balance that the manufacturers have to strike in between, keeping as much tread on the road as possible, but also being able to channel as much. And the amount of litres being displaced must be through the roof for what Formula Ford's, compared to a lot of the, slick tyre races that you see, the tyres are relatively small, they're relatively narrow, but they've got a lot of work to do, and it's just incredible to see. And for the uninitiated, it might look like, just a little bit damp, it's all right, but that is a terrifying perspective for me looking as a punter here. I don't know how these drivers do it. It's incredible stuff being able to race in these conditions.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky. If you were to put your foot down, you'd absolutely spin in these cars. But yeah, the Yokohama tyre and the Avon doing a terrific job, as well as the Hoosier, of dispersing all of the water, and it allows these guys to race at a pretty safe and competitive level. We have the lights out on the Racer Industries safety car. Richard Davison is in command of this race from car 55 of Andrew Torty. Malcolm Coleman, first race back in over 12 months, is running in P3.
Oh my goodness.
And that is an absolute river between turn 3, just before the entry of turn 4. We are set to go for a restart here with we've actually the clock has gone well over 0 seconds, so not sure if this is the last lap or not. If Andrew Torty wants to get a move done, he's got to get it done now, but he is 3 or 4 car lengths behind your race leader, Richard Davison, doing a fantastic job out front, but he is going to be the pioneer once they get to turn 3. And there's the river into 4. Richard locks the front. He keeps it just on the road there.
We have a look to see the rest of the field filtering through turn 3, tiptoeing over that river. And now look at all the standing water on the run into turn number 4.
Andrew Torty goes for a spin there in P2 and drops a number of spots. And that car looked to be stuck for a moment, but he gets it back going. So, unfortunate for Andrew, he drops off the podium there, but it's a big free kick to Richard Davison.
It certainly is, and it's that easy in these conditions for it all to go wrong. Andrew Torty is able to rejoin the race, but he's lost a lot of ground, and that's going to come in very, very handy for Richard Davison's championship fight back if he's able to bring it home in first position.
Now he just needs to keep it on the island for the remaining 5 or 6 corners here at Winton Motor Raceway for round 3 of the Formula Fords. We still have one more race coming up this afternoon. That will be the last race on the program, but here is the battle for the second spot on the podium. Malcolm Coleman doing a fantastic job in his first race back in over 12 months. He's under huge pressure here from Grant Walker. He's going to try and go around the outside on the go-kart line at turn 10. Mark Zellner's in here just to throw another spanner into the works, but Malcolm gets the power down onto the back straight. Sets his sights on turn 11. Grant Walker's going to try and go around the outside at the braking zone. Does he clear them by the time they turn right into turn 11? And that is no. Coleman sort of opens the steering wheel there. It's going to invite Mark Zellner for a move here into the final corner, and Zellner gets that job done for P3 momentarily. Richard Davison comes across the line to pick up his first race win since Sandown at round number 1. Malcolm Coleman, fantastic job, P2. And then I think it was Mark Zellner getting the job done just over Grant Walker there for the final podium spot. What a fantastic race for Formula Ford.
.038 was the margin between Zellner and Walker there at the end for 3rd and 4th. There's confirmation. Richard Davison is your race winner in race 1, with Malcolm Coleman 2nd, Mark Zellner 3rd, just ahead of Grant Walker. Andrew Torty was able to recover and bring it home in 5th position, so not the points all he was expecting, but still some handy points nonetheless. Adrian Wilkinson in P6 as well, and Keith Sharman was able to rejoin, thankfully, and finished 7th position, so some handy points for him as well. And he'll be relieved to just, all of these drivers will be relieved to just get these cars back into the sheds, pointing straight and narrow for a big clean-up and a big sit-down and a cup of tea before they get ready for the last race of the weekend.
There'll be water and mud, especially for Keith's car and all the other drivers that ran off. Adrian, Andrew Torty, Grant Walker. Pretty much every car ran off that race, bar Malcolm Coleman and Richard Davison, your ultimate race winner. So pretty tricky conditions out there. Standing water everywhere, rivers running across the track, especially between turn 3 and 4.
So next up, we will have the Porsche 944 Challenge. All those drivers would have been very eagerly watching this race to see just how the track is handling and what the conditions are like. They will have one trick up their sleeve, is that from now, for further notice to the rest of the day, all races will have safety car starts, just to make it a little bit easier to get off the line at the start and just to minimise the chance of something going wrong. They will reassess throughout the day as conditions change, but for the foreseeable afternoon, for the time being, we will have safety car starts. So that will take one worry off the drivers' minds, I'm sure. Tom Reed, thank you so much for joining me in the commentary box. Looking forward to having your company once again for the last race of the day, Formula Ford Race 3, around about 4:15 p.m. But before then, we've got a lot of action to come. As mentioned, 944 Challenge, their Race 3 is up next, and then we'll have Saloon Cars, Formula V, the AU4 Championship, Sports Sedans, improved production, and historic touring cars before that Formula Ford race rounds out the day. Thanks so much for your time in the box, Tom. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Yep. Yeah. Looking forward to kicking off this afternoon's proceedings here. You've got 944 coming up. Then we go to Saloon Cars, Formula V, AU4 for their final race of the weekend. So looking forward to that. We've got the rain heaving down here at Winton Motor Raceway for the Victorian Trophy Tour round number 3. You're watching this live on Blendline TV. Stick around for the Porsche 944s. Matt Dunlop will be calling that race. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to round 3 of the 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour here at gorgeous, sunny Winton Motor Raceway. Nope, sorry, I've got my glasses. I've got the wrong prescription. I've got them fixed up. All right, got my correct glasses on. Oh, it's teaming down. My goodness. Who could have seen that coming? It is rotten weather here at Winton Motor Raceway. Great for spectating because you never know what's going to happen. But as a driver, you're either in one of two minds. It's either really towy and you hate driving in the wet, or you love it and you can't wait to see what comes of it. My name is Matt Dunlop. I've never been a driver, but the man next to me, Tony Westaway, has driven these 944s a lot. Tony, great to have you in the box. What's your, as a driver, how do you always view a wet weather race when it's coming up?
Well, the first thing, Matt, is you've been sitting in pre-grid, waiting out there. You've had your tyre pressure set, and then it's just started to rain. So they'll all be worried that they don't have enough tyre pressure in here to start with. So get out there now. They'll all be looking to try and warm up their tyres a little bit, or actually do something to get some pressure into them before this actual race starts.
Yeah, I think warming the tyres might be a premium here because you just look at the condition of the track into turns 6 and 7 there. Yeah. So much water. There's a bit of a, I don't want to use the word dry line because that's quite, frankly, incorrect. But it's not a river. So it's actual tarmac that you can contact with the tyre there. And it just gives you a really good indication of just how wet and tricky it is. These drivers would have been watching the last Formula Ford race where it started bucketing halfway through with the conditions changing lap by lap, seeing where the standing water is starting to emerge, what apexes you have to avoid, and where you've got to be the most careful. So they're filtering around at the moment, and we've had a bit of a change to the procedure as a result of this. Let's have a quick look through the grid first, though, before we get into that. So Adam Brewer and Chris Lewis-Williams will be on the front row of the grid, with Jamie Westaway out of third position. Cameron Bella will start fourth in the red number 1 car, rather than his usual cyan machine, which is having a well-earned break this weekend. Mark Torbert's in the number 22 car, will be fifth with Mark Verdino next to him in P6, and then Manny Metzasama and Lyndon Watson will fill out the fourth row of the grid. Behind them, we go to the number 45 car of Michael Westaway with Josh Brisbane in 9th and 10th, and then it's Andrew Goldman and Sam Roth in 11th and 12th to round out the grid. And I say grid, but what we're actually doing here, we've changed the procedure a little bit because of these conditions. We're going to be running a safety car start. So all the cars will come up to the grid but sort of form up single file as they wait behind the safety car. And then the race will start with under a safety car period. And it will then be a single lap, I believe, from the safety car there, depending on the conditions, of course. We'll see how it plays out. And then once they're ready to go, it'll be like a safety car restart, if you will, but that'll be the start of the green flag running for this one. So good chance for the drivers to have a slightly more relaxed start to the race, I would imagine. Yeah,
I think it will be. You know, starting in there, single line, don't have to watch what's happening beside you, don't have to watch if you can even see the lights, you know, start in this sort of weather. So no, I think it's a good idea to have the safety car start for them. I don't know whether I've actually ever had to do one before, a safety car start like that.
It's not something we see very often in the Victorian Trophy Tour. And the safety car is getting underway now, so Adam Brewer will take off as well as the race officially gets underway directly under safety car conditions. So even the flag marshals are having a bit of trouble getting those flags unstuck at the corner post, but we always appreciate their work. And it is race 3 of the Porsche 944 Challenge, which is now underway with thanks to Tyre Power Benalla. With that man there, Chris Lewis-Williams on screen, currently starting this race in second position. He's been running really, really well. That's his face down in the graphic there, if you're wondering who that is. So CLW, the man himself, local to the area, actually was telling me earlier, last 6 weeks they've barely had a drop of rain up in this part of the world, and now it seems really all come down at once.
Yeah, comes down to the one day. It's fantastic.
Just caught a glimpse of Mark Verdino trying desperately to defog his windscreen there with a microfiber towel.
Oh, no, you'll see people there with a rag. They'll have a rag or something tucked between their legs trying to wipe that windscreen, if they can reach it. You know. Most cases you can't reach the windscreen in these cars. So.
It's a
Sam Rolfe, you can't see anything out the back window there.
It's such a tricky thing with these cars because you're sort of limited in what you can do, and a lot of the creature comforts you'd have in a road car to help, you know, keep the windscreen nice and visible for you and keep it defogged. It's extra weight that you vastly don't need in a racing car. So dispense of that, get it going, and then when things like this eventuate, then you do have to find some creative ways to sort it out, and you can just see how foggy some of these ones are. Jamie looks to have a little bit of fog on the right-hand side of his windshield for sure. So there's Mark Medina in the Sidelink Transport number 44 car. He was having issues yesterday with a fuel pump that took him out of race 1. Recovered quite well to come across the line. I believe it was 6th position he ended up in this morning's race. It was indeed. So he'll be looking to improve on that. And there you can see him just trying his best to get as much of that fog off the windscreen as possible. I don't think that's going to be as easy for him once we're under racing conditions and you're trying to give it as much as possible around this track.
No, we had the same position at Bathurst a few years ago when we were up there, and it rained the whole time we were at Bathurst, and you had to actually drive around with a rag, be able to try and reach the windscreen, and just so you could see going across the top of the mountain there.
You've had a few outings at Bathurst. The 944 Challenge itself has raced once or twice at Bathurst, but also a lot of these drivers have also run there in the 6 hour of recent years.
6 hour, we did that a couple of months ago now. There was 2 teams went up there from the 944s, so we had good results again. I think Andrew Jackman's team there finished in second position, and that was great. And then Jamie and Lee Partridge was a driver in our series. They were in a Ford Focus, a Brown Davis Ford Focus.
Big shout out to Andrew Jackman. It's a shame he can't be racing with us, but it's a really, really moist day here at Winton, so I think he'll be pretty glad to be rugged up inside as the green flag waves to get this race moving from a green perspective. So we can start overtaking, we can start getting some racing, but it's still so toey for these drivers as they're going to turn 1 for the first time, keeping it off the curb because there's a lot of standing water pooling on the inside there. They tiptoe through 1 and 2, line astern basically, but now 3 and 4, this is going to be a real challenge. You can see the rivers of water there getting thrown out of the side of these Yokohama tyres under brakes there. A lot of drivers being careful not to pinch a brake as they go through these corners. Big puddles here getting nailed by these drivers too through turn 4. And it's still running as they were when they started at this stage. So Brewer leads from Chris Lewis-Williams, Jamie Westaway and Cameron Bella. There's your top 4 on screen.
Yeah. Still raining very heavily out there, Matt. So I think they're all going to be pretty cautious this first lap to work out where all the water's actually standing, where they can actually get an advantage on someone in front.
I think they certainly will be. And Tony, you spent quite a bit of time after this morning's race getting a lot of dirt and gunk out from underneath that number 50 machine of Jamie's. And I reckon you might have your work cut out for you after this race again, even if it keeps on the track the whole time.
Yeah, well, hopefully that's going to wash it off. But no, we did a little bit of work on it. We had a problem with a tyre and a wheel in there, so we've sorted that out. So hopefully a little bit easier for him to drive in the wet than it was this morning.
So a lot of drivers using different tyres here, different levels of grip. And let's have a look at Chris Lewis-Williams. So this is the start of the race from the green flag perspective. Yeah, immediately under brakes there the first time, just lost the rear end, caught it immediately, did a really good job to hold on to it, and didn't lose a position there, but gee, that'll wake you up. We're now going through turn 11 for the first time in anger as the drivers tiptoe around. There's a big puddle on the inside there as well. Not a huge deal there because, they're mostly loading up the right-hand side and being able to keep away from that. That's not unsettling the car too much as they all pull onto the main straight again. So a lot of spray being thrown up here. Adam Brewer's got the benefit of having clear air in front of him, but he's also got the detriment of being the pioneer of all these drivers. He's the one out there carving out the tram tracks and trying to figure out what the conditions are like so that everyone behind can follow suit.
That's exactly right.
Manny Metsusama's on screen here. Great to see him back in the car. Lyndon Watson really not having a great start to his race, down in 7th position, so he's lost a couple of spots there in the Don Watson Transport Machine. Beautifully presented car there, as always. Always good to see Lyndon racing as, it's the amount of water. I can't say it enough just how treacherous it is here at Winton, and these drivers will be acutely aware of that as Lyndon Watson just charging through. Michael Westaway as well. We just saw briefly flash across there in his Dayglow orange car, which you can definitely see it from everywhere in these weather conditions, that's for sure.
Very treacherous out there for them.
Back up to the battle for second position now. So Adam Brewer's been able to pull a little bit of a gap. Chris Lewis-Williams has been taking it a little bit easier, and as a result of that, he's got Jamie Westaway and Cameron Bella all over the back. These 4 drivers are the cream of the crop when it comes to the Porsche 944s. These 3 in particular, Chris Lewis-Williams and Cameron Bella have so many championships between them, and Jamie Westaway, your son, of course, and since coming on the scene, has been one of the newer stars in the category. He's been absolutely lighting it up.
Jamie's he's won the championship a couple of times as well, both in that car and also in his own gold car, which we've recently sold. So we've got a young guy coming out of go-karting that's going to have a go in Jamie's car later on in the year. So we're looking forward to giving him some training and sorting that out with him in his new car.
Definitely keep our eyes peeled. It's always good to see new talent coming into the 944 Challenge, and we know that gold car is really, really rapid as well, so he'll have an awesome bit of kit underneath him, and with the Westerways as stablemates, it's always a really, really good way to go racing. Let's have a look at a replay again. So there's Michael, unfortunately, who's decided that he didn't have enough work for you to do already in the garage, Tony, so he's picked up a lot more mud underneath that car for you to clean out once he pulls back in, but he's rejoined the race.
Chris Lewis Williams has got ahead there of Adam Brewer.
He has. So Chris Lewis Williams takes the lead of the race. He's found a lot of time there. Adam Brewer still has a bit of a gap over Cameron Bella. Jamie Westaway, though, has also dropped back a little bit. He's in 4th position, so a lot of shuffling around at the front of this race. So whether there's been some mistakes made or just conditions catching drivers unawares all over here. But Chris Lewis Williams, the local, doing really well. Not to say the same for Sam Rofe, unfortunately, who's had to pull his car to a stop on the entry to pit lane there. Hasn't even been able to make it back into the lane. So what a shame for the number 68 machine there. Sam Rofe looks like his race is done.
Oh, there goes Cam Bella.
Massive off for Cameron Bella, carrying a lot of speed, shooting off at turn 4 there. Rejoins the track at turn 10. So he's shortcutted it completely. Goes right through the water there. That's a massive amount of pace he was carrying through, and I think he's just going to throttle off and wait for his fellow competitors to come around and retake those positions. But what a massive get off there.
He's lucky to get through there because there's quite a ditch in through the centre of that the track in there.
There certainly was. He's been having a bit of strife there all day. This morning he spun on lap 1 on the exit of 4. He didn't even touch the curb, he said to me. He just got a little bit too heavy on the throttle and it just turned the thing around.
Looked like a ballerina, didn't he?
He did. Let's have a look and see what happened this time. So we won't be able to see what started it, but there he is, shooting across like a bullet in that number 1 Bella Motorsport machine. There's that ditch that he talked about, bouncing through there. Keeps all 4 wheels on the grass and gets it back on the track there. So good recovery, but he'll be
reminiscent of Jack Atlee in the same car. Jack Atlee's had that car airborne in through there.
It's got pedigree around this Winton Motor Raceway. It does that red machine here from the Bella Motorsport stable. So Cameron is back underway. He's made his way back into 4th position there. So right back where he picked off, and he's given Jamie a spot, though. Lewis Williams still leads the way ahead of Adam Brewer, and Jamie's benefited from that up into 3rd position. Still a bit of a gap from Bella back to Mark Torberts as well. But yeah, it just goes to show that a driver of Cameron Bella's pedigree, anything can happen there. He's still, it's also not his usual position in the car either, because normally he's...
Cameron's carrying a little bit of damage in the front of the car there. You can see the brake duct hanging down.
He
in
is,
the front of the car.
Absolutely, and I'm not surprised. Jamie Westaway's off as well. He's gone straight ahead at turn 3 there, kept off the tyres, but that thing just was not able to pull up. He must have just locked the tyres, and it was just a complete passenger there under brakes. Gets it back on track, but that just goes to show you how wet it is here. And even with this semi-slick Yokohama tyre they're running, it's really, really tricky to get these cars around here and keep them on the track here. So that leaves a 2-car battle for the lead now. Chris Lewis Williams leads the way still. Adam Brewer, he hasn't been able to shake the 81 car behind him though. So these two are still duking it out all the way around this Winton circuit, keeping it nice and wide through turn 8, avoiding all that water on the inside. Same here through turn 9. There's just so much standing water pooling on the inside, and you can see it there on the exit of 9 too as they're going to
Chris
turn
is
10.
wriggling a little bit there coming out of the corner.
So as they're going to turn 10 now, there was a little bit of gunk dragged on from when Cameron Bella rejoined, but I imagine that's been cleaned up fairly quickly by the field going through. And there's not really been a whole lot of bravery in from a lot of the drivers across the categories here doing much in turn 10 because it's so tricky.
Adam might have another go here. Adam's looking fairly racy in there at the moment.
He certainly is.
Adam has his motto, never lift, but I think he's going to moderate a little bit for this race.
Yeah, I reckon a little bit of throttle moderation at the very least will come in quite handy. Chris actually lost a little bit of momentum there, just dipping his wheels in the big puddle on the exit of 10, which would have taken a bit of his speed off there, but was still able to hold on to the lead as Adam Brewer wasn't looking to find a gap there unless there was a really, really obvious one opening. So just keeps it tucked in behind now, still 4 minutes to go, and the fastest lap of the race belongs to Adam Brewer as a result of that being on the charge here. So still glued to the back of Chris Lewis Williams as they go through that turn 1 and 2 chicane for the first time. I say the first time, it's actually, there's been quite a few times. It's the 6th time as a matter of fact, but it feels like the first time every time they come around with the weather conditions changing. So bit of a wider line there from Chris Lewis Williams. Adam Brewer just tucking it to the inside a bit, trying to get creative and just see where the grip is. There's not much of it to go around. So
Chris is an old go-karter, so he'd be certainly following the go-kart line in the wet.
Let's have a look as he goes through turn 5. He's keeping well away from the inside of the track there. Keeping it around about in the middle there. So a bit of a balance to be found because you've either got to deal with the water on the inside, the bumps on the outside, and it's a bit of a rock and a hard place when you're going through that turn 5 sweeper.
Yeah, it'll be wide in through these as it comes through these corners.
Really looking good out the front there, that Tyre Power vanilla machine. Repping it for the local businesses here is Chris Lewis-Williams at Winton Motor Raceway. And it's from what I can tell on the camera, I don't know if the rain has started to abate a little bit. It actually looks like it's still coming down a little bit. And I imagine it'll be coming and going quite a bit over the next few minutes. A little bit of patches of blue sky starting to appear, but as soon as I said that, we're going to have thunderclaps and it's going to be chucking down. So I'll keep the commentator's curse restricted as much as I can, and we'll focus on this battle here between Manny Metsasama and Jamie Westaway. So he's been able to rejoin, but lost a lot of position, and Manny Metsasama up in 5th place right now is having a great run. One of his best runs he's had in quite some time in a 944.
Well, Manny really enjoys his racing. You know, he's raced a lot of different vehicles over the years, and loves getting out there in his 944. He was up there in Bathurst recently in the 6 hour as well. So he's doing a lot of racing at the moment. Various classes and things he's doing.
He certainly
enjoys racing. I think he enjoys driving his big truck too that he has to take it round in.
We've seen him in action in his Porsche 911 a few times as well in recent years, so it's always good to see him back behind the wheel of his 944. He has had to give up that spot to Jamie Westaway though, who's made his way back up into 5th position and now chases down Mark Torberts in 4th ahead of him in that really good looking yellow car as well. So still got a bit of a gap to chase up. There is Mark Torberts ahead of Jamie Westaway. Car's looking really, really good here so far as he comes around through turns 1 and 2. And yeah, as it was this morning, it's very much a race of survival, isn't it?
It is. He's done it again.
He has. He has run wide again. He's locked it up. Not to the same extent, but he's gone into the fence. What a shame for Jamie Westaway. Nose dived into the tyres on the exit of 3. That thing is stranded in the gravel. I hardly imagine it'll be going anywhere. Yellow flags immediately out on the scene. The race is still going up front though. Chris Lewis-Williams still leading the way with Adam Brewer just behind him. They've got a 10-second gap to Cameron Bella behind though, so those two are just focusing on their own race. Stranded Jamie Westaway once again.
Don't think he'll be getting out of there.
Certainly not without some assistance from the recovery crews. So I can see the recovery vehicles may be mobilising shortly, but we'll keep an eye to see if the race will stay green. We're going to be getting an early checkered flag here as a matter of fact, folks, because we're getting pretty close to the end of the racing time regardless. So Chris Lewis-Williams has 2 corners left to go. Can he keep it in the right direction, or will Adam Brewer be able to pull a rabbit out of a hat here to get the win in race 3? They've got 1 more corner left to navigate, and Chris Lewis-Williams in the number 37 car will bring it home to take the checkered flag in a chaotic race 3 where everything was happening to everyone. Chris Lewis-Williams kept the nose straight and he gets the race win. Awesome result for CLW. Adam Brewer bringing it home in 2nd position right behind. The battle still rages on with Andy Goldman here, holding off Mark Verdino currently for, I think it'll be 7th position once they get past the timing updates here. So really, really good running from Goldman and Verdino.
Yeah, that's a very good result for Andrew Goldman.
Kicked up there as well. So they cut around turn 10. Meanwhile, a bit further up, Cameron Bella has crossed the line in 3rd with Mark Torberts in 4th. Manny Metsasama has just also crossed the stripe in 5th with Lyndon Watson set to finish in P6. And then this is the battle we see on screen for 7th. So Goldman in the 333 was in the wars yesterday with his own off, unfortunately, as was Mark Verdino, as a matter of fact. So they're back in action, and Andrew Goldman will bring it home in 7th ahead of Verdino. So great result there. Josh Brisbane will come home in 9th position as well. But yeah, what a shame there for... it's not a great race, unfortunately, for the Westoways overall, is it, Tony? With Jamie finishing up in the gravel. Michael Westaway as well, unfortunately, finishing in the pit lane. So let's have a look at those final results. So Chris Lewis-Williams gets the win ahead of Brewer. Cameron Bella rounds out the podium with Mark Torberts in 4th. Manny Metsasama, great running to get to 5th with Lyndon Watson in 6th position. And then Goldman, Verdino as the last of the runners across the line there. Jamie Westaway was indeed dropped down a little bit further as a result of not being able to come across. So it was Brisbane in 9th with Jamie Westaway being probably classed as a non-finisher, as well as Michael Westaway, his uncle, your brother Michael, and Sam Rofe not finishing as well. So Not the weekend that, not the end of the weekend.
Not the end of the weekend. The start of the weekend was quite good, but not to the end of the weekend. Yeah.
Especially from yourself in the Westerways, definitely not what we want to see. But the action for the 944 Challenge has been great, and it's been really, really good to have your company.
Three different winners for each race, so it's a great weekend. It always shows how close the racing is and how keen everyone is and what they actually do out there.
Absolutely, it was. So Chris Lewis-Williams and Adam Brewer both finish on 94 points. So really, really close there, as you mentioned, with the battling there. So, and now look at the sun. It's coming out, and we'll see if the track gets the opportunity to dry at all ahead of the Saloon cars coming up. Tony, thank you so much for joining me in the commentary box this weekend. Hope to see you on the track again soon sometime, but it's been great to have your company.
No, thanks very much, Matt. Really enjoyed it.
All the best, Tony. We'll be back shortly with the Saloon cars. Darren Smith will be on the microphone to call those as well. You're not going to want to miss those, folks, because they will be chaotic, to say the least. You are watching the Victorian Trophy Tour on Blendline TV. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Trophy Tour Victoria, round number 3. We are absolutely just ticking over half of the season. We've got a afternoon of racing to go here at Winton Motor Raceway, and if the outlap of the saloon cars is anything about the entertainment value, we're doing a little bit of Torval and Dean down at turns 1 and 2. And a bit of a loop around there. So, well, that gives you an idea of how slippery it is. And we're bathed in absolute beach weather sunshine. It is like we're on the GC. It's schoolies week imminent, and we're about to get ourselves sunburnt here this afternoon. Welcome back to Trophy Tour Victoria. We'd love to see you all trackside at Sandown, August 7 and 8 for round 4, and then the grandest of grand finals at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit on October 3 and 4. To round out our season, of course, the saloon cars are on track. I'm Darren Smith. Matt Dunlop is absolutely hitting his purple patch here today. And I'm going to say, Matty D, 944s in the wet are fun and entertaining. Mate, you're about to have to turn it up to fever pitch because the saloon cars are on the track. It stopped raining, but the track is still absolutely sodden wet.
Is it ever? Look at these leading 2 cars. Let's have a quick look at the grid here as they shape up. So, Kieran Prudmore will be on pole position with Sean Jamieson next to him in those 2 silver Commodores we saw sliding through 8 and 9. Behind them, Kane Baxter-Smith and Jacob Prestapino. Then Jason Cruz, David Lyons, Kerry Bright and Mark Sutherland. Justin Shembry and Jason Cartledge will round out your 5th row. And then we go Chris Handley, Chris Jackson, Will Harris and Cody Cartledge. Then in 15th, Matt Yeager and Jeff Flegg. In 16th, behind them, Brett Tate, George Papageorgiou, Robert Knight just going past the shop there now, Ryan Ridgway out of 20th position. And then our rear of grid starters, Adam Lowndes, and we've also got listed on our grid sheet Scott Dornan, but he will not be starting owing to his, I believe he's no longer in the weekend.
Suspension failure, yeah, absolutely.
Alex Handley as well, listed at the back of the grid there in the number 65 car. We'll wait to see who circulates around it and takes the grid, but yeah, not the weekend that Adam Lowndes would have been hoping for, but there he is in the number 19 Pro Plum machine, getting as much heat into those rears as he possibly can here before making the start of race 3 here.
Or is that just checking the lock stops on the steering? Is that he's just checking where they are by hanging the back out and chasing the back? Yeah, Lowndesy in the number 19 starting rear of grid broke a shifter in the last race. That's why he DNF'd. A good little side bit to the series is the gold class. We used to call it the Pensioners Cup. I like the idea of gold class. Who doesn't like going to the movies and having a beer in the seat there? So David Lyons, Chris Handley, George Papageorgiou and Rob Knight are folding it out for the gold class. So nice and respectful there for them. Sadly, Scott Dornan is not going to take his spot in the field. But I tell you what, Kieran Pridmore, Sean Jamieson, Kane Baxter-Smith, Jacob Prestapino, the two front rows of this grid. If that doesn't get you up and about saloon car style, then I don't know. You haven't got a pulse.
Fireworks almost guaranteed here. Folks, if you're out the front of the canteen and you're waiting for these cars to roar across turns 1 and 2 and over the main straight, the old main straight, I should say, you do not want to have your eyes away from it as we get underway with a safety car start here. Yes, the sun is out and the rain has abated for now, but this track is still absolutely drenched, so definitely best to get underway with the safety car start here. But once these guys go green, it'll be on for young and old, and it'll be sideways for the vast majority of these cars as well, I would imagine.
Yeah, certainly the officials have to had a big think, and they really do have to look at it from a viewpoint of safety. And the rain has stopped, but your cars are just smashing through water at the moment. David Vanel is our clerk, of course, largely experienced. He's seen it all, heard it all, so don't try and hoodwink him with a random story passing under yellows either, guys. So he's decided that for the next couple of races, until further notice, we'll be starting under safety car. Now, I hope they're all well-versed in the rule book, because that means line astern and no crossing over as you go across the line. It's not like draw alongside like a rolling start like the sports sedans will do. It is a safety car start. Once our clerk, of course, and the race directors are happy that the drivers have got a handle on the conditions, the safety car will be withdrawn, and then in single file they'll all go streaming across the line. The race will start. In fact, the race has started. It is we are absolutely underway right now. So this safety car, let's hope it peels off. There's no need to do more than just another lap here behind them, but getting them all sort of line and stern with each other is deemed to be a bit more safer way to go about it.
Definitely a welcome change to the proceedings for the rest of the afternoon. Until it hopefully does dry up a little bit, we'll see if there's we can get any little bit more winds to help wick the water off the circuit. The sun will help, but you just saw Papa Giorgio there going through turn number 8 and just throwing up a massive puddle as he hit the apex there. So still a bit of standing water around that the drivers will need to really have their wits about as they go around for the first time in anger, coming up very, very shortly. Look at them. They are all basically toe-hitched onto each other here in the top 4.
Nice work, Kieran Pridmore. This is exactly what he needs to do. He's the responsible adult in this scene at the moment. Everyone else is like the kids that wanted to get through the gate at the playground. But the car number 66, Kieran Pridmore, with the vastly experienced Sean Jamison. He's got a camera on the front of the car there just to keep that gap at about 3 millimetres. There's the green flag. It gets waved, and we are underway with the final race for the weekend for the Saloon cars. They power down. There's into turn 1 we go. Pridmore, Jamison, Baxter Smith has just been given a short back and sides by Jacob Prestopino, and there goes Lyons off the inside of the corner in the Evolution Smash Repairs car. I'm surprised he's the only one in.
There's been contact on the turn 2 barrier there as well. It looked like a driver just shifted a little bit there, so really it's all happening here in the Saloon cars. Mark Sutherland gets his way up ahead of Jason Cruz. Cruz didn't have the start that he was hoping for. He was actually the driver who spun out in turn 1 on the outlap there, but he's been able to get back to his starting position. Has dropped a couple of spots, but what a couple of races it's been so far. What a Sunday for Sutherland.
Yeah, certainly. He's managed to recover from rear of grid this morning. Kieran Pridmore grabs a whole lot of lock, and that is a Saturday night disco dance right there. Grabs the tail, reefs it back in behind him, and we are on with the Saloon cars here this afternoon. This is getting jiggy with it. We've busted a couple of mirrors off. It's the battle of the tradies. This is 2 o'clock, heading out the Tullamarine Freeway on a Friday afternoon, trying to get home, showered up, and off to get the rubbity dub. These two, have a look at them.
Baxter's left-hand mirror is folded in. Prestopino's left-hand mirror is just hanging by the threads there. These two have been through the wars already. We haven't even finished the first green lap.
Yeah, these guys have been sizing each other up all morning this morning. Kane Baxter Smith gets that done nicely. Oh, there's the clout in the wall, and that was Prestopino.
Certainly was there. Baxter Smith wasn't involved there. He'd already just folded the mirror in. That may have been because they were side by side on the run into turn 1. Still side by side through turn 11. Baxter Smith is going to sneak ahead here as they're running at 12, but Prestopino's already going to be sizing up the next move. Time for round 2 as they come into turn 1 once again.
Great poise and patience being shown here by Kane Baxter Smith, with Jacob Prestopino giving him the massive hurry on. He's got the inside on turn 1. Baxter Smith holds onto it. Up on the painted strips there. Prestopino, presses the issue. Does nicely there. Kane Baxter Smith also said, righto, okay, we've got plenty of time to get this dance done and dusted. But certainly just giving Jacob Prestopino the amount of room he needed, and almost enough rope to hang himself there, the way he checked it out sideways.
Throwing it sideways all day has Prestopino. A little bit of a wobble there from the 147 of Cody Cartledge as well, who's had a lot of action in that car this weekend. Matt Yeager as well, the number 70 machine, doing quite well there as he goes through turn 4. You can see they've cleared a little bit of a channel out on the circuit there through turn 4, so not as much of a puddle there that needs to be dealt with. And if the weather stays like this, touch wood, hopefully we don't get too much more rain in this race at the very least. But Adam Lowndes has his work cut out for him. Started at the rear of grid, already on the back of the number 22 car, so this is still outside of the top 20 at this stage. No, it isn't. I actually had a look at the totem there, retuned by his prescription, and he's up in around 13th place. He's just probably made the pass to 12th, so this is now the battle for 11th. So the number 97 there of Chris Jackson running in 11th position, Adam Lowndes right behind him there. So it's been a really, really solid start for the Pro Plum car.
You know what? If anyone's going to be able to do it, it's the Pro Plum car. It's wet. Plumbers know where water finds its level, and that at the moment is where Lowndes is pushing his way through. He is letting his presence be felt on these midfield players, but he is pushing his way, respectably so, all the way through this field. And the plumber will bob up when Water finds its level. Down the inside now on the number 10 of Chris Handley. Of Justin Shembry. Gets through there. He's already dispensed with Handley. The 19 Pro Plum car. This car looks $1 million. Oh no, Prestipino. Mirror off the side of the car, and it has no further drive, no further impotence to take up the challenge to Kane Baxter Smith. Or does he? No, he is coming in the old return road into the pit and paddock area there. So Jacob Prestipino, that is a crying shame. The entertainment factor of this weekend has just left the facility.
What a shame there for Jacob. I would not be surprised if that impact into the wall on the first green lap has knocked something loose, which is finally unlocked there. Adam Lowndes gets another move done there on the number 76 car of it's Cartledge. Jason Cartledge there, who just keeps it on the black stuff there. Only just though, so Adam Lowndes may have given it a little bit of fright there. We move a little bit further up here. This is Baxter Smith holding off the number 45 car of Kerry Bright, who's had a great start to this race, challenging for the podium now.
Yeah, that's good start. We're waiting to see David Lyons' recovery because he went off down at turn 1 on the opening lap. Just he's in 15th currently, so normally he's battling it out somewhere near the 45 of Bright, but Bright all over the back of Kane Baxter Smith now in the first of the AU Falcons. We haven't got Johnson here this weekend in the yellow Johnson family racing Falcon, which is really unusual. It's most of the time we go racing, it's with that AU, and he's normally somewhere about car number 56 as well of Kane Baxter Smith. Kane, as always, an exceptional saloon car racer, keeps himself out of the way, but he's very, very good at applying the pressure and responding to pressure as well. And Bright now not quite close enough to give him that sort of white hot sort of pressure on the back, but Kerry Bright trying to press on with it. Here is the gold class crew. They've got together in this field as well. So that's Rob Knight and George Papageorgiou, and the 55 there as well of Rob Knight. So we've got no, sorry, that's not Rob Knight. The 55 is Jeff Fleck.
It's also very muddy after getting onto the dirt there on the inside of the curve at turn 10. Really trying to find an inside line that didn't exist there on Papageorgiou, had to back out of it and get back on there. So a little bit of gunk on the tyres, but that'll be getting cleaned off quick smart. Under brakes here into turn 11. Papageorgiou's throwing it right out sideways, just keeps it on the tarmac.
Well, he's returning to the game, and well, you can tell how long ago he was doing it. He's got the old Shannon's National sticker on the rear bumper when it was running in the dial before you dig National Series. So that's got to be right back as far as about 2019 or 2018 even that series folded. In fact, it might even be before that too. So he's been out of the game for a while. Great to see him back though. It's really good to see him back in the fray and in the gold class. Of course, our old mate Jeffy Thomas was a star of the Pensioners Cup of old, and we miss him dearly. But the Pensioners Cup or gold class lives on, and Jeff loved that aspect of his racing. So this continues on. And these guys are fighting it out for just inside and outside the top 10 at the moment. That all-important top 10, Matty D.
Very, very important points at the point end of this field, especially when you've got... It's really important to make sure you get points on the board, and that's not what Cody Cartledge would have been hoping for in the 147. We've got a quick replay here. So just looped it on the exit of turn 4, overcorrected, spun it all the way around. Carved up a bit of the dirt on the inside as well. Has made a real show of that one.
Old-fashioned tank slapper, that one. That is hand of hand like a forklift in there. That's cool. Gathers it all up and continues on his merry way. And just at the bottom of the straight there's Lowndes overcooked it. Gathered it all up nicely. The driver that he is, as I said, the plumber, water will find its level. He's just pushed that a little bit too hard. He'll gather it all back up and probably apply the brake about half a metre further back as he heads into turn 1 next time around. So watching where his progression is at the moment, it's up to 6th place. So the challenges really start to emerge now. Mark Sutherland in car number 9 is the next one up the road.
Yeah, Lowndes hasn't lost a position there, thankfully. He has lost a bit of time on Sutherland, so he's really going to have to get the foot down to try and make that up, but it's a really tricky balance because you've got to keep it off the standing water there, keep it off the curbs as well, because they are so slick here in the wet at Winton, and even be wary of the painted lines around the outside because they can trip you up if you're not careful.
Yeah, these are particularly the standing water. We're just seeing him run through some of those puddles. Won't disturb a Saloon car too much. Certainly will play havoc with the AU4 cars if we get any more rain between now and when they're on. We've got Formula V's coming up next. So these cars in the Formula V's run a treaded sort of tyre, so there is a slight breeze out there as well. So as the water's being thrown up, it is being sort of blown off the track. I wouldn't say there's a drying line at all. I mean, it will be drying, but there's certainly not a dry line for those open wheeler cars to take advantage of. But here's David Lyons, gathered it all back up again. This is a really good comeback for Lyons, pushed his way up to 12th after he found himself hundreds of metres off in the grass at turn 1 of the opening stanza of this race. The 97 just in front, that's Chris Jackson, and we have got just over a minute and a half left in this journey. Can you believe that? We've got about 18 and a half minutes already done. There's entertainment prevails in saloon cars.
Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it, Daz?
It does.
You can see, yeah, I see what you mean about that almost dry line that's starting to appear, and just a slightly less slick line, I suppose. Let's go back to this battle here. Adam Lowndes has made his way well ahead of Sutherland, so he's got the move done. I almost wonder whether Sutherland's had an off-track excursion there somewhere, but he's all over the back of Kerry Bright. He's going to have a look around the outside of the sweeper where there might be a little bit more grip for him. He's going to have to really push Bright to the inside, and look what Lowndes has been able to do, just slingshot around the outside up into 4th position from the back of the grid.
Adam Lowndes does that from around the outside in the sweeper. Commodore v Commodore, and the Pro Plum number 19 comes out in front. That is some great racing with more respect than Adam did. Adam showed a whole new set of skills and talents to get round there, but well done to Bridie for allowing him the room to do that without a coming together. But I got to hand it to Lowndesy. We've been on Lowndes' watch during this one, and he is coming up trumps. And as I said, he broke a shifter and DNF'd in this morning's race, so he has absolutely got a head of steam, hasn't he? And he's chasing it down now, so that'll put him into 4th place. I would suggest at this point in time that Kane's Baxter Smith is another 13 seconds away. Freddie Tate, the lawyer in the 84, gathers it all back up again and comes out of turn 2, heads up towards turn 3, past the old pit lane, and continues on in his merry way.
So now we'll start to get some lap traffic in the fray, because I just saw one of the silver leading cars at the back of that shot. Let's have a little bit of a replay here. There's Brett Tate losing it in a big way there, unfortunately. So right off, the benefit of this Winton Motor Raceway is there's oodles of runoff here, so you can usually regroup and get back on the track. But now, this is the battle for 3rd position. Lowndes is all over the back of Kane Baxter Smith already, with not a whole lot of time left to go in this race. So I reckon it's probably not a question of if Lowndes can get this move done, but when. But he's got a few opportunities to try and get a move done. He's not going to try the same thing around the outside here into the sweeper, though. He's going to stay right behind Kane Baxter Smith.
The timesheet tells the story at the moment. It's only Pridmore and Lowndes that are dipped into the 152s. That is why Lowndes has been carrying so much speed. You can find your level, and I'll tell you what, Kane Baxter Smith will make the Swift Solar racing outfit very, very wide, as we see Lowndesy looking left and right. A good 3 seconds a lap faster. David Lyons buries it in the sand trap. We've got we're actually on our last lap, I believe, here. So they'll leave that one there. It is. So David Lyons out of 8th position, parks it up, and will DNF on this one. Lowndesy looks for a passing move down into 10. He's being pushed wide. There's Kane Baxter Smith just showing it all. Checkered flag. Bang, boom, there it is. And it will be Kieran Pridmore, only just. Sorry, gets it done easy. Sorry, not only just. I'm looking at these two. Lowndes is gone. He's got him, so Lowndes into a podium position over Baxter Smith. At the end of the day, Kane would have gone, wow, Lowndesy, you have got this one. I'm not going to be able to hold you off to the end of the line. We only had about a kilometre to go. But have a look at that. What a drive. What a drive from 21 to P3 by Adam Lowndes. Kane Baxter Smith just didn't have an answer in the end, heading towards the line. So Sean Jamieson gets home 14 seconds behind Kieran Pridmore. That's a massive gap.
So let's have a look. This is David Lyons. Oh, geez, it was really tight. Both of those cars ran off there. That was Jason Cartledge as well. Really just got a couple of front wheels caught up there and couldn't get off the brake in time. Lyons had no choice but to spear off into the gravel there, where he now finds himself marooned. So that is not the way that we wanted Lyons to finish his race, but awesome finish here from what was a great race. So confirmation of your results on screen.
Kieran Pridmore takes that win. There we go. We get through there. There is some massive highlights of this race. So Pridmore, Jamieson, Lowndes, Baxter Smith, Bright, Sutherland, Hanley, Cartledge, Jackson, Harris, Shembry, as the screens are being lit up by our race winner for race number 3. And indeed, race number 2 earlier today, Kieran Pridmore doing a very nice celebration around a very, very slippery Winton Motor Raceway. And that has been a terrific round for the Saloon cars. They always show it. Here it is. Here's our results. Kieran Pridmore takes the second win for the weekend. Sean Jamieson just licking his wounds a little bit there, I think, in P2. Adam Lowndes from rear of grid to a podium. Terrific result for Ads, and he brings home 58 points, so well worth the fight. Kane Baxter-Smith will come home with 79 points, so amasses over the weekend a nice point score there for him. Kerry Bright, Mark Sutherland home in 6th place and fighting back from adversity yesterday. Chris Hanley, Jason Cartledge, Chris Jackson, David Lyons, who is gone there. Justin Shembry, Will Harris, Jason Cruz, Matt Yeager, Jeff Flegg, George Papagiorgio, Rob Knight, Ryan Ridgway and Cody Cartledge. Rounding it out will be Brett Tate. Jacob Prestipino not getting to the end of that one.
What a shame for Prestipino, but an awesome weekend for Kieran Pridmore. That's 3 round wins from 3 rounds so far in the Victorian Saloon Car Series. He's got an 82-point buffer behind him as they roll on into Sandown in August, so you won't want to miss a moment of that. In the meantime, though, we've still got plenty of racing to go here at Winton. So up next, we've got the Formula Vs with the AU4 Championship also having its last race of the weekend after that. Sports sedans, improved production, historic touring cars, and Formula Ford will round out round 3 of the Victorian Trophy Tour here in Kelly Country, Winton Motor Raceway. Don't go anywhere, folks. You will have a lot of awesome racing to watch on screen coming up soon.
Just a quick message from the clerk, of course, David Vernell. We're going back to normal starts now, so the next cars on track will be V's, so that will be a grid start. Formula 4 or AU4 will be a grid start. Sports sedans will be a standard rolling start. So until further notice, thank you, David, for that terrific race for Saloon Cars. Thank you very much, Matty D. You've been doing a lot of work here this weekend as we exit the stage, and Formula V's come on hot and bothered for their last race for the weekend in the National Series. We'll be back in just a few moments.
We certainly will be, as we're going to have a couple of changes in the commentary box here. We see some recovery vehicles darting all over the place here right now at Winton. We've seen recovery vehicles really getting to work here at Winton all weekend long. They've had their work cut out for them today as well, especially, Daz, haven't they?
Yeah, certainly have, and it's a right time to let everybody know that get yourself trackside at the next round of the Trophy Tour, Sandown, August 7th and 8th. Great weekend there. It'll be a ripping weekend. Everybody always says, why do you do it in August? Well, I can tell you over many, many years now, it has been it's always been a cool day, but it is normally a sunny day as well. Formula V's are on track. Steve DeVries front and centre with this National Series, mate. This is over many, many years. We've seen many drivers take on this series, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have. And I'll tell you what, there's some quick ones that have come to play this weekend. They've split the wins between them. In Michael Kinsella and Simon Pace, the 2 New South Welshmen, have taken the 2 victories so far. Daniel Reynolds would have fancied himself a chance to take a couple of them, but he's been beset by some dramas in race 1 and didn't quite get enough green flag running in the tricky conditions this morning in race 2 to really launch himself up the field from the back of the grid, but he's going to be starting out of position number 9, so hopefully he can make some great progress from there as the full field of 25 cars is now out on the circuit. One of those didn't take part in race 2 this morning. That was Corey Horter, who just went through your picture there. Some gearbox and clutch dramas limiting him to, actually really consigning him to the garage for race number 2 this morning. So having a look at the grid, it's Simon Pace who's going to be in off of pole position with Brock Hamilton with that sensational last move on Ash Quiddington at the last couple of corners in the closing stages, quite literally the closing stages of the race this morning. It was the final lap, final 2 corners. Quiddington will start third ahead of Blake Purvis, who was one of several drivers that had a moment and charged through the field to recover to position number 4 ahead of Ash Clifford. Jason Kay starting out at P6. He's actually been the quiet achiever this weekend. He's finished first in 10th place in the race on Saturday afternoon. He then went on to finish 6th this morning. So he's gone about his business very, very quietly and starting alongside there with Ash Clifford. Michael Kinsella, he had it coming together with Clifford this morning. So he's starting out at P7 and ahead of Nathan Jones out of the Factory Sabre Racing stable in 8th. Daniel Reynolds, the man from the ACT there in 9th, so he'll be looking to make some early progress here ahead of Andre Curran, another one of those drivers that succumbed to the conditions this morning, ahead of Cameron Bell and Grant Kelly. Matt Harriott from Queensland out of 13th, David Temmie out of 14th, Declan Collison 15th, and Charlie Richardson. She would have been hoping for a little bit more wet weather than what has come down over the course of the day so far. She's starting in 16th. And then the last of the runners we have over the page, Mick Fisher out of 17 with Darren Powell alongside him. Matt Ganji, the sole 1200 class car this weekend in position 19 ahead of Ken Morrison. Mitch Quiddington, who was beached in race 2. Malachi Windsor, who had a couple of spins and de facto did a 1080. Ivan Vitti out of 23rd. He stalled, had to be towed off the grid. And Alex Bezic, we saw him go flying off at turn 1 with no brakes. Corey Horder off the rear with that gearbox and clutch drama we mentioned earlier.
So, final race for the Formula V's here, a 20-minute affair. We've got a green flag at the back of the shot. Just waiting for that to appear, actually. And we've got car 50 and car 11 on the front row. Simon Pace from New South Wales and Brock Hamilton, and we are underway for the final race of the weekend. A good start there back in the pack for car 78 at Daniel Reynolds. He's on the charge forward, but it's Blake Purvis who's slotted into P2. Simon Pace back to third position there, and one of the Factory Sabre cars into 4th.
Yeah, great start there from Brock Hamilton on position number 2. Got away very cleanly. Pace slow away. Likewise, Purvis on the second row of the grid launched himself up the order quite well. Daniel Reynolds has already made 1 or 2 spots there by the look of it. He's ahead of Andre Curran. Himself has made a spot by the look of it. They've both gone in front of the 35 of Michael Kinsella. So second slow getaway today for the defending 5-time National Challenge champion Kinsella. He's been relegated in the early going here on lap 1. Have a look at that rear end of the Jason Kay, number 81. Acura Motorsport machine just dancing around as they ran through turn 5. There's an opportunity for Reynolds. The door very, very easily opened there, and through he goes. Curran can't follow him through, though. He's going to have to either go the long way or just settle in until an opportunity arises. He's going to push hard on the outside here, and Reynolds, I think, just by moving over there, might have opened the door a little bit, but he hasn't opened it enough for Curran to stick his nose down the inside at 9. Well, not just yet, anyway.
So, good move from Daniel Reynolds there. He sets his sight after the top 4 here. Andre Curran just holding back a little bit there from Jason Kay, who's been improving all weekend long there. He started 15th in the first race, I think got to 9th, and then started 6th for this afternoon's feature race. Here comes Andre Curran down the outside of car 81, Jason Kay. They both had their own moments, I believe. Kay's off the road. Curran's done a 720 or something like that, and he's gone off the road too.
That'll be that. It's painted white lines on the outside of the course, and there's Jason Kay. You mentioned we've been saying he was doing so well. Now he's going to struggle to get on here because he's got to get over the pit entrance road to get back onto the main circuit. There he goes. So he's dumped a bunch of spots. Likewise, Curran, I reckon he got the outside painted white line on the approach to turn number 11. Tried to open up the corner a little bit too much and paid the ultimate penalty.
Here's Grant Kelly on shot for car 17 there of Ash Clifford. He's being hounded by the 4 there of Cameron Bell, and these guys are going to range up onto the back of a few cars here. And a gaggle, a bit of a lock up there from one of the cars, car 19. He had an off in the race earlier on. That's Quiddington. That's the second of the Quiddington boys there. That's Mitch. So he went off in turn 3 in this morning's race. He's recovering Andre Curran, the reigning Victorian State Race Formula V Championship, and we've got a red flag we're just hearing in the back. So this is the moment between Curran and Jason Kay. Kay gets the fronts all locked up, and Kieran gets the rears all locked up in sympathy and goes for a spin.
It's a bit hard to tell from that angle too about the margins that where they were playing with there. It looked like they were both very close to each other on the outside of the circuit. And I think Kieran, as I said, got that painted white line and he was trying to go into an outbraking duel with Kay heading down into turn number 11, and they both paid the price for it. Whoops, and who's that that's off? That is the number 31. That's the Declan Collison Sabre 02B. And that's come to a halt. You can see there, FP 4.7, so that's flag point 4.7, so that's between turns 4 and 5, heading up to the turn 5 sweeper. Yep. That's how you work that out. It actually looked like part of the suspension might have been a bit damaged on that car too, so I'm wondering if he's had an off and maybe he's come back. You know, on some of the backsides of some of these curves, it's a very sharp drop-off, so if he's gone a bit too wide, maybe he's given that suspension a bit of a jarring.
The right rear had a little bit too much toe out for your liking. Typically you'd run a Formula car with a little bit of toe in on the rear. There's another car off there. Couldn't quite see who that was.
I'm wondering if it's Blake Purvis because he's just gone down the order. No, it's not. So it was a dark-coloured nose. I thought it might have been Purvis because he did move down the order, but we can now see who it is that's actually coming back onto the circuit here.
Sabre car?
Yeah,
factory?
Possibly. It might be the other of the factory Sabre cars, which is Nathan Jones, if that's the case. Here comes Alex Bezic. It was, in fact, Jones. He's gotten down the inside there of Richardson, having making his way through the back of the field. The SBS Sheds entry there picks up another spot, so that moves him up to position 16.
Malachi Windsor inside the top 10. What a good drive from him so far. Started 22nd in the final race here, and he's clawing his way back through the field. Something we've seen all weekend long with a few drivers typically that run at the front. They've had dramas and they've had to work hard for it this weekend.
Well, we don't want to put the curse on them just yet, but yes, some of these front runners that are now finding themselves mired in the mid-pack, they've got some trouble that they've got to get here to, and you can see some more trouble there for Kinsella. So Sunday hasn't gone well for him. He's now dropped in behind Ash Clifford, so that's an excursion on the exit of turn number 5. There's a pass behind him happening now. I think Grant Kelly and the number 19 of Mitch Quiddington, I think, was that one there? No, that was...
a bit of damage.
Yeah, a bit of damage on the front nose cone. That's not in front of the number 12 of Ash Quiddington too, so he might have gotten close to someone's rear gearbox there.
I think there was a spinner at the bottom of the shot there, one of the cars behind this gaggle of cars here involving Jason Kay, Cameron Bell.
Yeah, I can see there was a yellow flag potentially being waved at the top of the course just as we went out of shot there. Malachi Windsor is right all over the back of Kinsella here. I was talking to him on Friday, and Michael said to me he feels that Winton's one of the more difficult tracks to get acclimatised to. He feels like he can go to Sydney Motorsport Park or One Raceway or Phillip Island or any of those circuits, and you can acclimatise yourself fairly quickly. Talked about Winton being one of those ones where it takes quite a long time to get into the groove, particularly because every corner is very, very different in radius, in how much speed you can carry and the line you need to take. You've got to retrain your brain to relearn the whole entire circuit. It's not easy, and it's doubly so when the conditions are like this.
It's a very technical circuit, whereas the likes of, say, Phillip Island and Sandown, they're nice and flowing. There's a lot of stopping and starting at Winton Motor Raceway, a lot of different lines to be had, especially in wet weather conditions like we're seeing here. You've got to avoid the river and the pool of water on the entry and the exit of turn number 4 and 3 respectively, and there's a lot of standing water that always appears on the apexes, especially around turns 7, 9, 10, just anywhere really on this circuit, and you do not want to run wide because there is water everywhere.
Michael's fighting it here.
He's having a big drama, Kinsella.
Yeah, you can just see him working really, really hard at the wheel. There's lots of oversteer moments and corrective moments going on there. On Alex Bezic, no, he's found the gravel trap. And just trying to work out where that is from. The shot he's beached. Yeah, he's at turn 3. He's gone in there backwards too, so he's dropped it on the way in there. Hasn't been the greatest weekend. Oh, it's a bit of a slide moment there. Has not been the greatest weekend for the Queenslander, the local championship points leader up there. And the safety car has now been called for the stricken number 26.
So we've seen the recovery crew today. They've had to perform a number of recoveries, but they've been able to do it incredibly rapidly. So we've got just under 7 minutes left on the clock. So expect to get car 26 out of the gravel. His weekend just goes from bad to worse at this point. He was involved in that incident down at turn number 11 earlier on in the weekend when he came together with the recovering Daniel Reynolds, by the way, who's up to third position here.
Yeah, he's made some good pace with that one. Now, I can tell you now, this is not what Brock Hamilton would have wanted to see. He had a margin out to 5 seconds.
He was cruising.
He was very comfortable out in front, had the whole shot, and had launched away. That gap has now been completely erased. And on top of that, he's now got 2 checkmates in Simon Pace in the 50 and Daniel Reynolds in the 78. They are going to be right on his hammer at the restart here.
So, field filing through turns 1 and 2 under safety car conditions. Having a look there at Cameron Bell, and then car 15, a very competitive and quick car in this category over the years. Sorry, car 16 there of Harriet.
Yep, that's as you said, the ex-Lee Partridge car. He's been coming to terms with that car as well. He's campaigned the Polar for a number of years and sold that car on. And he said this car is very, very tail happy. You know, the way that the Sabre is when it's set up, it's a completely different car to get used to compared to what he's normally run over many, many seasons. And this has been the first weekend he's really had a chance to really understand what the car can do, and he's had some mixed conditions to do it in. Usually when you're trying to learn a new car, you like some nice consistent conditions across the weekend, so you've got an accurate measuring stick to compare to race on race. That's been a very difficult initiation for him there. So Bezic finding reverse gear there. Oh, look at all the gunk that little under tray on the front of the Jason there's coughed up as he's getting going again here. So he's now a lap down.
I was going to say, unfortunately for him, his charge through the field won't happen because he's a lap down, unless there are any other cars there that have toured the pit lane and gone a lap down themselves. So unfortunately for him, he'll be stuck down around position 22. And it'll be Brock Hamilton that sets the pace for the restart. Hopefully this time by. Pacing car 50 all the way from New South Wales, and then Daniel Reynolds, Purvis and Clifford, those top 5 guys, including Kinsella in 6th. You could add pretty much the whole top 10 into that. They're all gun drivers in gun cars, and they'll be pretty rapid at this restart. So lights out on the race industry safety car. Brock Hamilton controls the field all the way down to turn 11.
This is a man at the head of this field who'll be feeling a little bit nervous right now because he has come so close to getting a win in Formula V for the last couple of seasons. He's dying to take that step that Andre Kieran took a few years to do and finally notch his first win. This would be a mighty impressive stage to do it on if he can hold off these hard-charging New South Welshmen and men from the ACT over the next 3 3/4 minutes. This will be a big fight to the end. He had a big margin in hand before the safety car came out. Can he re-establish it? We're back to racing.
Good restart from Hamilton. He opens up a couple of car links here, and it invites Pace and Reynolds to have their own dice into turn 1 with Blake Purvis looking there in the Joust Racewear number 6. They all pull it up into turn 1, the top 10 getting through nice and cleanly. A little bit of a wide moment from Hamilton, but he doesn't have to cover just yet. These guys are a little ways back into turn 3.
I think it actually worked to his advantage there. Slight little movement at turn number 2, being on the outside line there, and almost like that karting line, he found a little bit of traction. He's now out to around about a half a second margin, but you're right, he's trying to invite Reynolds to have a go at pace, and with Purvis closing in on the pair of them, he also might be a bit of a factor, not just for the podium positions in this race. He could actually be the one that might even save Hamilton's bacon. If he's definitely got some pace this weekend. He's had some moments, he's been able to recover, he's been able to tear through the field, and he'll be the one, I think, that could spoil the party of the 2 checkmates if he can get a wriggle on.
Kinsella under siege here from car 88 of Malachi Windsor, who shows the nose late into turn number 7 there. He's also got to be careful of the car behind him, car 12 there, one of the Quiddington boys.
Yep, that's the Ash Quiddington car there in the number 12, leading his namesake in Mitch Quiddington, who's ahead of Kieran here. Now, Kieran was in front of the 2 of them for a little bit and then has now dropped back behind them. And, of course, we keep referring to the local Victorian Trophy Tour Championship, which is very tight between the number 12 and the number 1, and every point counts at the moment. So it's not gone Quiddington's way in terms of being up in the top 3 or 4 positions, but importantly, he's always managing to stay one step ahead of Andre Curran at the moment. So he keeps continuing to just pull a couple of points here and there and just keep extending that margin in the championship, which has still got a couple of rounds to go. But importantly, he's the one leading in that championship.
So Hamilton over the line, opening up a margin there over Simon Pace. Here comes the Joust Racewear Machine Car 6 of young Blake Purvis down the inside of
move.
Daniel Reynolds. A very good move into turn 1. He's got to cover up the hill on the run into turn 3. He's left himself a little bit vulnerable here. There was a slight overlap momentarily, but it seems to me that Blake Purvis has got that job done for P3, or has he? He gets a little bit deep on the rear brakes there and invites Reynolds for another go, and just up the road, that battle for the lead is closing in massively.
Yeah, I think Pace had a very good run out of turn 1 and 2, and he closed that margin down to Hamilton very, very quickly. Now, with that little moment for Blake Purvis, just put that in the back of your mind and focus in on trying to hone on these two that are heading up towards turn 6 and now onto turn number 7. About a second margin between second and third. It's not insurmountable. This might be the second last tour. We'll wait and see what happens when we go around and cross the start-finish line this time around. But Brock Hamilton, he hasn't jumped away like he did at the beginning of the race. He's just managing to hold pace at bay here. Back in the pack, here's Kinsella, still under assault from Ash Quiddington and Mitch Quiddington. Looks like Malachi Windsor has moved up there a position as well. You can see there, the number 1 of Kieran has actually dropped a further 2 spots. He's dropped 1 to the number 30 there of Nathan Jones and another to Jason Kay in the number 81 out of the Acura Motorsport stable. So this has not been a good race and a good weekend for Andre Kieran. This is very Andre Kieran-like.
I was just about to say very uncharacteristic of Andre to be falling outside the top 10. He's been the class of the field in the Victorian Championship now for a couple of seasons as his battle rages on through turn 11 and 12. The Quiddington boys carving through here, leaving Kinsella to fight out with the car behind him, I believe, of Malachi Windsor there. So across the line, it's a 6/10 margin.
And this is the last lap. We have just saw on the timing, just as behind the timing screen, there was the last lap board being held out. So it's 10 corners to go for Brock Hamilton. I think it's now going to be a race in 2. Purvis has managed to gap the number 78 here of Daniel Reynolds. So as long as he keeps it on the island, he's going to be looking at a position number 3 for the race, which is absolutely fantastic. Our focus is really going to be on can Hamilton hold off the advances of the much more storied and the much more, I guess you can call it, seasoned veteran in Simon Pace. Up to the top of the circuit, running a little bit wide, just looking for a little bit of grip anywhere you can find it. Hamilton using all the extremities of the circuit here as he continues to hold off the advances of the Pace Drilling number 50.
Simon's definitely close enough here to get in the mind of Brock Hamilton. After this, he's got 3 more corners, 3 more braking zones to execute and traction zones to execute. He's got that margin at around about half a second into turn number 10 for the final time and onto the back straight.
Down towards turn number 11. I can tell you now, Mark Mitchell and Brett Burden in the Silver Fox Racing stable, they'll be sitting there and they'll be waiting with bated breath because this has been a long time coming for this team. It's been around for a couple of seasons now, and they've had a few drivers in the cars, and this young charge is finally going to reward them with a great victory and his first in Formula V, and what a stage to do it on. The first round of the Formula V Australian Series, and he takes his first ever victory in Formula V. Well done, Brock Hamilton. A half a second margin to Simon Pace, and then third goes to the charging Blake Purvis.
Mighty happy Brock Hamilton there coming across the line, setting the fastest lap, quickly eclipsed by Pace on the final lap there, punching the air as he came across. The rest of the cars streaming through there, Jason Kay and Andre Curran. Andre actually fell back to position number 12. So, yeah, a very unfortunate weekend for him. There goes Grant Kelly, Cameron Bell coming across the line, and then we go back to car 16 there of Michael Harriott. Charlie Richardson coming home just Behind him, Darren Power circulating across the line there, and I believe that was Beswick in position 22, albeit a lap down.
Yeah, so he would have been hoping for a lot better this weekend, Alex Beswick, but it's a learning experience for him. So Brock Hamilton, the victor, via half a second ahead of Simon Pace, and Blake Purvis just couldn't pick his pace up enough to really challenge Simon for second place, but great third place result for him. Daniel Reynolds and Ash Clifford fourth and fifth. Then the Quiddingtons, Ashley and Mitch. Michael Kinsella had a bit of a torrid race there and finished in 8th ahead of Nathan Jones and Malachi Windsor. Now, just looking at the Australian Series points as we go over the page, and you can see Jason Kay and Andre Curran there in 11th and 12th. The way that the points are structured, it looks like it will be a victory for the round to Simon Pace with 520 points, and then ahead of him, or behind him, it's Brock Hamilton, who that victory actually has elevated him to second, and a tie on points between Kinsella and Clifford, which I think will actually go in favour of Kinsella due to the victory he had on Saturday, which is great to see. In terms of the round overall for the Victorian Trophy Tour, that goes to Simon Pace ahead of Hamilton and Clifford. So a little bit of a different series setting of points, but that's what happens when you combine two different championships together. So great to see some great racing throughout the weekend, and great to have a first-time winner to round it all off.
And a huge field to top it off. We had just over 20 or 25 cars for this weekend, which is always great to see. A healthy Formula V field, and all across Australia we've got categories running in WA, New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland. It's in a really healthy spot at the moment.
It certainly is, and there's I think there's another round coming up next week somewhere in the country. I'm not sure where it is, but I will soon find that one out. But for Formula V, we will wait to see them again at the next round at Sandown for the Victorian Formula V Championship and the Victorian Trophy Tour. And for the Australian Series, you've only got to wait a couple more weeks. If you're interested, head over to Sydney Motorsport Park, May 30th and 31st. It'll be around there, the second round of the Australian Series, as we wait for a short amount of time here between races, because coming up on the other side of this, it's going to be the final race of the AU4 Championship. So you are watching Blendline TV, and
Welcome back to Blendline TV's broadcast of round 3 of the 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour. We're here at Winton Motor Raceway. We've got a really special guest here in the AU4 Championship, but for the number 40 car there of Lana Flack, not the way she wanted to start her race 3 here. We've seen a few drivers getting unstuck on the outlap from the pit lane here with cold tyres on a track that's greasy and unfamiliar and just getting tripped up there. So Lana Flack is able to do a little bit of rally crossing, get back on track on the main straight there. She's going to have a bit of gunk on those tyres, so the crew will have to take a look at those when she circulates around and takes to the grid for what will be a championship-style start here in the first round of the AU4 Championship, which is already had a couple of great races so far this weekend. My name is Matt Dunlop, and I've got Lindsay Muddle alongside me to commentate what is going to be an awesome conclusion to the first outing of the season.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely sensational weekend at the moment, and now they get to the final race of the weekend, and it's still all to play for. Slippery conditions out there as well. We've already seen Lana Flack go off at turn 1. Hopefully no damage to her car that's going to stop her from racing, and they're all rolling out, and then they'll do their little warm-up lap, and then they'll go around, stop on the grid, and then they'll have the formation lap. Then we'll be underway. But yeah, it's going to be really, really hectic. I think a lot more drivers will be trying the slick tyres now. We saw in race 2 a lot of drivers went out on wets, and then the 3 drivers that went out on the dry compound tyres finished 1, 2 and 3, and that was Jensen, Marold, Will Beck got 3rd, and Luca Casolo got 2nd position. So we know that the dry tyre does work in a track like this. However, it is still going to be treacherous.
One thing that is worth refreshing yourselves on for those who are watching in a regular punters is actually based on the standings from Q2, which happened yesterday morning. So even though, as you mentioned, William Beck finished 3rd, he'll actually be starting out of 8th position on the Gen 2 grid. And we can see a few drivers peeling right back into pit lane after that first installation lap to, they might be having a look at some tyres, or maybe just wanting to go around again and just get their eye in a little bit more. They've got a little bit of time before they have to form up on the grid, and plenty of time to get their eye in and really wrap their head around what's going on. There might be some oil down in a couple of corners that they're trying to suss out. There's only one car actually on the grid at the moment.
Yeah, and that is Jensen Marold, your pole sitter, who's decided he doesn't need to go around again. He's confident in his choice. He's 2 for 2 already, and inside the AU4 Championship, he's 14 from 14 in race starts. So if he can do this, this would be 15 for 15, which is just an unbelievable record here in the AU4 Championship. So we'll see how he goes here in this race. We have Boris Lizen as well alongside him. He's had a bit of a complicated weekend, to say the least, but we'll break down that more depending on how his race ends up going. But yeah, definitely it's been an interesting weekend for a few of the drivers out there, and I'm excited to see how this all pans out.
Yeah, it's been great seeing Boris Lizen here, Polish driver from who's been doing a bit of racing in Europe, of course, this year so far. And have a look at Jensen Marold. They're actually changing getting the slicks off that car and putting him on wet. So that's a big departure from their strategy earlier today. Yeah,
that's a big surprise to me, especially considering how well it went for Jensen and also Luca and William Beck earlier on in race 2. But maybe they feel it's a bit more slick out there, so they want the wet tyres. But no, they're changing their mind again. No, they're not. That's the rear tyres coming on. Yeah, no, it's a definitely tricky decision, I think, for the engineers. That is Brock Burton, stopped at turn 7. And yeah, another driver going around on a warm-up lap.
No damage that I can see to the car there, which is thankful, but just getting unstuck there. There has been a bit of standing water still sitting in a lot of these parts of the track. Geez, he's picked up a lot of gravel there. And hopefully most of that will stay off the racing line, but you can see it bouncing all over the racing surface there as he rejoins. A few more of the cars coming onto the grid, and you can see the slick tyres are currently present on these machines coming around. But yeah, Marold on pole position going for the wets, and you can see the track, like it's been a lot wetter so far this weekend, and they were able to make the slicks work in race 2 early today, as you mentioned. But yeah, if a dry line does appear and if there isn't any further rain, because obviously there are still a few parts of the track where it is a bit tricky. 5-minute board goes up, so some last minute thoughts, changes, decisions being made, and it's really a lot of different schools of thought happening here on the grid.
Yeah, and I'm intrigued to see who's taken what tyre if everybody's out on the wets, because it does look slightly wetter than we saw in race 2, so that could definitely be a contributing factor, but we know how quickly the track dried out. I mean, and the pace difference was like 8 seconds a lap. We saw Jensen, once those dry tyres kicked in, just came from absolutely nowhere and made so much time on everybody on the grid. And I mean, if that happens again, but everyone's on wets, I guess it's not really a problem. But if someone here has decided to start on dry tyres, then that could be definitely a concern.
We're looking at a few of these cars here that are on wets already and looking to stay there and just adjusting some pressures last minute. Still a few runners staying on those slicks as well. So, yeah, but you really don't want to. You really got to be careful if you're on those slick tyres to make sure that you're keeping away from those curbs, or if you're on those curbs, really just modulating that throttle and keeping the car straight and narrow, because it's so easy to be chewed up and spat out by the slippery and greasy corners here at Winton.
Yeah, it really can be. We've already seen Brock Burton where he went off on his warm-up lap. He went off there earlier as well in race 2, so a repeated problem. We saw Casolo go off there in race 1 as well, heading in towards turn 7, and we've seen a few other drivers take excursions just slightly off the road at that turn 7, 8 and 9 area. And just looking here at Boris Lizen, and I think that might be dry tyres. It is dry tyres for Lizen, so he's doing the reverse here. He is now doing the opposite to what he did earlier. He hasn't won this weekend despite being so dominant with pace during the test, and now he's going for the gamble. He's going for slick compound tyres, and the rest of the grid seems to be on wet tyres, so this could either go horribly or absolutely brilliantly here for Boris Lizen.
We'll keep our eyes peeled. We won't know until it all shakes out and they get underway here. The siren has sounded, and that is telling the crews to clear the grid so we can get ready for a race start here in race 3 of the AU4 Championship. Race 3 of the round, race 3 of the season, as a matter of fact, as well. 25 minutes plus 1 lap of action to come here at Winton Motor Raceway. We will run through the grid shortly of both classes as the cars get underway for their formation lap before we get rolling here at Winton.
Yeah, and Matt, if you had to take a pick based off everything you've seen over race 1 and race 2, disregarding the strategy, who would you say is your favourite?
It is really hard for me to look past a 100% winning record. It's Jensen Marald with 12 wins from 12 starts last year, and the first 2 races of this weekend as well, of course. It's the strategy going to wets obviously is a great departure there from Boris Lizen, but they've made the decision. They're pretty comfortable with that, and I reckon Jensen's really backing himself. So I feel pretty comfortable, but anything could happen. We've seen a lot of chaos in these conditions so far today across these categories in the Victorian Trophy Tour. So
earlier in race 2, and he did have a phenomenal drive, but it just didn't quite work out for him, finishing in 4th position. Jensen, on the other hand, went from the back of the grid all the way to the front. But I'm going to play devil's advocate to you, and I'm going to once again say Boris Lizen will be in prime position to try and take the win. But starting off pole position, as we've discussed, is Jensen Marald, then Lizen alongside him on the front row, then Marco Manson starts in 3rd position with Casolo in 4th.
We go back to Brock Burton and Angus Bales out of 5th and 6th positions, and then Lana Flack, having had that spin on the warm-up lap, rejoined, and will be starting from 7th with William Beck in 8th.
And then bringing further down, and in 9th position you have Xavier Babbage Hockey, and then Diago Stewart, and then Anton Du.
Anton Du rounds out the grid for the Gen 2 class. We go back to the Gen 1 class, and Jackson Culver is on pole position there ahead of Kobe Wilson. They've both had 1 win apiece in the class standings. Who's going to come top trumps in Gen 1s? Behind them, it is Lewis Scotch and Rugby Mangan, and then Martin Dudley and Mateo Kazaglis round out the Gen 1s, and that is our grid here for race 3 of the AU4 Championship.
Yep, so they'll get underway for the formation lap in just a moment's time, as we hear all of the buzzers going off here, letting the drivers know how much time they have left. All of the crews have left the grid, and now it's just the cars started up, waiting to go here for the formation lap as they rev up, and now Jensen Marald takes away the formation lap here for the final race of the AU4 Championships, round 1. This is going to be an incredible race, incredible stakes on the line. Can he hold on to his 14 for 14 record and make it a clean sweep 15 for 15? That is the question that everyone will be asking going into this race, and then we'll soon find out.
A really compelling argument for Jensen Marrell's chances here is that shot of the main straight, which we'll have another look at as the race is about to get underway. Once we line up on the grid again, look at the differences in the track condition from the left-hand side of screen to the right. Jensen Marrell will be left of screen, right-hand side of the track. It is a much cleaner line than the left-hand side where Boris Lyson will be starting with his slick tyres. So we saw a lot of wheel spin for Lyson as he got off the line there, trying to get as much temperature into those rears as he possibly could. But yeah, managing that start and that launch is going to be absolutely crucial here.
Yeah, this is going to be such an unknown race start. I mean, we've seen Jensen stall the car in race 2, but he would have learnt that lesson. But can Boris get off the line? He's going to pick up so much wheel spin, surely starting from where he is. I mean, it's all to find out. And then here in the Gen 1 class as well, Jackson Culver looked so unstoppable in race 2, but Kobe was able to take it by a comfortable margin in race 1. So it's anybody's guess, but Culver's been supreme in slippery conditions. So that was something that was discussed in the paddock over the entire weekend once rain came into the picture. So this is going to be really entertaining. Rugby Mangan as well. He is a really, really interesting prospect with a couple of cars behind him, but he took the fight to Lewis Gotch last time in race 2. They had a brilliant battle, switchbacking every corner for about half a lap before Lewis is just able to finish in front of him. So that battle should resume over the course of this one, and we'll see how that one goes for the final podium place in Gen 1.
Really interesting to see just how much these drivers are struggling just to get temperature into these tyres. A lot of weaving happening here on the back straight. They've only got so much pace to play with, of course, as they line up on the grid once more. And they'll want to be hoping they don't have to wait around too long and have that temperature sapped out of their tyres once more so they can get a really good launch here. And yeah, let's have a look at down the main straight. So on the right-hand side where we see Jensen Marrell lining up, it does look a bit cleaner, and this is the best view of it. Look at that left-hand side there, that Boris Lyson and all of the even-numbered starters are going to have to power through when they try and get those wheels tracting onto the circuit here.
Yeah, this is going to be a really complicated race start as they come now, and they've finished gridding up. So for the final time this weekend, the 5 red lights will be ready to illuminate for the AU4 Championship round 1 at Winton Motor Raceway. So it's Marrell off of pole, and then it will be Boris Lyson alongside him. So the drivers will be ready to go racing for the final time this weekend, as the 5 red lights will be on very, very shortly for the race start to finish off the weekend. So here we go. That is the 10-second warning shown. Marrell will be feeling all the pressure. He won't want to stall again as the 5 red lights come up here in Winton Motor Raceway, and we're underway for racing action. And Boris is bogged down. I think Boris has stalled himself, much like Jensen did in race 2, and Jensen got off to an absolute rocket ship start. So he's off to a comfortable lead at the moment as Brock Burton and Casolo are going at it as they come up the top of turn 2 and 3. On the slide there goes Angus Bales as well. He's able to hold on to it for the moment as Boris is right back up the inside of line of black. As, that's Brock Burton. Oh, he's beached in the gravel. That is really, really unfortunate. We saw Boris end up there in race 1, but he was able to keep going. Brock has been absolutely just caught inside the gravel, and that is what happens. Slick conditions. He's on a slick tyre. Boris had no grip on the apex as well. And yeah, there's been a multitude of big slides, but Brock Burton being the worst of it.
They're still racing for the time being. That Brock Burton car is not going anywhere in the sandpit, so they may very well call a safety car, but we're still green for the time being. The safety car boards and flags have just been thrown. That will neutralise the field here at Winton Motor Raceway. They all will tuck back into line astern. Any chance of getting that car out of the gravel. And Rugby Mangan as well, unfortunately, is stranded. What a shame for Rugby. Just a little, probably half a millimetre off the ground is that tyre, and he is despondent.
Yeah, he is really, really annoyed and upset about that one, and understandably so. He's had such a strong weekend, and to end it that way, it's such a negative note to end out on, as they'll get back onto the circuit, so they should be able to continue on. And with the safety car, he will be able to close back up as long as there's not any... Oh, no, here that car is not looking very healthy, so he won't be able to remain in this race. As let's see, just a little replay here as they head into turn 1. So this is what happened to Brock Burton. In towards the corner he goes. Oh, he's just understeered straight off the slick tyres. He got on the outside, he didn't get into the apex, and he's just gone travelling off the circuit.
Just snagged the right front there and was a passenger at that point, had nowhere to go except directly into the sand pit. So what a shame that is for Burton, as the recovery crews are looking to get him back on track. That car doesn't have any damage, so they put him onto the dirt and he'll be able to rejoin. And he's not a lap down yet, crucially as well. He's be able to get out just in front of the field, who will see come through shot very, very shortly behind the safety car. So he stayed on the lead lap, and with these conditions, that could be crucial, so he can get back onto the pack, make some passes potentially, depending on how the rest of the race plays out. The same cannot be said for Rugby Mangan, unfortunately. That car obviously had some suspension damage there as it's being towed off the circuit there. Rugby Mangan's race is done, and what a shame that is. Yeah, such a shame. Not a way you want to end the weekend, but he'll now have his head down and focused to the next round of the AU4 Championship at the end of this month, which will take him to Sydney Motorsport Park. But we have a replay now, and that's what happened to Rugby Mangan. He got tangled up with Anton Du, lifted up into the air, landed on the ground, and yeah, that is definitely car done and dusted. That definitely explains why he wasn't able to get out of the dirt there. Was the wheels at very different altitudes off the ground there, so not how Rugby Mangan wanted to see his race start or end. But we will see him back in action for the next round of the AU4 Championship, but we've still got plenty of racing to go today in the meantime. Clock is still ticking down under safety car conditions. We're just over 18 minutes left to go here at this stage, and now is a really good time to take stock of where they are. But we'll have another look at this replay. So this is into turn 7 here, as we see. There it is. So this Rugby Mangan, just getting a little bit tangled. It's really, really hard to say from this angle what the cause of it was there, but the end result is still the same for Rugby. Out of the race with suspension damage. Weekend done in not a great way. So let's have a quick look through the standings as they are. So Jensen Merrill does still lead the way. Marco Manton has made his way up into second position, so a great start from him. Then we go into third position, where we see Lana Flack. Awesome start from Flack, and we go green here. So Flack up to third. Jensen Merrill, how fast can he streak away in the lead? Yeah, that is the magic question, as he takes away the field at the moment, and you can already see he's pulling away from Marco Manson. So a good safety car restart for Jensen Merrill, and he'll continue to try and push away as they make their way towards turn 3. This is where we saw it all kick off on the opening lap of the race, but they make their way around, and nothing really happening at the moment. We're looking at Jackson Culver on the back of Xavier Babichok, who's been struggling with a little bit of pace since race 2, just struggling a little bit since his moment in race 1 with William Beck, but he'll continue to keep his head down over the rest of this season, as we're looking at Lana Flack and Boris Lizen at the moment, close together, still with slick tyres, not looking like the tyre to be on. This track is a lot more slick than last time, and this is Casolo and William Beck side by side through turn 7 as they go through in towards turn 8 and then into turn 9, and that is Casolo now ahead of William Beck, and Beck's got the run though underneath turn 9. Now they're racing towards turn 10, but I think Casolo's just got the better run. Great racing there from Luca Casolo, who will slot back in front at turn 10. He's had a really mixed weekend of fortunes. Did not finish the first race. Second earlier today as well in the number 90 machine. So we know he's a very, very quick racer. Currently sitting in 5th position though, so he's got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch the cars in front of him. Those two Formula 4 Racing Australia machines of Flack and Lizen ahead of him are really horses to be reckoned with. Still kicking up a little bit of standing water on the exit of 12 there, so that's something you've really got to be careful of. We actually see Beck has been able to get past Casolo there by the time they hit the stripe, and he's going to take the retake that position of 5th as they go into turn 1, so great move there from William Beck. Yep, just really simple on the inside. Now Angus Bales is looking at having a go as they head in towards turn 1, but I don't think he's going to be able to turn 3. I don't think he's going to be able to get there, and he doesn't quite get there, but Xavier's on the back of that fight now as well. They're getting away from Jackson Culver, but some truly impressive pace from Culver at the moment, so we're sticking with the further end of this Gen 2 field. He certainly is, getting every single last tenth out of that Gen 1 machine, the number 12 car of Culver, so we'll definitely keep our eyes on him. We go back up here to this battle, so this is now the scrap for 6th position on the road, and Angus Bales, as he mentioned, is all over the back of Luca Casolo, who's going to have to try and make that Miguel as wide as, that Tarsus as wide as he possibly can. getting a little bit more pace around the outside into turn 9. Is able to hold it on. They get really, really close on the exit there. He has to take to the outside there, cop a little bit of dirt on the left-hand side, but just pulls it back in. But, geez, I tell you what, Angus Bales did not make that easy for him on the exit.
Yeah, no, he did not. And now Casolo on the defence once again as they head towards turn 11, because Angus Bales is right there on the outside line as they make their way into the corner. Casolo just a little bit faster in, but now let's see as they drag race towards the first corner. It's all dependent on the exit here out of the final corner as they go towards turn 1. So Bales in the slipstream now. He's closing and closing and closing. He pulls to the left. He goes back to the right. He can't quite get a nose alongside as they head into the entry, and he'll have to live to fight another day because Casolo just getting good exits at the right points, making himself impossible to pass.
Still a bit of time to go in this race, so it may be beneficial for these drivers to just stay in formation and just try to start rehearsing some moves here and there, figure out which corners you can get the best run out, which corners you've got to avoid passing here, which ones still have some standing water that really needs to be paid attention to. Xavier Babbage-Hockey there is also, at the back of this little pack there, just managing it at the moment. We move a little bit further up here. This is Manson really trying his best to hold off Flack for second position. So this is a really spicy battle for second and third on the podium, with Boris Lizen getting involved as well from fourth. A little bit taily on the exit there, but I think he's feeling pretty comfortable with those slick tyres underneath him.
Yeah, I think the slicks are slowly starting to get more grip with 13.5 minutes remaining in this final race, but I don't know if they'll truly cross over into that point we saw in race 2 where they're so much faster, but there's still so much time to find out if that comes to fruition for these drivers. But we'll see at the moment Flack all over the back of Marco Manson in towards the final 2 corners of the race circuit. Manson on the slide, just sliding the rear out there. You can see the counter steer with his bolting on the lock of the steering wheel out of the final corner. Boris himself getting on the slide as here comes Lana Flack towards turn 1 here against Marco Manson in towards the first corner. They go. Lana looks for it but can't get alongside. We're seeing a lot of that at the moment. These drivers just getting fairly equal. Oh, Lana! Oh, big crash!
Massive crash there for Lana Flack. Noses straight into the wall on the exit of turn 2, right into the tyre barrier. And they'll be there's yellows there immediately on the scene. So the drivers filtering through, they'll have to be very, very careful. What a shame that is for Lana Flack. We'll keep our eye on her as we see the field filter around here, but the safety car has been thrown immediately, as you can imagine.
Yep, huge crash for Lana Flack. She just came out deep. There's a bit of a slide, then the understeer hit, just straight off passenger into the wall. That was a huge accident. We'll
keep our eyes on that, but yeah, I was always looking at that turn 2 throughout the racing this weekend. There's always been like a little bit of water that I'm seeing getting thrown up from some of the cars here across the Victorian Trophy Tour that are running an all-weather tyre. A lot of water still needing to be displaced there. So recovery vehicles are out there. Lana Flack is obviously devastated, as you can imagine. What a shame for Lana, was running so well up at the pointy end of this race.
Yeah, Lana has been doing a stellar job all weekend, and she was in the run for the podium, and it's just not worked for her here in the final race. But one of a few drivers to have an unfortunate final race of the weekend, and yeah, just not a great way to finish off the weekend.
It's good to see that Lana's okay, giving the thumbs up to the recovery crews as they prepare to get her machine out of the fence here. But yeah, it's really not what you want to see. So let's take a look.
Yep, so in towards turn 1, so it's just Lana right there trying to be really aggressive, just understeers really. It's just straight on into the wall, hefty hit. But yeah, no, she just bolted on the lock, maybe carrying too much speed for the conditions, and the front just picked up and went straight on into the wall.
Yeah, she'll be pretty devastated with how that turned out. But the most important thing is that she's okay, because that is not a good place to go off and hit a wall. It really, that wall on the exit of turn 2, it greets you so quickly, especially in one of these cars. So it could have been a lot worse than it is. And it's really good to see Lana Flack walking away.
Yeah, it's a testament to the safety of motorsport at the moment, and these F4 cars, no exception, sporting the halo that's become the standard in open wheel racing over the last few years, since 2018 when Formula One adopted the halo. So yeah, really good stuff there, and yeah, it's good to see her out of the car.
So clock is still ticking down with just under 10.5 minutes to go here. They may be a little bit more time needed for the sake of barrier repairs. We'll keep our eyes on that because that tyre wall, as we saw, it moves quite a way. So they'll need to get that back in place for racing to get underway again. So there'll be at least a couple of laps, I'm sure, of safety car running. So Jensen Marrold still leading the way on those wet tyres. Was still able to put in the fastest lap of the race on those wets as well. But I did see at the end of the last racing lap, he was having to really hug the inside wall in the main straight to go through as much water as he could just to keep those tyres cool, because he's really got to be conscious of the life of those wet tyres throughout this race with pretty clear dry line that's now forming on the track.
Yeah, and we've seen the grip just getting a little bit better for the slick compound tyres, so this creates a really interesting element now because Marrold's lead has been reduced to nothing because of this safety car. Marco Manson's right there, but Lizen on the slick tyres is now there as we've got a red flag here in the final race of the AU4 Championship.
Red flag's out, most certainly because it needs to be a little bit more time goes into the repair of that barrier. So the safety car will be taking the field into the pit lane where they will wait. There'll be a good chance for the drivers to have a chat with their engineers, have a chat with their teams and sort of get a bit of a sense of where we're going with this one. The clock will still keep ticking, so if time elapses, we may not be able to get this race underway again. It depends on how they go with the repairs, but we'll keep our fingers crossed that we are able to get back out here and keep the racing action going. But for the time being, the scarlet flag's being waved by our flag marshals here, and it's a good chance to sort of look forward to the rest of the racing action that we have to come this year for the AU4 Championship.
Yeah, so obviously we had round one here at Winton Motor Raceway, which still is not quite finished, but then at the end of May, so May 30 to 31, we head off to Sydney Motorsport Park for the second round of the championship. Then kicking into July, we go to South Australia. We go to the Bend Motorsport Park with the West layout, which is an important detail. And then we go back to the Bend for round 4, August 21 to 23, where they'll be running the full international layout, which is going to be really awesome to see. 2 different layouts of the same circuit. And then we finish off the calendar in September, and that'll be off at Sydney Motorsport Park once again. So it's going to be an action-packed season. A few different venues as well with the Bend and Sydney Motorsport Park. These drivers will be tested to their limits, and this is going to be absolutely incredible to see as they continue charging through this season. But at the moment, we're under red flag conditions. That's a little look in to what we have over the rest of the year in the AU4 Championship. And I mean, who knows where we'll be come the final round at Sydney Motorsport Park. Jensen Marrold at the moment undefeated, 14 for 14, looking at 15 for 15 if this race doesn't get back underway, but he could very well be undefeated once they head to the end of the season.
Definitely keep your eyes on Jensen Marrold throughout this AU4 season, and I'd hazard a guess and say he's going to have a really, really good, strong career ahead of him because having such a good campaign in AU4, it provides such a good platform for these drivers moving on to the next stages, whether it's in Australia or even beyond into Europe and overseas.
Yeah, it 100% is, and we've already seen a few of the drivers to come out of this category do so well. And then at the moment we have Noah Killian over in Europe. I spoke about him during the Race 1 broadcast. He's doing awesome over in the Formula Winter Series against Boris Lizen actually in that series. That series wrapped up and he did really well there. Then he's off for F4 Italy as well, which is going to be an awesome experience for him, a great opportunity. But then you have other drivers who have taken to this series as well. I believe Liam Lawson came through this series in its very early days back in, I believe, 2016, 2017 that Liam Lawson took to the Formula 4 Championship? 17, there we go. 2017, Liam Lawson took on the Australian Formula 4 Championship, and now he's off in Formula 1. So that is the calibre of driver that this series can make.
Yeah, Liam Lawson is a great example of one of those drivers who just skyrocketed through at the young ages. We were privileged enough to see Liam Lawson, I think, running a little bit in the Victorian Trophy Tour in its previous iteration as a state series. Had a bit of running in Formula V as well, and a lot of the open wheelers here. The New Zealander who's obviously doing very, very well overseas. And if you like what you're seeing in the Victorian Trophy Tour overall as well, then you'll definitely want to stay tuned for round 4 at Sandown on August 7th and 8th. It'll be live here on Blendline TV, or if you're in the area, come on down. come and catch some great racing. It's going to be a ripping weekend. And then the grand finale at Phillip Island on October 3 and 4. You won't want to miss a moment of either of those. So definitely keep your eyes peeled when you can for when those ones get underway. And I want to give a massive shout out as well to everyone who helps us go racing and is allowing us to do so. The recovery crews, we've already said so much about them. They've been instrumental right this moment here in getting the track back into racing conditions after that incident at Turn 2 there. But for Motorsport Australia, the Melbourne University Car Club, who are doing our timing here this weekend, Ambulance Victoria, our stewards panel, MedX Medical, who are giving us our medical support here, and all the competitors and their crews as well. Like, we can't go racing without the big turnout that we have here. The Victorian Flag Marshalling team, who we've been seeing throughout the weekend, celebrating their 40th anniversary, so a big congratulations to the team, who are proudly waving the flags all around racetracks in Victoria, as well as the fire and rescue team, Victorian Fire Rescue Team. And if you do want to get involved in motorsport at this level, it's a great way to do so. So motorsport.org.au/officials is the place you want to go if you want to get involved. So we are just waiting to hear a little bit more word about what the rest of this race is going to be looking like. We do still have some time on the clock. 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes to go, and the cars are rolling out of the lane. So this is really, really good news, Lindsay. We get to see a restart, and hopefully we get to see a few more racing laps.
Yep, a few more racing laps would be awesome indeed. 4 minutes left on the clock, and we know that leaves a lot left unsaid, and that leaves a lot of racing action still to go here at Winton Motor Raceway. 4 minutes plus 1 lap as well, which you can't discredit. But let's take a quick look at the Gen 1 classes standing. So I believe that Kobe Wilson sits on 31 points, leading this championship if it finishes the way that it is, and then Jackson Culver will be on 23 points in P2. That leaves a really close gap at the front two.
And that's just based on the couple of races we've had so far, so we'll definitely keep our eyes peeled and see how that shakes out at the end of this one, because there is still a lot to play for, and it's really important to make sure these drivers can get as many points on the board as they possibly can. Have a look at the number 69 car there of Marco Manson. He's desperate to get as much temperature. All these cars are. They're trying to get as much temperature into these tyres as they possibly can, throwing these things left and right all over the track. Don't think these cars have been given the opportunity to change tyres under the red flag conditions in the lane, so they're all stuck with what they started with by the look of it. So let's have a look to confirm. Yep, Jensen Marrold is still on those wet tyres, and the two F4 Racing Australia machines right behind him. The one F4 Racing machine, I should say, unfortunately, right behind him on slicks. So Boris Lizen is really going to be giving him a run, as is Marco Manson. They are very similar looking cars at the front there. But yeah, the question is going to be, how long are the wet tyres on Jensen Marrold's car going to hold up? Is he going to be able to extract the pace out of them that he needs, or can Marco Manson in second and Boris Lizen in third do something about it?
Yeah, that is going to be the absolutely critical question, as Jensen Marrold will take away the field from Marco Manson, then Boris Lizen. So this is going to be such an action-packed 2 minutes plus 1 lap as well here at Winton Motor Raceway to finish out the first round of the AU4 Championship. So when is Jensen Marrold going to take away the field here as they come out of the final corner, and we're underway for green flag racing action once again, as already Marrold pulling to the left-hand side of the circuit, trying to make sure those tyres have no problems as Lizen's on the back of Marco Manson in towards turn 1. Lizen pulls to the left-hand side, a small lock-up, a bit of contact there between the two of them, but they both hold up all right, and Boris Lizen into second place. One car left in front of him, and that car is Jensen Marrold. So that's the one car between himself and victory. A big lock-up there from Angus Bales as well. Bales leaves Casolo as well, all the way out to dry, and that is Diago Stewart getting past him, as well as Xavier Babichocki. So a bit of chaos here, a bit of wet grip conditions still causing some problems for these drivers, as Manson staying on the back of Lizen at the moment, and Jensen Marrold getting away still as Babichocki's on the back of Bales, and that's a dive down the inside there from Kobe Wilson on Jackson Culver for the lead of the Gen 1 category. This is critical racing between the two of them, but Culver able to hold on. Wilson not able to take the lead as well, and it looks like there's damage on the front right end plate of Kobe Wilson's car.
It has been a frenetic restart to this AU4 race here. There's not a whole lot of time left to go, so these drivers know if they can get a move done, they need to get it done as soon as they possibly can. With so much battling happening all the way up and down, this is a scrap here. We're seeing Luca Casolo currently sitting behind. I'm trying to have a look at what car that is. A number 73 car of Stewart, who's made his way up, so he's had a really good start. Or as a matter of fact, I'd say Luca Casolo has actually lost a few spots there, unfortunately, in the number 90 machine. So they filter out of turn 12 again with not a whole lot of time left to go. Jensen Marald still putting in fastest laps, faster than any of his laps in the first stanza of this race on those wet tyres. So as much as he shouldn't be able to be getting this much pace out of them, he is, and he's got a few car lengths behind him as well.
Yeah, he's doing really well for himself at the moment with 5 seconds left on the clock, so this will be the penultimate lap. The next lap will be the last lap of this race. Marald had 1.2 seconds to Boris Lizen at the moment. Their pace not too different, so that all depends on how the dry tyres are feeling heading into the final lap of the race, because Marald's had that really fast lap, but now the tyres will be starting to warm up, heat up, and that is a critical thing in the equation of who's going to be fast come the last lap of the race. And if they overheat, Boris will just be able to drive fast, as we saw in the second race of the championship. So this is going to be a critical final lap. As actually, no, we have 4.5 minutes remaining because of the red flag stop time.
So we do have a little bit more time up our sleeves, and that's going to change the complexion at the front of this race as well, with the condition of those wet tyres. Speaking of wet tyres, we're looking at the number 12 car of Jackson Culver, who is pretty comfortably leading the way of the Gen 1 field at the moment. Look at the gap that he's got over Wilson there. So really, really good running so far from Culver, in ninth position on the road, but first in class in the Gen 1. So really, really getting the most out of that McGale machinery. So we look a bit further up, just a bit up the road. This is Luca Casolo, who's, as I mentioned earlier, his fortunes have been really up and down here. Still circulating now in 8th position, currently tucked in behind Stewart. We move a bit further up here. Oh, really, really shaky there at the front of this. So it looks like Lizen has caught right onto the back of Jensen Marald.
Yeah, so this is what we saw in race 2 with Jensen Marald being the car on the dry tyres. Marald really wide there. Here comes Boris Lizen to try and take the race lead. He's gone all the way onto a puddle with the dry tyres as they head through turn 5 and 6 and now into the turn 7 braking zone. Boris not waiting around. He shows the nose, switches to the outside. Jensen Marald still holding on for now, but the dry tyres are certainly quicker as they make their way through the turn 8 and now into turn 9 complex. Boris is all over the back of them. Marald on the slide. This is going to be close as they head out of turn 9 now. Look at the run he's got. This is for the race lead now between Jensen Marald and Boris Lizen in towards turn 10. Who's going to come out in front? It looks like Marald's held on for now. Boris doesn't get the exit required either, but this is amazing stuff at the front of the field.
Fantastic defensive driving from Jensen Marald, but how long can he keep it up for? That is the question. Boris Lizen all over the back of him, filling both of the mirrors on that number 31 machine, just really trying to find a way to get past, but it's so tricky at this Winton Motor Raceway. Look at Manson here right behind. He's trying to slingshot around both of them at the same time. Marald goes right to the inside on the run down to turn 1, still trying to get as low temperature in those wet tyres as he possibly can, really getting the most out of them. Lizen was slightly 3/10 faster that time around, with just how much pace he was able to recoup with those slick tyres, really coming online for the number 20 machine. But Jensen Marald is making that number 31 car as wide as he possibly can here at Winton.
Yeah, and it looks like Boris has just gone on the slide in towards turn 4, which has given Jensen a little bit of space to breathe, which is going to be really, really important in the grand scheme of this race. But I'll tell you what, Jensen would be wishing. Oh, Boris has gone to the inside. Oh, there's contact. The 2 leaders go spinning around. Boris just too late on the brake, loses his front left tyre. He's absolutely infuriated with himself. He throws the steering wheel out of the car. That is disaster up the front. Jensen Marald got spun around as well. Boris in shambles.
Boris Lizen is ripping the radio headset out of the car. He is furious with himself. What an incredible development in this race. Both of the leaders knocked out. That's going to promote Manson up into the leader of the race. Marco Manson in the car number 69 is really taking the benefit there as he rounds turn 12. There's still a little bit of time to go. Still a couple of laps left in this one. You can see just how distinct that dry line is on the track now. So really, really smooth sailing from here. we're looking for Marco Manson, as a matter of fact, here in the number 69 car, and he's got a great gap behind him now as a benefit of that. That's also promoted Beck into second place and Bales up into third. Here's that battle for second now. Really, really toey there from Bales, losing the back end through turn 2.
Yeah, really critical moment in this race. I cannot believe that here with 40 seconds left on the clock, and that will leave Jensen Marald's undefeated record now beaten as they make their way through. So here's a replay of what happened. Just switches late to the inside, collects Jensen Marald's rear right tyre, shears off his front in the process. That is disaster.
And just in case there wasn't enough spanners in the works of this one, the rain is starting to fall once again at Winton Motor Raceway. You can see it in the background of the shot just a little bit. So all these slick runners are really going to have to tiptoe around here. So we've got the first car there of Manson on slick, second on these top 3 cars, all running on slick tyres. I'm not sure who we have on the wets at the moment in this race, but whoever we've got running on the wets, they are going to be seeing their race come alive. Look at the spray already being thrown up from those cars at the front. We've got to really, really be careful to bring these ones home now.
Yeah, this could be really, really close now. 1 lap of racing left after Marco Manson crosses the line, but it's absolutely chucking it down. You can see the spray starting to kick off from a lot of these cars. Look at how treacherous it is out there as they head on to the last lap. Could we see a surprise winner here? It looks like it's going to go Marco Manson's way, but the checkered flag has flown as Marco Manson crosses the line to win the race. I thought there was one more because of the +1, but maybe because of the red flag, they got rid of the +1, but that is absolutely sensational to finish. If only there was one more, but Marco Manson drove brilliantly to bring the car home, and William Beck as well gets second position, and Angus Bales lands himself on a podium position in AU4.
Saved by the checkered flag. Marco Manson gets the win in race 3 here in a really surprise belt of rain that just came down at the end there. Jackson Culver, a great result to take the win in the Gen 1 class ahead of Wilson there as well. Geez, you really didn't know where to look in that AU4 race. It was all happening everywhere we looked at Winton, and let's get confirmation of those provisional results. So Marco Manson, our race winner, ahead of William Beck with second position, Angus Bales as well in third. Xavier Babic-Hockey, great recovery to bring it home in fourth position ahead of Diago Stewart and Luca Casolo. And then the first of the Gen 1 runners, Jackson Culver ahead of Kobe Wilson. Jensen Marald was able to recover and cross the stripe in 9th with Lewis Scotch in 10th on the road.
Yep, so then heading into your outside of the top 10 area, Martin Dudley finishes in 11th. Matteo Casaglis finishes out in 12th overall. Boris Lizen looked like he had the win in the palm of his hand, but it just all fell apart at the death of it. Just a bit of a desperate dive bomb with still time left on the clock. He could have waited, but mistakes are made. As you can actually see, it's pouring down so hard. The track is absolutely soaked, and the cars are flying off on the in-lap. That is how heavy it is chucking it down here at Winton.
Honestly, it's really good they waved the checkered flag a lap early if it was indeed, because this is almost unraceable, especially for all these cars on slick tyres. They would have had no chance getting them back home. Even there, as you mentioned, Angus Bales there is struggling on the reconnaissance lap there. So just the timing here, it can change in an instant in the weather at Winton Motor Raceway. We've been seeing it all weekend throughout the Victorian Trophy Tour, and the AU4 drivers have really been giving the best showing of the Winton weather so far this weekend. So we're seeing recovery vehicles are all scrambling here to get some cars moving. Let's have a bit more of a look at a replay. Okay, so this is earlier on. Boris Lizen runs up the inside, clatters into the side of Jensen Marald, snaps the front suspension there. Race done immediately for Boris Lizen. Jensen Marald was able to retake, but look at the rage behind the wheel of Boris Lizen. Piffs the steering wheel out of there, and he's just desperate to get out of this car and just get away from what's happened there, because he is ropeable at this stage.
Yeah, he's got to be annoyed with himself here at this one, and then he rips the radio cord and he's just storming off towards the fence. And yeah, that is definitely the emotion that racing drivers can go through. And yeah, it was just a little bit late, collected the back of Jensen Marald, and then he jumps over the fence as well, just desperate to get out of there.
What a shame. A roller coaster of emotions there for Boris Lizen, experienced in the space of about 10 seconds on the walk from the car to the fence. Not the way that he wanted to finish his debut outing here in Australia, the Polish driver. But what a show the AU4 drivers have put on here at Winton Motor Raceway. It's been an absolute pleasure to have these cars racing with us here in the Victorian Trophy Tour. Lindsay Muddle, thank you so much for joining me in the commentary box. It's been awesome. I'm really looking forward to following the AU4 Championship throughout this year, and cannot wait to see how we go when we roll on to Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yeah, I absolutely cannot wait to call it over at Eastern Creek, and maybe better weather for the drivers out there at Sydney Motorsport Park come the end of this month. But it's just a welcome to the series if you've not watched it before. If you're returning from 2025, welcome back to the AU4 Championship. This is the 2026 season. It's going to be a blockbuster.
It certainly is. Thank you so much for joining me in the commentary box. Next up, we're not done with racing today, folks. We will have a little bit of time while the recovery crews get to work and get some of these stricken AU4 machines back to the garage. But once they do so, we've got sports sedans action coming up next. Improved production as well with historic touring cars, and Formula Ford will be rounding out the action in round 3 of the 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour. Don't go anywhere, folks, because we've got a lot of racing still to go, and if the weather keeps flipping and flopping like it has been so far in this race, it's anyone's guess as what's going to happen from one corner to the next. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back trackside here, and the news from that building right there, the Hyundai N Never Just Drive, the control tower here, the Motorsport Australia control tower. There's been a busy bunch of people over the last half an hour or so with AU4 Championship round number 1 taking part with a couple of nasty little shunts. We're actually seeing sports sedans trundle down pit lane. They're being sent back to the sheds, back to the pit and paddock area, because basically they lined up straight after the AU4 race had started. It was, we were bathed in sunshine. All these cars, these 600, 700, 800 horsepower sports sedans are shod with slicks. We are clearly not in conditions currently that will allow a sports sedan, let alone anyone on a racing slick, compete laps here in a safe manner. So they've been dragged, and they will be reprogrammed for the next race on the card. What is interesting now is that the improved production field that run essentially an all-weather tyre are being asked to ready themselves very, very quickly outside of programming. Their race wasn't supposed to start till 3:25. It's now 3:15, so they would certainly be well and truly in the final stages of readying themselves for their race. But we're seeing the sports sedans just motor their way down pit lane. So this is what we are dealing with here. There is torrential rain. I sort of had a bit of a laugh about an hour or so ago when they said it was going to be 35 millimetres of rain expected here today. I think we just had 28 millimetres of them in the AU4 closing stages of their race. In fact, the incident with Lisbon, it was still a dry track, and that was only 2 laps from the end of the AU4 race. So it has absolutely bucketed down. We're now getting the timing screen is being updated with the improved production field and their grid. Steve DeVries is lobbed next to me. Never a dull moment. Hey, Steve, in motorsport.
Never a dull moment. I actually happened to be down in the pit and paddock area, and the Formula V presentation was getting underway. I was having a look and got your phone call to say that the sports sedans were being pulled and improved production was going on, and then I turned to you and said, hang on a minute, I'm looking at a full grid in the marshalling area of sports sedans. That doesn't make any sense, but now what you've actually just explained, Darren Smith, makes complete sense about what's going on, because they would have committed very, very early in the piece with the weather conditions that they drew to putting those slick tyres on. It's not like a lot of the other categories. As we talk to Formula V, Formula Ford, improved production, Porsche 944 Challenge, where you have to, they run an all-weather compound tyre as part of their series regs. The exceptions here this weekend are the sports sedans and the AU4 Championship, which have a slick tyre for the dry conditions and a treaded tyre for the wet conditions. So absolutely the right call to make with removing the sports sedans from the marshalling area and then getting improved production up and running. There was only 2 improved production cars that were on their way to the grid, hence the haste with everybody getting themselves together. I think it was Royce Lyon and Taylor Allen were the only 2 that were actually remotely close to the marshalling area. Everybody else, when I drove past the improved production area, were still getting out of their civvies and into their race gear. So they were, in the early throes of it, but they've now had that very much hastened up.
Yeah, it certainly has, and most of these sports sedans, it's not a sort of a 10-minute jacket up and pull the wheels off. I know the Brad Shields Fiat, it takes the best part of half an hour to get the car up off the ground and the wheels off, and they really only do that between races when they've got a number of hours to be able to carry out that sort of work. And that is what we're seeing now. The AU4 cars are all tucked back into the garages because they will have been sitting out there in the wet, and they would have been like bathtubs by the time they were tucked back into their garages. They've got to get back off to Sydney Motorsport Park at the end of this weekend too. So we're waiting now for the improved production category, and I've got to say we thank them very much for being able to adjust this, because some of the cars will be going through complex systems to get themselves ready to race. There is certainly, with the engines, they go through a strict warm-up procedure to make sure that they are safe and ready, and the engine is in a condition that it can be revved to its rev limiter. So there's all of these little bits and pieces which are so very, very important, and we're just waiting now to get word back from various authorities in the race control tower, certainly filtered through to us from the race secretary at this point in time. The Clerk of course and race directors will be very, very busy shuffling things around, and of course the stewards will also be being consulted because they're changing the order in which the program will be run in. So there is a strict protocol when you're putting these things together, and you have to make a decision. And Steve, 100% in the name of safety.
Yes,
so that's what this has been about. We can't send 25 sports sedans out onto a wet track when they're all on slicks.
No, that's right. We've seen that, I think, once or twice before. I think it was an Island Magic event a couple of years ago where we were all sitting up there in the commentary box. We were all nice and dry, and I think it was the Australian Formula Open that went out onto the circuit, and I think almost everybody, apart from 2 or 3 cars, had gone with the slick tyre, and completely and utterly 100% the wrong choice. But they had to pay that penalty because the rain came down. It was a little bit too late. They didn't have a chance to withdraw it. So when you have an opportunity to pull that cars that are on slicks before they've had a chance to take to the circuit, in conditions like this, you absolutely need to take it. This is not, the upper echelons of motorsport where you've got people with the cat-like reflexes to be able to save a car or be able to navigate the track for a lap and come in and change tyres. There actually, in fact, is no changing tyres as part of the series regs, so they have to undoubtedly put safety at the forefront of everybody's minds.
Certainly is, and the crews out there, not taking anything away from them. Yeah, the regs do say that you can't come into pit lane and change tyres and that sort of thing. So brave move by Race Control, the Clerk of course, and the race secretary for doing that. It is in the name of safety. Of course, we'll be getting ourselves ready after this weekend for Sandown, the August 7th and 8th, and that is round 4. And then certainly get your accommodation booked down in the Phillip Island region for the grand final on October 3rd and 4th there as well. Steve, something that is in your realm, I guess, is that in November last year we ran the Improved Production Nationals at Phillip Island. The 2025 Nationals are going to be in Western Australia. Any word on the competition heading over to WA from any locals?
Yeah, the 2026 Improved Production Nationals looks like it's going to take place in the middle of October this year. So entries and actually expressions of interest, I should say, have already commenced, which is good. There's already been an expression of interest from the club, Victorian club, that if anybody was looking at going over, if they had some numbers, to do something similar to what we've seen with the Saloon cars do before when they've travelled all the way from Western Australia to Victoria and to Bathurst to conduct nationals and things like that. They're looking at doing something similar for those on the eastern side of the country to grab a truck and instead of have to tow their trailer over, get a big bulk transport over there. Let's face it, it is a rather expensive exercise to get to WA for the single cars rather than, to go by road and having multiple cars to share the fuel bill. So it's quite sensible. I know that Luke Gretsch-Cumber potentially was looking at it. I don't know of any others at this stage, but I think the general consensus was that, yes, it's a trip that's probably worth doing at least once in a lifetime, and when there's nationals involved, why not?
Yeah, I think that you hit the nail on the head there. It is a big long haul in this grassroots level of motorsport. And hey, the Western Australians managed to do it to come to Victoria, don't they? And they've done it with some very quick cars in the past as well. So it'd be really nice to see an assembly from the East Coast head over to WA and support what they're putting on there. You know full well, as do I, that putting on a Nationals is takes months to pull it all together and do it successfully. Well over 100 cars fronted up to Phillip Island last year. Hey, this race is about to start. Let's get on with the grid sheet.
Yeah, that's absolutely. So Dean Lilly's won both the opening 2 races of the weekend so far, so he's looking for a clean sweep from the front row of the grid, although it's a lot wetter than it was earlier this morning when they first went out onto the circuit at around about 11:30 a.m. Luke Gretsch-Cumber starting alongside him in P2. Kane Verica was the beneficiary of a couple of late off-track excursions for Andrew Butcher and a mechanical failure for his namesake Brad Verica. He got himself up to P3, that's where he starts, ahead of Jamie Augustine. Royce Lyon and Brett Porter, so watch out for Royce. He's going to throw down an early gauntlet here, I think, to Augustine in the Sylvia and Verica in the RX-7. And then Bruce Henley had a nice drive to position 7, and Ian McLennan's going to start the Monaro out of position number 8. Very much under power, and around this track you absolutely feel it. Callum Jensen starting in 9th ahead of Robert Baird in the zebra-striped RX-7. Josh Perkins is 3rd in the under 2 litre class at the moment on the sheet there. He's actually 2nd overall for the round, so looking forward to see what he can do there. Out of position number 11 alongside Chris Bodale and Lee Seelenmeyer, Wayne Decker, Wayne Twist, Travis Mitchie, then back to Noah Ellsworthy, Taylor Allen, and then all the ones that are at the rear of the grid here. So Brad Verica, the diff let go in the Datsun, so that happened coming out of turn number 10. Andrew Butcher, he had to be dug out of the kitty litter at turn number 4 after a promising drive. And then you had Caspers, Timewell and Cool all listed to be at the rear of the grid. We did see the Blair Cool Pulsar leave quite an oil trail coming out of turn number 10. So we'll wait to see whether he's been able to turn that car around and get it going. You can see the Verica Datsun in the back of shot, so that's definitely up and running. Likewise, the Butcher BMW, but behind that, I cannot see the Caspers RX-7, I cannot see the Danny Timewell number 11, and I cannot see the Blair Pool Nissan Pulsar, so we might be short a few runners in this one.
Certainly concur with that. They were tagged on the rear of field, but looks like it's only Andrew Butcher and Brad Verica that have answered the challenge here, and this is going to be a ripping race. I reckon we're going to see some fair entertainment here. Watch out for that turbo yellow car sitting right behind Luke Gretsch Gumbo. He's going to have a real handful as that turbo comes on. The 13B Bridgeport will be a nice thing in the wet, and as will be this BMW, and off the line goes very, very well. There goes Bruce Henley as well, and here comes the Datsun charging up the inside. Have a look at that Dean Lilly, very, very nicely getting away there, but lost a couple of spots. Just gingerly driving the car, walking it away if you will. But have a look at that car of Jamie Augustine. He is absolutely in it, relishing this. He may have even turned the boost down a little bit so that he's not having a sudden surge of power. Royce Line, the White Line racing team, they're doing a terrific job. He's charted this weekend, had some difficulties, including in the last race, some bonnet pins that didn't want to play the game. But Dean Lilly at the moment, I would suggest Dean is just taking caution 100% of this race to bring it home. He doesn't have anything to prove. He's an experienced race driver. He could probably take it up to these two guys in front. In fact, he can easily. But just erring on the side of caution for now, Steve.
Yeah, I think so. The bonnet pins on the Royce Line number 4 were actually the result of some three-way contact believed to be between himself, Brett Porter, and Blair Cool. That came up at down at this part of the circuit that they're negotiating now, as Augustine was well wide there. Through goes the number 1 TRP Duckwork Monaro of Dean Lilly, and then Royce Line went straight through as well. You're right, I think, about Jamie Augustine. He would have wound that boost pressure right back because he walked it away off the line very nicely, and you could see the big heavy Monaro did not get the traction it needed as the Bodale Falcon 128 there goes sailing on through the braking zone at turn 10. It comes on somewhere around Bruce, or they're right next door, in fact, to Bruce Henley. He's had a bit of a shocking start from P7.
I tell you what, just keep your eyes peeled for Brett Porter in the city here. These conditions could come right back to the front-wheel drive, front-engine outfit. I think he's found his way into third place already on the opening lap, and he has got through on Augustine as well. Augustine very much getting off the line nicely. Oh, there's
big
Macca.
wiggle.
And I've got to say, Macca's probably enjoying having not so much horsepower in this one because he's ranging up further up the grid than what he's been all weekend.
He wouldn't have been fond of that wiggle in the braking zone. There's a bit of wheel hop there, I think, going down into turn number 1. He wouldn't have liked that at all. He was very close to the outside, but this is the conditions where you don't necessarily need to have all the power underneath your right foot to make lap time. You've got to be able to be sensible. You've got to be able to pick your way through the field, and positioning your car is very, very important in these conditions. Just like Taylor Allen's doing here. She just moved it over to the centre of the road a little bit to discourage Seelenmeyer and Mitchie from launching an assault down into turn 3. Oh, some sparks go flying as the 717 4G plumbing entry goes off the road temporarily. Just clouts the part of that, well, the backside part of that curve at 3 and 4. It's a very sharp drop off the edge there. There's virtually no grass behind it. It's just road, curb, and then a drop into the dirt.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this water is washing away any dirt that has been built up off the back of the ripper strips as well. So if you head out there, you're going to drop your wheel off, and more than likely damage a rim or even some suspension componentry that might be hanging a little bit low there. Just watching Josh Perkins, who continues to be an impressive young race driver. Very, very impressed with how he's gone about the first 6 months of his racing. Jumped onto the scene at the Nationals, got a place in the under 2 litre world, and has continued on here this weekend. Comes from an extreme pedigree of rotary racer with his dad, and they are continuing on with the Perkins name and doing a nice job out of rural Victoria. Here is Dean Lilly, car number 1. Dean, of course, not the one that earned the number 1 plate on there, but I'm sure he's proud to represent, because he was the one that prepared the car to within a millimetre of its life to take as many victories as it has over the last few seasons. Here's Brett Porter. Now, this is a good drive. Brett just needs to really hang this all together, and he'll bring it home for P4.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing very nicely at the moment. He needs a little bit of luck on his side to jump up and take an outright victory in the unders for this weekend. At the moment, it was Callum Jensen, who with 2 second-place finishes, one behind Brad Verica and one behind the 52 there that we saw on screen. He is in the catbird seat to take another under 2 litre victory in the club standings this weekend.
I've got a stupid look on my face at the moment. It's a grin from ear to ear, because the 46 and the 169, Kane Vereca and Brad Vereca, they've got together on track. They're inside the 10, and Brad is absolutely charging in that Datsun. So the family are getting together out there and having a bit of a go in the wet, and they're both in cars that would be ideally suited to these conditions.
Yeah.
At the front of the race now, Luke Gretsch-Gumbo leads the race for the first time this weekend in this final race for the weekend. He needs it. He needs a victory. He just needs to grab a little bit more points in the championship just to cement his authority on the top step of the podium. Dean Lilly's probably thinking, I'm going to try and wrestle this car to get down to Sandown for the next round, and I might start to weigh in on the championship. Why not, with 2 wins at round number 3?
Tell you what, given he was a record breaker yesterday, I'm wondering if I should be reaching for the record books at Sandown, considering how much pace he showed yesterday. I'll tell you what, he'd be able to give Ray Hislop's mark a real good shake. I wouldn't be surprised.
Have a look at this, though. These 2 V8s, this is tricky conditions for these 2 guys, and they are definitely showing us their talent. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo, the water just absolutely streaming out of the guards on the Senator. The Monaro clocking in behind here, 2 V8s, 2 of the General's men, sliding it out at the front of the field, and they are not relenting. They've eased this gap out now to nearly 6 seconds back to Royce. Royce will certainly be relishing in these conditions, but the deficit on horsepower when you do open it up in a straight line with these 2 V8s is quite significant. Side by side they go, and that is a really good move. Dean Lilly parked it on the inside of the corner. In fact, he didn't even park it. He wandered on through. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo saw him there and he said, I've got nothing for you right now, mate. If I try and reef on the wheel, all I'm going to do is understeer and lose any momentum I've got going into these tricky set of S's.
Yeah, it was very clean. Actually, sort of a half-late decision there from Dean. He was looking and looking for a long time, and then when Luke stayed wide to open the corner, Dean dived for the apex, and it was job done. And that TRP Duckworth Monaro is just going to march off into the distance here, I think. Not at a vast rate of knots, but it'll definitely start to open up a good 1 or so seconds a lap. And you can see here the margins already blown out. It's a good, half a dozen to 8 car lengths already.
Just a bit of news for everybody watching on that thought they should be watching sports stands now. They will be next. They will be next on track. The sports stands have been rescheduled to be the next cars on track. So the gods of thunder will greet us with their presence as soon as this improved production race is over. Still 7.5 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time for Royce Leon and Luke Gretsch-Gumbo to catch up to Dean Lilly and maybe feature one more further step up on the podium as they scream past our vantage point. The leaders are doing a terrific job. There goes the Vereca brothers. McClellan, that's Kane Vereca, and then Brad Vereca. There he is, slides into the shot right there. So this is a great battle. Looks like Kane's had a bit of a black eye on the left front there.
That's been there since the start of the race. When he started on the second row of the grid, I noticed that front left-hand headlight was not in operating state. So
I hope Macca doesn't think it's a motorbike coming up.
I would hope not. I would think it's light enough that he can see out the rear-view mirror.
Josh
and there
Perkins.
goes. Yep, there goes Josh Perkins. I reckon he's gone straight on at turn 1 there, probably backwards at turn number 1. So we can see the return road just in the background of the shot there. So he's got to find a long way back to the circuit. And here goes Kane down the inside. Nice, more nimble RX-7. very, very quickly down the inside, and job done at turn number 7. Now, can Brad Vereker in the Datsun find his way past?
Kane Vereker, a returning champion. Gee, I hope we see a lot more of him in season 2026 and onwards. A fierce racing car driver. You like to see someone that is up on the wheel and attacks a race from the green light to the checkered flag. That is what, actually, that's what the Vereker family goes about. Their racing, so exciting to watch and see and get them going about it. They're not the kind of people that rattle down the side of someone's car and bruise everyone up. They just get on with doing good, hard, entertaining racing. In fact, I think they do what... Whoa! Luke Gretsch Gumbo, memories of the not too distant past where he flew through that part of the track. Royce Line now down the inside, executes a perfect move, taking advantage of the sliding Luke Gretsch Gumbo. And it wasn't that long ago, Steve, that we saw that car absolutely take flight through the midfield here at Winton.
I'll tell you what, it's from about 2 or 3 years ago where he went sailing off at turn number 1 at a much more substantial rate of knots compared to what he just did going through turn number 1. I tell you what, this Datsun's getting very, very close to the back of McLennan Monaro right now. I wouldn't be surprised if Brad has a little bit of a lunge up here at turn 7. He'll try and set him up through the sweeper, because the bigger, heavier Monaro's going to have to just watch itself through this really tricky part of the course. You can see Brad closes right up under brakes, almost in the rear bumper bar of the Pro Cut Tree Services number 115. And you get the sense that it's coming. You get the sense that it's coming. No, covered by McLennan, forcing Vereker to go the outside route. But that, of course, means he's just holding off the advances for a little bit longer.
Here we go. Here's Luke Gretsch Gumbo into turn 1.
Front locking.
Nice run down the straight, and just release the brake. And when I haven't got this, I just release it and I'll end up on the infield. I'm not going as quick as what I was the last time when it was wide open throttle. I get the feeling, though, if Macca just hit the pop the boot button at the moment, that Brad could probably just jump in the boot there and get a ride through to the finish here.
Oh, that was close.
Big look here. See what I mean? Vereker's pressure.
Yeah.
Not going to happen. Best get out of it, and we'll go to the next corner and have another crack at it. Line up the big Pro Cut Tree Services at Monaro.
Tell you what, this is as wet as I've seen Winton since I first started commentating improved production all the way back in 2018. It was a cold, wet June day. I think the first 2 drivers starting off the front row of the grid were Jordan Cox and Ray Hislop. And you can see there's 2
Royce
numbers.
Line.
Oh,
Royce Line
and Ian McLennan. Yeah, they've just been given the meatball flag, as it's affectionately known. There's a collision that's just happened up at turn 7 there. That's Wayne Twist in the number 19, and it was Travis Mitchie in the XL, I think, that was the other party involved. And I think there's a rear tail light potentially has departed the Travis Mitchie XL. And look at the front right corner on Wayne Twist's car here. That wheel definitely does not look like it is meant to be in that configuration.
No, and this won't make Wayne Twist happy. He's a guy that another very clean racer. He doesn't touch anyone up, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't expect to get touched up. Oh, this is great improved production racing. Have a look at that down the inside. Another look. The red Datsun, the Bill Stein on the side. The Pro Cuts Tree Services Holden Monaro McClellan, the defending champion in this category for the Victorian Series. He's now got his absolute mirrors full of a ever increasingly impatient Brad Vereker.
Certainly has. Here's an incident up here, is it, at turn 7? So that was Bodale and Perkins going through, and then we go back further here. Oh, it's Travis Mitchie actually into Wayne Twist. Oh, it's actually a front headlight, it looks like, that's departed the Travis Mitchie 717 XL, not the rear tail light as I thought it was.
Yeah, Royce Line coming in acknowledging that meatball flag or mechanical failure flag.
There was another car in there as well.
Flag.
There was another car in there as well, which I think was Wayne Twist coming into the pits area there as well.
Macca's number was on the board as well. The 115 was on the board as well. So that's 2 laps now. He'll be stopped getting scored on the next lap. 1 minute and 16 seconds remaining in this particular race. So I'm not too sure what that's about. But
yeah, I'm trying to scrutinise as well, Darren. You and I are both equally confused as to why the meatball flag's been shown for this car. It's not emitting any fluid by the looks of things. The only fluid coming out is the rain that's coming out from underneath those Bridgestone tyres. So unless there's something that we're not aware of, it's not visual to the naked eye, I'm as perplexed as you are as to why his number was being held out.
It's the first test for the Bridgestones in the wet?
Yeah, from what we understand. Well, there's definitely in Victoria, it certainly is. I know there's been racing in other states. I'm not sure what the weather conditions have been, but my understanding is it's been fairly dry running across most of Australia since the Bridgestone's introduced, as Verica dives for the apex again. Can't quite find a way through there. And I did see some representatives from Bridgestone here this weekend, a couple of the same gentlemen, Tom Worsley and a couple of others that were here at Sandown earlier in the year, as Verica dives for the apex again, and there's a little bit of contact there, I think, at turn 9, shoots the Monaro out of the way. I'm sure there's a witness mark there on the front side, and Verica coughs that spot up straight away and says, motions out the window, and tells Ian to go straight back through. So that's either
sadly
in
this rule book, allowing that, and redressing is not allowed, so that will be frowned upon. Might be something you can do in the V8 Ute racing world, Brad, but pretty much under MA state level racing, redressing is not part of the program. So he, I guess he does the polite thing and races on, and there is that meatball flag again, and that is definitely
and now the black flag.
Now the black flag. So next lap round won't be scored, and that will be the checkered flag lap.
Tell you what, next lap around to be very close to being the final lap as well, which
Absolutely.
could be double the pain for McLennan, with being a disqualification at the end of the day. This battle's very, very entertaining between the man in position 5 and position 6. Right, is this the end of it? Down the inside of turn 3 goes Brad Verica, puts the Datsun right in the middle of the road, has a little bit of a sideways wave goodbye as he lights the rear wheels up on the number 169 and now pulls away quite substantially from the Monaro. Look at the margin he's opened up in just 2 corners. It's absolutely huge. We come down to the final couple of corners now. Here's Dean Lilly in the number 1 Monaro, shooting down this back chute in the new section that was introduced in the late 1990s to this circuit to bring it up to 3 kilometres distance. And he comes around the last corner for what he hopes is the final time. We can't see a checkered flag out this time. They're now holding out the last lap board. So he must have just gotten across the line with probably about 10 seconds or so left in his pocket on the previous tour to afford them the luxury of doing one more lap of Winton Motor Raceway.
Speculation is that with Royce Line and with Macca is that the high-intensity rain line may not be working on the rear of these cars. So that could be as simple as flicking a switch. So anyway, we'll keep an eye out for that. Just sort of getting some text messages in from around the track and speculating as to what that might be like. Here's Taylor Allen now and Noah Ellsworthy. A couple of young racers out there having a red-hot go at it and doing it very, very cleanly indeed. Of course, we saw Taylor have an off earlier on this weekend, which was quite uncustomary for her. She's been, like Noah behind, they've been learning how to go racing, and Noah will be learning all about it now. He's about to have the stickers blown off the side of his car by one of the front runners, as Luke Gretsch-Gumbo on the flashing lights. Good stuff for the number 40 driver there by Noah Ellsworthy. Just opening up the wheel, and Taylor Allen has gone around.
She did that in race 2 as well, so in exactly the same spot.
He's now just trying to not head out over that ripple strip, the damaged underside of the car. Carefully, Taylor engaging reverse gear, and here comes Dean Lilly coming to take, well, the famous 3 from 3. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to head out in the rain and with the broom and give it the clean sweep, but someone will. Someone will hand him the broom.
They certainly will. Lights it up a little bit coming out of the last corner. He's been utterly dominant this weekend. Pole, 3 wins and a new circuit record. You can't go any better than that in a weekend's work at Winton Motor Raceway. He's some 15 seconds up the road from this man on screen here. He'll still retain the championship lead. In fact, it's 18 and a change in terms of time between the two of them. And then we've got to go all the way back to the Honda Civic of Brett Porter. Third outright.
What a result.
Yeah, third outright. And the first of the unders cars home. You can see a little bit of the wall wound on the front of that Brad Vereca Datsun there. He's going to get home for fifth behind Kane, who's going to finish fourth. And then Jamie Augustine there on screen, he's going to get home for sixth. Andrew Butcher, great drive for him from the back of the field. He got all the way up to seventh place, but some considerable margin behind Jamie. Here he comes through the last corner or two now onto the front straight. So well done for Butch, having to pick his way through the field in what was really some tricky conditions. It was very, very wet at the beginning of the race. It was actually very dark as well, so that made it doubly treacherous. But as there's been no more rain falling, they've just slowly started to move and shift a bit of this water off the circuit, and the circuit just got a little bit better, but by that time most of the damage had already been done as they were tiptoeing in the opening couple of laps.
Well done to this guy. What a weekend. There's not too many weekends in your racing your career you get to take a clean sweep. So congratulations to Dean Lilly. Emphatic 3 victories in the car that, well, you bring the big stick to the big game, or the big bat to the game of cricket, and you have a weight of expectation, and he has delivered. Luke Gumbo has delivered his customary fighting battles right throughout this weekend. Brett Porter, well done, Brett. What a drive in these conditions. That is absolutely terrific to see the number 52 featuring in third place in the final one for the weekend. Kane Vereca, welcome back to the game, mate. This is awesome to see the 46 out there. Brad Vereca, mate, I tell you what, if we get rain again and you have to fight with the big boys, you will get yourself a result. Well done to the Vereca family in returning to the game. Jamie Augustine, I'm gushing a bit here, Steve. These guys have battled it out in horrendous conditions out there. It really was belting down and done a terrific job. Andrew Butcher brings it home in one piece, as he does. Rob Baird, the 777, nice work there as well. Callum Jensen into the 10, great work. Bruce Henley, welcome back to the 10. That is fantastic. Ian McLennan, who had numerous laps with the officials trying to get his attention. Wayne Decker into 12th there as well. So the Quattro lands on its feet.
Absolutely, yeah. You picked that one earlier in the weekend, that if it was going to get wet, that watch out for Wayne Decker. He was going to charge through, so he's had a really good run there from near the rear of the grid up to 12th. You've got Chris Bodale had a couple of excursions there in the Falcon in 13th. Josh Perkins we saw off the road. Noah Ellsworthy, he gets the upper hand in that battle of the 1600 class cars, so that's himself and Travis Mitchie and Lee Seelenmeyer. They're all in that under 1600 group. Poor Taylor Allen, she spun twice at the same part of the circuit in 2 different races today as well. And Royce Lyon, Wayne Twist, they ended up in pit lane. And the 3 on your screen did not start there. So Danny Timewell's had a torrid year already. And his title challenge is slipping away, unfortunately, for the Timewell spent number 11 Commodore.
Big encouragement for Taylor Allen to keep going at this. It's a tough gig to come to Winton in these sort of conditions and not have a spin. Keep up the great work, Taylor. We're in your corner and everyone's cheering you on. So well done for bringing it home and not bringing it at all damaged. We have got Sports Sedans on track in a couple of moments. You're watching the Trophy Tour Victoria live from Winton Motor Raceway. Back with Sports Sedans in just a few moments. Sports Sedans making their way onto track. It's going to be a pretty quick state of affairs for the Sports Sedans. They will have a rolling start. These cars were dragged out of the marshalling area under half an hour ago, told to go and put their wet tyres on to get their race underway here this afternoon at Trophy Tour Victoria. And of course, this is round 1. And we thank Advanced Car Carriers for their support of not only the Victorian Sports Sedans, but the National Sports Sedans here this weekend. And we extend the warmest of welcomes to all of our friends from interstate, particularly those running in the New South Wales State Series as well. Great to have you all here, and we hope you've enjoyed yourself. Not the nicest of way to finish the afternoon here, but if you've had slicks for a decade and you're carrying them from track to track and race meeting to race meeting, put them on now. You're going to need them. and we get ourselves underway. Here is the grid. Brad Shields, who won the last race in the dry with wets on, so he's probably destroyed his wets in those conditions this morning. Michael Rowell will start right alongside him in this one as well. Matt Sims, who parked it up in the race yesterday, has fought on hard here today as well to make it onto the grid. Stephen Lacey out of P3 there as well. He got his first ever national pole yesterday. Tim Leithhead in that Subaru. Ordinarily, you'd say the four-wheel drive Subaru is going to dominate now. There it is right there. It ain't no four-wheel drive. It's a rear drive V8. And it's a pretty cool weapon there as well. Jeremy Davison, I don't think he'll be taking the grid. I don't think he's got wets, but haven't seen the mongrel out there on track yet. Corey Gillett with Daniel Nolan is what it says here. Nick Smith, he's out there. Aidan Munger is the next one there on the grid as well. There's Nick Smith, there's Aidan, and there is also Corey Gillett there as well as they're streaming on through. Simon Copping is the next one there, then Damien Johnson definitely there. Tegan Collins is, no, Nathan Baines. I don't think the black Nissan is out there, but Tegan Collins definitely is. Jamie Marshall, Dart Brown, Dean Cam and Glenn Crowe. Dean Cam in the Corvette. They're going to go around again for another sighting lap again in the name of safety. That is a terrific idea. And the rain is continuing to come down. The good thing is, though, we can see the flag starting to flutter. So when the spray goes up in the air, when there's a bit of wind, it's carried off the track. We've just seen that with Brad Shields coming around. The water's been carried up off the track. So instead of it just landing, going up and coming back down, it's been cleared away. So hopefully we can start to pump the road dry. These wet racing tyres will absolutely do that. Have a look how bright Nick Smith's car appears in the grey sky. What an absolute magnificent colour. That fluorescent yellow just absolutely pops in the dark effects we have around here locally at Winton Motor Raceway. Darton Brown, Dean Cam, and there is Glenn Crowe. He had a bit of a tough gig this morning, Glenn did, and let's hope he can get this one well and truly done and dusted. Not sure why Dean Cam is rear of grid, but anyway, there you go. He is down there, and he is still fighting it out for the Victorian Championship. The National Sports Sedans last race here in 2023, and the race 3 for the weekend was won by lap record set by Jordan Caruso, Tony Ricciardello and Ash Jarvis. Of course, yes, Dean broke down. We saw the door open on his car. So that's what happened with Dean Cam last time out. Thanks to the voices in my head for helping me with that one. As the cars continue on around, safety car has parked itself out in the front of this field. Keep an eye on that Corvette right there as he tries to gather it all up. Gathers it all up. The 66 coming down out of turn 9 now. The Racer Industries safety car just pacing the field now, and Mike Rowell has to draw alongside this car of Brad Shields. He's had 2 race wins already here this weekend, and Brad used his wet tyres this morning in drying conditions. Tom Reed right alongside me. Tom, here we go, the final race for the weekend in Sports Sedans.
Yep, looking forward to this one. Final race for round 3 of the Victorian Championship as well. And we are set for a start here in the rows of 2. It will be Brad Shields who's looking to bring out the broom and get the clean sweep here for round 3 at the Trophy Tour. We are set for a start and we are underway on the run down into turn 1. A thundering start by the 3 there on the outside. He's going to go around the outside for the race lead and gets that job done over Brad Shields. A bit of bodywork kicked up in the background.
I've just had information that on social media, Brad Shields announced that there was old wets they had on this morning, and they've bolted on a new set this afternoon. We'll wait for clarification on that performance-wise, but thank you very much for all of the information coming through to us here in the commentary booth there. Nick Smith now with Damien Johnson ranging up behind here. He'll definitely have wets on both of these cars, and they are pumping the road dry. Even the water coming out of the vents on the guards there for Nick Smith. Big look down the inside for Brad Shields, and I tell you what, Stephen Lacey almost didn't make turn 1. He went wide, And he crisscrossed there as well with Matt Sims. Matt Sims got through on him. Have a look at this there now, though. Lacey is looking right round the outside, as is Shields looking around the outside of Rowell there. So the two IRC GT SS's Damien Johnson has done a ripping start. Here comes Aidan Munger. Dean Cam, he's got the grip on board the Corvette too. He's absolutely charging with it. Comes up behind his mate there. As we've got Aidan Munger absolutely comes on with the power there in the Nissan. And Dean Cam sneaks down the inside of Damien Johnson. Oh, Brad Shields. That's off. 2 race wins here this weekend, and he is out there mowing the lawn. Absolutely, Brad Shields trying to gather it all back up. Dean Cam goes through. This is absolutely the sort of stuff we saw Brad Shields do at the 50k plate, the most prestigious award in sports fans. It's the 50k plate every year at Phillip Island. Brad Shields drove from the rear of that field and won it. Let's see how he goes here this afternoon in the wet. Dean Cam there as well. He's driving brilliantly in the wet, as he can always do in this Corvette. There goes Shields in the 999. Now let's see if he can answer from position number 9 for these cars out in front.
And the bodywork that flew off that car in the opening couple of corners is definitely that rear diffuser. If you look on the right side, just underneath the right rear wheel, that part is missing on that car. So a lack of downforce there for the Fiat. Here comes Lacey. He's trying to get past the 111 there of Matty Sims in that big, bad BMW.
It is big, isn't it, this BMW? How do you like your BMW? I like it with pumped arches. It looks like an Escort from the 1971 World Rally Championship. It is absolutely pumped there, as Stephen Lacey. And he's got the IRC cars in front of him and behind him, Matt. So he's got your typical built in the back shed type of sports sedan at his disposal. And these 2 cars around him are purpose-built space frame. And Matt is driving brilliantly here in the wet. Stephen Lacey, you just get the feeling he's getting a little bit impatient here with this one. Here we go. Dean Cam now coming around, and it is Shields down the inside. Nice work by both of them. Brad was gracious enough to not stick his nose in the sweep, but Dean just opened up the corner and said, there you go, son. You go through. I know exactly the hurry you are on. Of course, Dean, for many, many years, raced for the Kerrick National Series, as he did with his mate Damien Johnson. They did the National Series, albeit that Damien did it in the S2s back in that era, his 6-cylinder Tirana. But this is amazing racing here. These two are also, they're battling it out in the New South Wales point score as well. So this is a red-hot battle, not just for Nationals. Lacey looks to the inside, parks it there. Beautifully done. And that is exactly what Brad Shields did to Dean Cam on his way through. This just happens to be for position in the race, in the championship.
Oh, no.
Nick Smith off at turn 1.
It's going to dirty the beautiful car.
Very slowly brings... No, not dirty. Not yet, anyway. Not till it starts to spray the mud that he got off there. So,
Brad Shields
off again. Oh, this is not working out well for Brad.
Oh, it's going to hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, he dug the front splitter into the wet mud there as he rejoins onto the back straight in between turn 9 and 10. I think he went off right around, the ex-supercar there of Copping. So rejoins just behind that. I wonder if race control might have a look at that. He's perhaps gained a little advantage there, but we're going to let those guys up in the tower decide that. Look at the lick of the flames coming out of the 999, the red Fiat there.
Let's not wreck that as let our enjoyment of watching him go about racing a car, because this is a driver that is exceptionally talented, and he has got an absolute beast under his right foot right now, and he's using all his skill to absolutely get that back up there. Yeah, okay, so he has... Yeah, we'll let someone else decide that one, Tom?
He's dropped a couple of seconds there to the overall race lead. It's now out to 20 seconds with 6.5 minutes. So I don't think we're going to see what he did at Phillip Island. Here he is trying to go right round the outside of Copping, and he just sort of his road ran out there.
Yeah, it did. And I wouldn't say in these conditions that he is going to be able to even recover that to try and turn back and rejoin where he went off. That's a big ask. Have a look at Lacey now. Lacey wants the win. He really wants to bring the W home this weekend. and it is his old mate from Queensland, Michael Rowell, and this is national series stuff going on here at the front of this race. 2 IRC GT SSs with 6-litre power plants on board there. Lacey with an absolute stellar career in this category in New South Wales, multiple state championship wins, and he had his first National Series pole yesterday. Lacey down the inside of Leithhead, that's for position number 4 on the road. So the number 999 fighting. You can see how wet it is.
Dutton Brown, big moment.
Jumps the back of the Galant off the ground, the Bendigo brake and clutch entry. Wow. He gathers it all up and presses on. Just grabs another whole handful of gears and off he goes.
And the right front looks like it's got a little bit more added camber to that car. Just having a look at the different wings on these IRC cars. The Rao car has a much more aggressive angle, so carrying it perhaps a little bit more downforce for your race leader car 3.
It's also the first of those cars. It was the green one that we saw with both Jeff Taunton and with Stephen Lacey going back season and a half, 2 seasons ago. So there is a little bit of
evolution,
some improvement of the breed, if you like, going on there. But yeah, you see the front splitter, it's pretty much all the same. But just a couple of little things that
to the naked eye,
improvements along the way. But Jeff Taunton will be certainly back behind the wheel, he told me yesterday, later on in this season. And we can't wait to see Jeff back in the series. As, Lacey now, he has got the hurry on, hasn't he? Rao just parking the car in the middle of the track there, which you can do. Lacey's got to find his way through here. They come out of turn 10. Up the straight they go, and there is the WRX,
off the road rotary for your race leader. The same mistake that Brad Shields made a number of laps ago, and it gives Steve Lacey a free kick to the race lead.
That is testament to Lacey. He's kept the pressure up there, and he just went, right, well, I'm not going to actually just stream on by here. I'll just keep the pressure, just keep applying the blowtorch. Matt Sims, he's currently in 3rd place, and Brad Shields is chasing him down quite the margin between the two of those 2 cars on track. Mike Rao. Now there's Sims. Now he's closing that gap as well. Sims now, that's 4.1 seconds between those guys. Leithhead's back, copying Monga. Dean Cam now into position number 8. So he's charging from the rear of the field. Who would have thought the big beast of a Corvette would shine in the wet, but that is Dean Cam, being a dogged competitor that he is.
Just having a look at the timing screen there, Jeremy Davison set to start out of position 5.
Didn't start.
We've been wondering where he's gone, so no wets for that car. So it would have been it's a bit unfortunate to see that car take to the final race, and it would hurt his championship, I'm sure.
Well, I'm pretty sure this is why Dean Cam is giving this one a big hurry up.
The 67 of Garth Brown. So
where was it? Where is it?
Turn 5 at the sweeper.
Okay.
So unfortunately for the Mark car there, he was running in 5th, and he had copping in that ex-supercar, 3.5 seconds behind. There goes Dean Cam. Brad Shields now in the 999 is closing that gap to the lead. It was about 22 seconds 4 or 5 minutes ago. Now it's down to just over 10 seconds. So he's got the hurry on big time. Fastest lap of the race, a 30.8, and then the next best is set by Steve Lacey, your race leader.
He's on the back of Sims. He's on the back of Sims now too. Here, Tom, have a look at this. Sims in the 111, the 999 behind him. Something about the triples, and these guys are absolutely going for a Brad Shields. Looks to the left, has a plunge. He does, down into turn 3. Beautiful move there by the 999 and Matt Sims when I got no answer for it. And very, very good job again by both those drivers. Matt Sims saying, you know what, there you go, Brad, you can have that one. I'm not going to risk damaging your car or mine by parking it in the middle of the track here. So Brad Shields, Sims goes through there, and Brad Shields continues on his way there as well. So Matt Sims just gets out of the way as he now goes out after Mike Rowell, and that gap is 5.4 seconds. We'll wait until they come across the line again, and that gets updated for us.
Well, I think you're visually going to see the back of the feed here in just a moment as the leaders go through turn number 10. Lacey still leading by 2 seconds, and there is the Fiat. He is in a hurry to get back to these front two IRC cars.
Wow, this 999 filling our screens with some of the best racing you'll see in sports sedans. The last time we saw an Italian thoroughbred sports sedan, it was T. Ricciardello, 11 times national champion. Have a look at Brad Shields now. He wants to stamp the authority of the Italian brand Fiat into our minds as far as national sports sedans is concerned. Tony Ricciardello, it'd be awesome to see the Alpha back in national sports sedans. Damien Johnson now, he sees the Fiat coming through as well. He opens up the wheel. Damien has no battle with this car coming on through, that is for sure. 16 seconds remains on the time certain clock, so you would have to suggest next time round we'll see the last lap board. And we've got a lap and a half to savour in this sports sedan race in these conditions. And there he is, arriving right on the back there. He has got mail and he is trying to deliver it to these two IRC GTSSs. And they know he's there.
He's absolutely going to get these guys by the end of this lap. And they'll be looking in the rearview mirror knowing that this Fiat is in a hurry.
They crowd the corner side by side with each other. No. Lacey and Rowell, will they end up coming together? Have a look at this. Lacey's seen him coming and he's just missed a gear. Getting off turn 10 there. So Lacey opened it up, parked it up next to his mate and lost that spot. Done. Round, get out of the way, bud. They're coming for you. He parks it on the apex of the corner as well. We see them there. There's the last lap board comes out. And this is on like Donkey Kong here at Winton this afternoon.
I'll be rubbing my hands together here if I'm Steve Lacey, because Brad Shields is in a hurry to get this move done over Michael Rowell, your race leader. He's going to have to cover though, because he's got to exit out of 2. Brad Shields up the inside for the race lead. No, not quite.
Fogged up window on the Rowell car. It is absolutely fogged up. There's a little T-shaped clear there that he's being able to peer through. I bet he doesn't even know that Brad's there at the moment, because the rear window is as well. The Fiat looking to the inside, he'll see the flame. That has given a clear signal. What's faster than a red car? A red car with a flame out the side.
Michael's going to have to cover here into turn 6 and 7. Too late, he's closed the door late, and there's contact up the top of the track. It sends the car 3 off. Brad Shields takes the race lead, and Steve Lacey will be there chomping at the bit.
Well, is there damage on the Brad Shields car? He has to muscle this car for the next 4 corners. There's a car behind him that's in tip-top condition. A little nudge there, and that was it's an interesting one. They were both racing for the corner there.
Bit of damage.
The fleet imaging car of Rowell Logistics is continuing on his way. Definitely a fogged up window there, so it would have been tough work there. Lacey not getting off that corner again, so he may have a problem with the gearbox getting there, or wheel spin.
I think it's
Have
right
a look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, get up to the fence, get out in the rain, get your big loud voice and cheer this guy down for a 3 from 3 weekend. Round of applause from all of the crews in pit lane. Brad Shields, like he did in the 50k plate at the end of last year, overcoming adversity and taking a win in that red rocket. What an amazing drive.
Brown.
And I think Brown, trying to unlap himself, I think they're Darden Brown, as he manages to get through there. The National Series cars, all on their hand-cooked wets, have done a tremendous job. A big shout out to Hancock for helping all of the racers get themselves through to the end. Here's the replay from a distance. Oh, yeah, that was interesting.
A closing gap and a right front that got locked up there from Brad Shields. So there'll be multiple
angles that we can see that. Nick Smith comes to the line. That's ace. Well done, Nick, for bringing the RX-7 home in position number 11. Not really where he'd want to be. Damo comes to the line there as well in 12th. Dean Cam, he'll ultimately come home in 8th position. So he's done his Victorian Championship title hunt. A world of good this afternoon. Davison not having slicks, not prepared to race in the wet conditions. I get it. It's a beast. In fact, it's called the mongrel, and you won't understand why. If the mongrel is dry, you imagine what it's like in the wet. rabid dog in the wet. There it is. The 999 of Brad Shields takes 3 from 3 here in the Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedan Championship on their Hankook wets and dries in the National Series. Same with the New South Wales guys. The Victorians run on a free tyre rule for the time being. But Stephen Lacey comes into P2, Matt Sims into P3. That's a really good drive for the BMW racer. Michael Rowell, a little bit of damage on the side skirt and a little coming together in the final lap there with our race winner. Tim Leithhead doing a terrific job. Aidan Munger, that is immense. In fact, Aidan might even come out at the lead of the Victorian Championship here this afternoon. Simon Coppinghame in 7th, Dean Cam in 8th, Corey Gillett in 9th, Glenn Pro brings it home from the rear of the grid in position number 10. Nick Smith, ace to see that car at the racetrack anytime. Would be nicer to see it further up the field, but they have had overcome immense adversity here this weekend. So congratulations. And his mate behind him in the 19, Damien Johnson. Back to Melbourne last night, a gearbox rebuild, and back here today. So tremendous effort for those guys. Tegan Collins continues to improve in a national weekend, coming home 13th. That is immense in that 4-litre Toyota powered RX-7. Jamie Marshall in the number 43. Great to see that car at the track. Can't wait to see that again. And Darden Brown had a bit of a torrid old race there. Kevin Gilbert didn't start, neither did Jeremy Davison. Can't wait to see Jeremy at the next round, which will be Phillip Island for the next 2 rounds. So the final round, the grand final, and then at the 50k plate at the end of the year. Tom Reed, I'm well out of breath, mate. That's been a mega weekend on the sports sedans, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic racing. Ultimately, Brad Shields claiming, didn't quite claim pole position. That was Steve Lacey, a first career pole position. But Brad taking 3 from 3 race wins. Had to do it the hard way this afternoon, but in the end, got that job done. Michael Rowell, I believe, will be pretty disappointed after that. Might have a few things to say. Steve Lacey coming home in P2 there, so a great weekend from those 3 cars. That wraps up the National Sports Sedans. Thanks to Advanced Car Carriers. They have been a great addition to the Winton Trophy Tour here for round 3 of Victorian racing here. So that is it for Sports Sedans. We've swapped with Improved Production, so they were the previous race. But up next, we will have Historic Touring Cars for their final race of the weekend. That's 20-minute affair. And then the final race for the weekend will be my favourite category, Formula Ford, coming up soon.
That'll be exciting in these conditions too. Goodbye to the National Sports Sedans. Hope you have a fantastic season and can't wait to see the Vic Sports Sedans at October at Phillip Island. Plenty more still to come. Stick with us. Historic Touring Cars with Matt Dunlop and Phil Memory. He's been here all day and he's about to let us all know the great knowledge he has around historic racing. Of course, we'll see Phil at the Winton Festival of Speed at the end of July. See you soon.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith and Tom Reed, for your call there. And welcome back to Winton Motor Raceway. Still a very, very soggy circuit here, just on the outskirts of Benalla here in Kelly Country, where we bring you round 3 of the 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour. Got a couple more races to come today. Historic Touring Cars are out on track now for the last of their 3 races. Matt Dunlop is my name and Phil Memory is alongside. Phil, these conditions are not really conducive for putting the hammer down in a lot of these V8 powered cars, and we saw that with Glenn Miles taking the win with the 6-pack earlier today.
Yeah, it was a really, really good drive by Glenn. He'd progressed from starting 4th on the grid in the last race to win it, so that was one heck of a drive. That was really, really good to see.
It's still pretty treacherous out there today, so let's see if Glenn can repeat that. We'll be starting on pole position for race 3 with Ben Wilkinson alongside him, then Peter Muleman and Darren Jones on the second row just behind. Then we'll find Scott Pearce, Jeff Monday, Darren Collins and John Clark rounding out the 8-car grid here for race 3 of Historic Touring Cars. Been a little couple of shuffles around with the schedule, but Historic still on track as per the schedule. Those headlights are going to be coming in very handy because we're losing light rapidly here at the Winton.
We certainly are. Although we've got the dark curtains on in here, haven't we? Sort of so that we commentate off the screen. It's a good thing. We don't get the reflection off the screen that we get to commentate off. A really good job by Blendline TV. The guys out there on the cameras, I just feel sorry for those in this weather as we watch these cars come around, ready to hopefully line up and get underway with race 3 for historic touring cars.
I agree with you there. It's a good chance to give a massive shout out to the whole Blendline TV crew, especially all the camera operators trackside who have been bearing the brunt of these weather conditions all day long and bringing us awesome shots of the chaos that has unfolded as a result.
Yeah, it's been certainly been a lot of action out there on track. Not all of it what people would like, but no, it's entertaining.
It certainly is, and it doesn't look like the chaos will be letting up anytime soon. You can still see the rain falling on the circuit in front of Glenn Miles and Ben Wilkinson on the front row here. So I'll be throwing the wet tyres on these cars for sure, with the green flag waving at the back. 5 red lights will be coming on shortly. Who will get the run down the main straight for the first time here? We're underway. It's a pretty steady start. Yeah. Really good launch from the number 43 of Peter Muehlman in first gear, but awesome start from Miles, who's going to be side by side here with Wilkinson as they go into turn 1. Miles has the advantage, runs a little bit wide there through turn 1, is able to pull it up, but that puts Ben Wilkinson on the outside where he can carry a little bit more pace, and he's going to have a really good run down to turn
3. He's fighting hard for this run down into turn 3. They're not going to give up on it. No, the charge comes out on top. Great effort there.
No space between them at all on the run into 3. Brilliant racing from those two. And Glenn Miles gets the move done once more as they go through 3 and 4. And you can just see how biblical this rain is now at the Winton Motor Raceway. These clouds are very, very dark and they are emptying themselves all over this race circuit right now. But the wipers are ablaze. Glenn Miles has a clear windshield, which can't be said for a lot of the other cars that have been out on track so far today. So he doesn't have to deal with a huge amount of issues with the fog, and now he's got a clear track in front of him, so he doesn't have to contend with the spray either. The battle is keeping the car at the front.
Well, I'm noticing that Wilkinson hasn't got his wipers on. He must have that magic spray on the screen that the water just dissipates away.
He certainly must do, because if he's got the Rain X or something similar on the windscreen, it must be doing a heck of a job on that 189 Mustang.
It's certainly the sort of weather you would normally expect to see the guys with the wipers going, and he's got nothing happening in front of him. Maybe it helps. If I can't see the road, I can go faster.
Well, he must be backing it because he's got a slender lead in the Victorian Championship at this stage as Ben Wilkinson, so he'll be pretty hopeful that he can stay up the pointy end of the field. Meanwhile, behind, we've got Darren Jones, who is up into 3rd position, I believe, in that number 5 Mustang. He certainly is, so he's gotten the move done on Peter Muehlman on that first lap. Really good start from Jones there.
Yeah, of course, that's one of the older Mustangs that's out there too. Good to see that there's a bit of mix-up in the fields. The wet weather is sometimes a bit of an equaliser and drops the cars that have got all the power, drops them back a little bit because they become much, much harder to drive.
Certainly is. I'm used to seeing historic race meetings at Phillip Island and Sandown, much faster circuits, and in the dry you can often see like the Mustangs, the Camaros especially, really streaking ahead. But yeah, the Winton Motor Raceway, it being a tight, twisty track and just deluging with rain, it really does bring the driver's talent to the forefront, and it sort of wipes out the differences in machinery a little bit because it becomes a battle of who's the most nimble, who can keep their car on the track. Peter Muehlman got caught up in a puddle on the outside there.
He's going to be bogged.
Oh, he might be stranded. He's looking pretty deeply beached. He'll try and get the wheels rotated. He'll just wait for the traffic to clear. Can he get up and running again in that 43? He's refired the engine. Is he able to get the car out?
Here we go.
Gently does it. Gently does it, Peter. There we go.
Well done. That was well done. But, graceful swan song there as he swung it off the track. A little bit of the old ballet dancing, I think.
Yeah, Darren Jones goes a bit of a prelude to that. We saw him hanging it out sideways on the run into 4 as well. And then Muehlman was just a little bit wider and got caught up there, but still on track for the time being. That has punted. I imagine that's punted Peter Muehlman all the way to the back of the field, and we'll get confirmation when they cross the control line again. But meanwhile, Darren Jones still up in 3rd. Jeez, it's Towie on the run into turn 10. Ben Wilkinson just having to back out of it and give it another crack there on the run into 10. It's almost impossible to see him unless he's got those lights ablaze, which he doesn't at the moment.
No, it's. I don't think Wilkinson's had the lights on at all in this race, so maybe they're not working, which is a little odd, but maybe he's just trying to sneak past.
Possibly,
If I
because
don't turn the lights on, nobody will see me coming.
I tell you what, if I had a Mustang like that that had green headlights, I'd be having them ablaze constantly. It'd look absolutely menacing, especially cutting through the spray being thrown by Glenn Miles as he continues to lead this race. We'll see how the lap times shake out as they cross the stripe here. Currently, Glenn Miles up with a 155.31 is the quickest car, and with how widely these gaps are blowing out, I do imagine that not many other cars are going to be able to best that, at least at this stage. Speaking of Camaro, as mentioning earlier, this is Monday, who we've been seeing as a regular campaigner in that Camaro, just diving through a puddle at turn 1. This is not a track where the Camaro is really, and especially in these conditions, really not its forte.
The amount of moisture that's out there on that track, doing 155s in the Charger, that's a very respectable time, because this is just atrocious conditions track-wise. Great to watch.
It's great to watch, but it wouldn't be great to drive in. They're being so towy. They're tiptoeing through 3 and 4 because those corners have been getting a lot of drivers unstuck throughout all the categories here. It's so easy to just snag a front brake and just send it straight off into the gravel.
Very, very easy indeed. But I'm sure that those guys will be having a grin from ear to ear in those cars, because they're just out there driving having fun.
They certainly are. And just finding more water everywhere to just throw out of the sidecars of these. That Scott Pearce machine is a fantastic looking car, that Boss Mustang.
Yeah, magic presentation on all the cars out there.
So here's turn 4. This is what I was talking about. So
yeah, there we go.
Jones loses it and catches it back, but Peter Muhlman was not so lucky. Looked right around and backed it into the gravel, stalled the engine and had to refire it, but luckily he was able to do so and rejoin the race.
Yeah, he looked like he was just trying to line up to get a faster exit on that corner to go head up towards the sweeper, and it caught him out big time.
Yeah, these conditions do beg a bit of creativity in where you use your racing lines, especially at some of those like turn 3 and 4 where it's so tricky. Turn 4 is like, it's very much a train track you've got to follow through there, because if you get a little bit offline, you just saw what happened earlier, but you get to other corners like 1 and 2 here, for instance, and even turn 5 is probably the best example of where you can just see a few different lines opening up, racing lines that you can use, grip showing up in different places depending on how much water there is. But speaking of water, that thing is sailing across the old pitch straight. There's so much water there. This is crazy.
And Steve Wilkinson has found the windscreen wiper switch and turned the wipers on now, so it must be getting even wetter out there.
Coming very, very handy. He's got the window cracked as well to get a bit of air ventilating to help to stop the car from fogging up on the inside.
Up on the inside. That would be the hardest thing, I reckon, would be these tin-top cars, the windscreens or the windows on the inside, all of them fogging up. As Miles, it looks like his windscreen's getting a little bit difficult to see through as well.
It certainly is. Miles has lost a little bit of time there. He's actually dropped back into the throes of Wilkinson. They had a bit of a gap between them, a second as they crossed the line, but if you look at the screen now, that gap is academic. Wilkinson is swarming.
Yeah, he's swarming all over the back. He's working, looking for the under and over there. Don't think it's going to come off this time. Got the more power up the back straight. What's going to happen at the end of this, though? It's braking duel. Both hit the brakes at about the same time. Coming to that left-hander, and it's an awkward left-hander. Big splash from both of the cars as they pound through the puddles, and Wilkinson just powers on by down the back straight.
So much better.
Going to be a braking duel. He's coming back.
That number 6 car, the number 16, is, I should say, is looking a lot better under the brakes. But as soon as it comes to getting the power down, the Mustang just on the charge. But oh my goodness, Mustang is using every inch of the track and about 3 feet of the mud there.
Yeah, a little bit of mud bashing going on.
But look at him, he's still all over the back of Miles. So Miles is just not getting the pace he's looking for on the straights.
No, he's got him this time. Down the inside into turn 1 and clears it out. Miles is not able to respond to that one just yet. What can he do? In fact, Miles seems to be dropping a lot of gap there as they head on up the old start finish straight down into turn 3.
He certainly is. He's still quick in the corners, but on the straights, that 6-pack is just not doing what it was doing earlier in the race and earlier today. So Wilkinson, Ben Wilkinson, the New South Welshman out in front, is charging away in that Mustang. We look a bit further back to now the battle for 4th position. So we've got Jeff Monday in the 68 Camaro leading Scott Pearce in the number 21 Mustang there. Brilliant looking machines. And then behind them, the 97 of Darren Collins is trying to get into the mix as well. And that's what I mean about the different lines you try and take there. Whether you get a little bit more grip on the inside or whether it just helps keep the car a bit more stable. In any case, they've thrown up so much water from the puddles there as well. There, in some cases, there's only so much you can do in terms of positioning. You've just got to sort of plough through the puddle and get on with it.
Well, that's right. Sometimes on a wet track, you go as fast as you can between the wet bits. But this is just wet everywhere, so it's a really, really difficult challenge to head around there. As you see the spray coming up as a pound through some of the puddles, it's just, okay. Who's barefoot skiing out there, really?
Honestly, yeah, it's a good day for it, that's for sure. Great day to be a duck here in Winton, and it's awesome to see the headlights just cutting through the spray there as well as they round turn 8 and 9. Collins, that's not the line he'll be looking for to get a run on the 21 here. But yeah, there's been a lot of toing and froing down this straight between turns 9 and 10. But turn 10 is proving to be a really tricky spot to get a move done in the wet.
Yeah, it is. It's a tough corner, that one. So they go through there now and on to what I keep referring to is the new section of the track. It's only been there for what, a bit over 25 years or something. So yeah.
In relative terms, it's certainly the new section of track. Winton's obviously had a massive history here. It's been operating for quite some time as those three cars developed fourth around turns 11 and 12. And you can see, it's tricky to see from this camera spot, but there is a huge amount of water on the exit of 10 as well. And with that really long straight, it's important to do what you can to keep the back wheels out of that puddle on exit if you want to try and have any chance of getting the power down. But in any case, if you miss that puddle, you'll be sure to hit 5 more on the run to turn 11 as well. So, as mentioned, it's probably just a matter of just doing what you can with what you've got.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be interesting for the Formula Fords when they come out. There's no headlights on those cars and no wet wipers. Those guys are really going to not enjoy that track. But the historic touring cars down into turn 4 and off towards the sweeper we go. And you can see on screen there the amount of rain just falling out of the sky. It's horrendous out there.
It's certainly the wettest weekend I've seen at Winton Motor Raceway in my experience as a commentator, Ben. I think a lot of drivers around here would probably agree with that sentiment as well, as the cars ran through corners 6 and 7 there, and so much water being kicked up there every single time they hit the apex of 6. And we now see them go through 7 and round in the Gumtree at 8 here as well. And I think it's really just as it has been for a lot of the categories here this weekend, it's a battle of survival, just bringing the car home in one piece. Get a move done if you can, but don't push the envelope too hard.
Yeah, it's keep it as smooth as you possibly can out there, because any sudden alteration in what you're doing is going to result in turning the car around or a big understeer straight off the track out onto that wet green grass known as the green accelerator.
Very, very hard to do anything about it once you're there. You almost become a passenger. So the drivers are also doing a fantastic job keeping the cars on the tarmac here in this historic race. We look a bit further up the field, and Wilkinson's still leading the way convincingly. He's opened up a gap of 8.5 seconds over Glenn Miles with just over 2.5 minutes to go at this stage. Number 5 car of Darren Jones still sitting quite well in third position, and then another three or so seconds down the road. It's now Pierce
not gonna work.
briefly
wheels off the track.
Almost taken fourth position. He's going to have to let off the throttle there to get back on. He's got fourth on the way, but he didn't go about it in a very convincing way.
No,
that's given Monday a very good run around the outside, but I think he's going to have to tuck him behind.
Yeah, he's come back. He managed to hold it. I thought Monday was going to take it off him, but now Monday's lost another position, and around he goes.
Lost a position, lost the rear of the car as well. Still got it pointing the right way, but he's going to have to park it up on the curb as Muleman goes past. Stall the engine. He's been able to refire it. Gee, that's a spectacle, isn't it?
Steam that came in. It's not really a steam-powered car, but yeah, it certainly looked like it at that point. Oh, and off we go again.
Oh, goodness me.
A little bit wild down there. They're getting a bit desperate.
They've
been driving really, really smoothly, and now all of a sudden they're getting a little bit wild.
Oh, their smoothness is definitely getting tested as Pierce shoots off the road there. It's much less a battle of driver versus driver. It's driver versus elements now.
Yeah.
as the number 21 car rejoins the race, but he will be still in that 5th position. So Collins has benefited from that handsomely. He's up into 4th now, having leapfrogged ahead of those 2 cars in that number 97 machine. So clock is just ticking under a minute now as we go back to the lead of the race. So Wilkinson does have the headlights ablaze now. You almost have to at this stage of the race. That is insane. If you need a free car wash, just enter it in for the next Formula Ford race and just go for a drive, because I don't think any part of the cars are going to be dry after they bring them back in from the garages, especially because a lot of these drivers have to crack the windows.
There we go.
Monday's gone off at turn 10 and into the tyres that separate the going across where the old club circuit used to go. So Monday's been able to refire the car again, but I would not be surprised if he's got some damage, and a red flag is out as a result of that. There's damage to the tyre barriers there. Monday's doing his best to get the car dislodged, but I do not think he's going to have any chance of doing so. No. And in all honesty, it's almost 2 weeks to race.
He's got it away and going, but with the tyre wall having been dislodged, they'll have to stop that straight away. They can't continue to run with that.
So here we go. He's around the outside.
Locks it up.
Yep.
Yeah, ballet dance, round he goes, splash, 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 and into the tyre wall.
Absolutely nothing he could do about that either. As soon as the car started pivoting, it was just, there's nothing that could be done. Yeah. So he is back on track, and we'll see if we can actually get a little bit of a look at what the right-hand side of that car looks like, if we can see anything. Because our visibility looking through the cameras is limited. Just imagine what the drivers are putting up with as they go around. So, red flags are out. The cars will filter back around. That will almost certainly be the race declared as a result of that as well. So we'll wait to see what the provisional results are in terms of a countback or anything like that.
We will.
But in any case, we can be pretty confident that Ben Wilkinson has taken the race win here in race 3 of historic touring cars. So capped off a frenetic weekend with a win in very, very adverse conditions has Ben Wilkinson. Glenn Miles provisionally in 2nd as well. Darren Jones, really good job to hold on to 30 in that number 5 Mustang. And we've got currently shown in the provisionals Jeff Monday 4th, Scott Pearce 5th, and Darren Collins 6th, with Peter Muleman down in 7th position. If there was a count back to a previous lap, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but we'll wait to see how it shakes out on the results. But in the end, I think the main thing in this weather is that all those cars are going to be able to get back to the pits under their own steam.
Yeah, that's right. And look, it's they'll all be looking for a warm bath and some dry clothes.
They certainly will be. There is the 2nd place getter, the number 16 car of Glenn Miles. Our pole position starter wasn't able to convert it into a race win for race number 3 here, but still a brilliant showing to bring it home in 2nd position in the 6-pack.
Yeah, great job. And actually, I can hear the rain. I think it's even getting heavier out there now.
We've got a tin roof just outside the comms box, which is getting absolutely pelted with rain here. It's, the visibility is really, really dire, as a lot of these drivers will surely tell you. So, not the finish that we were looking for to end the proceedings of historic touring cars here, but great racing nonetheless. It's some spectacle, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, Matt. It's been a really good race, that. And, hats off to the guys, because that was not an easy drive.
It certainly wasn't. I don't think I've seen much more of a difficult drive in my time commentating, and they did their best to handle it there. So, Phil, thank you so much for your assistance in commentary throughout the weekend, and additionally with Darren Smith as well jumping in for the earlier races for what has been a really, really action-packed weekend of historic touring car racing. Yeah,
it's been really a great pleasure to be here, Matt, and it's just the weather out there at the moment is astonishing. We've had dry weather all day yesterday, beautiful day all week really. Has been a really cracker of a week, and just unfortunate today that we've got this bit of rain that's come through. So,
bit of rain is putting it politely, I would say. It's a bit of it's almost like a tsunami from the sky, really, is what we're dealing with. So, safety car's going to go around. We are still waiting to just hear from race control, because with the conditions the way they are, it's we'll need to reevaluate some things, check out the condition of that tyre barrier as the tractor is going over to examine as well, but also the track itself, just to make sure it's suitable for some racing. Tom Reed is alongside me as we get ready for what we're hoping will be race 3 of Formula Fords. Tom, if you were behind the wheel of a Formula Ford and you saw that that's what the track looked like, how keen, on a scale of 1 to 10, how keen would you be to get out there and give it the beans?
10 being not wanting to go out, probably an 11.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we will get a race. It's actually incredibly unsafe for our Formula Ford to be out there or any sort of open wheeler. It is torrential rain, to put it lightly.
It certainly is, and it's really... the weather is, you can never expect good timing from the weather. It's come at some really unexpected times throughout this weekend, and we're just going to keep an eye out to see how we go with the remainder. But by the look of that minivan taking to the track, which is collecting the marshals, I reckon they have called the action. We saw the safety car going around with the green lights flashing, which indicates the track is open. So they have decided to cancel race 3 of Formula Ford here, which was set to be the last race of round 3 of the Trophy Tour, but not to be. They've pulled an early end to proceedings. So it's a shame that we weren't able to see any more running in the Formula Fords, but in all honesty, for the safety of the drivers and... it's probably for the best, I'd say. Absolutely the right call not to run the final race. Winton does have areas where there is standing water and rivers that run across the circuit, and 40mm ride height is the minimum ride height that all these cars typically run. So that would lead to aquaplaning, and on a all-weather tyre, it's not a full wet, so that makes it even more tricky. And you often hear about if an open-wheel car like a Formula Ford or a Formula V without wings has been in an incident where it's lost its wheels, is often considered canoeing, but I think we'd be pretty close to that literal definition here. Absolutely. If we did let them race. So it is a shame, but so it's probably a good chance to recap the weekend so far for the Formula Fords. Richard Davison actually will take the round win as a result of that, believing so, with Andrew Torty winning the first race and finishing 5th in the second one. So... depending on, I'm not sure how the points shake out in terms of the feature races and whatnot, but in any case, really, really good race weekend from Richard Davison. But that is all from us here, unfortunately, for Blendline TV, but it's been a real privilege to have your company, everyone who's been watching, for AU4, for all of our Victorian Trophy Tour categories, and we cannot wait to have your company again at Sandown in August. My name has been Matt Dunlop. We've had Tom Reed, Stevie DeVries, Darren Smith, and so many guest commentators joining us throughout the weekend. Thank you so much for your company, everyone. Stay safe, stay dry if you can, and we're looking forward to seeing you at the next one.